absolutely unsustainable for the Russian Federation. It can send as many of its men to die on the fields of Ukraine that it wants. It is up to Russians to stop the current regime. It is up to Russians to say enough. And I think today we've seen a step towards, I hope at least we've seen a step towards this potential outcome. So yeah, an extraordinary morning. So thanks again for this space. I must drop down.
Thank you very much, I like Wendy. It is an extraordinary morning in many ways, especially because it seems like he did exactly what his previously permitted the position wanted him to do, or wanted to do themselves all along, but wasn't really able to do so. And it's and I'd love Chris's notes on this actually, because Chris has a little bit more of an appropriate background to comment on this. But Chris, even with this, having people who have previously served, how long is it going to take them to make them any use?
Good morning, Dolman. Thanks for your efforts keeping the space going. You're right, I think it's quite a momentous morning, and I don't think it's good for Russia, Answering your question directly on those people, think about it. You did your year's service maybe 5-10 years ago, maybe less than that. You settled into your job, family life, car, direct debit payments, a whole life setup, and the rug has been ripped from under you, and you're now going to be expected to report to a faceless barracks in the middle of bloody Moscow or something like that, to probably lose your life. It's astonishing, and it'll be really interesting to see how many people actually turn up and the levels of effort the police have to go to force these reservists to actually turn up and be retrained. In terms of retraining, I don't know. These skills are perishable, Domin. I think yes, you can relearn how to strip a weapon, how to fire it on a range. Yeah, it does take some time. So I would imagine that weeks. Equipment may have moved on since they last served, so they may not be familiar with the drones. They may not be familiar with certain sighting systems. Maybe not be familiar with the clothes that they use, and the vehicles may have moved on. So there is a period. So I would think it's going to be a couple of months before you're going to start seeing people who finish this sausage factory of training or retraining before they come out onto the lines. But how motivated are they going to be, Dom? I just don't know. And I think the other bit that's interesting for me, and I don't know if you discussed it, and if you have, I apologise, is the cancellation of the contract soldiers' right to leave service. They're going to be serving indefinitely now. That's huge, isn't it? So those people who thought they're going to be going home in the next couple of weeks or months on a fixed contract are now not going anywhere. That's massive. I can't imagine what that's going to do tomorrow with the currently serving soldiers. Don?
I think you're exactly on point there, right? The interesting thing was, because from the start they didn't declare, as who said it? Was it Shaggy who said it? War against the country, or was it Ukraine? War against the country, did they say doesn't exist, right? Because they didn't start off by declaring war, but under their bureaucratic system, they couldn't also then say, well, you're a contract soldier, you don't have a right to quit now. Whereas now they seem to kind of be doing both things at the same time, rewriting the rules within Russia, which, no problem with that. Obviously, Russia does as Russia wants. Kremlin does as Kremlin wants. They can get around all of the rules. However, the difference is in what effects it has on people who decide to, kind of exploit the rules for their own. And as you said, Chris, many contract soldiers quit, right, in the previous months. Now, many couldn't actually quit, but tried. Some others did quit, and it's I would suggest quite plausible that the ones who were a little bit better equipped mentally and training wise, who might have been a little bit more likely to quit because they more likely saw the writing on the wall. Whereas it's those with fewer options and less understanding were less likely to try to quit. Just my thoughts here. Wanton speculation. But now, if they can't quit either, what are they going to do? It's going to be especially with the newly mobilized one, if they send them quickly, they won't be much better than the Wagner prisoner recruits, and they will be straight cannon fodder. If they train them for a couple of months, we saw what the Third Army Corps, the vaunted Third Army Corps of motivated volunteers, at least somewhat motivated, right? Ones who actually volunteered for this, got destroyed. The section that was sent to Izium got destroyed and left most of their equipment behind, which was the newest equipment, and they were 6 week training sort of course. And now these ones, if they take as long, they probably won't fare a whole lot better. If they train for even longer, Ukraine might well have been fully re-equipped and freed by then, which is my hope, certainly. Chris?
Yeah, I agree. I think you could send them after a couple of weeks training, and what are they going to do? Backfill spare riflemen in a section? Are they going to have a demonstrable impact on the performance of the campaign? Probably not. Or are you going to spend a year, 9 months, turning them into a brigade or a division of all fresh new troops with what kit, what equipment, and then utilize them? But that's a long time in this war. Where will Ukraine be? And even then, how effective will they truly be, given that the Ukrainians will continue to improve, their equipment will continue to improve, and the battlefield will change? So I think Axel is right. This is not this, and you as well. This will not have the impact people think it will have. I just don't think it will. And it's that stun grenade, I think, analogy someone used. I think it is. We need to move on, keep supporting Ukraine, keep giving them weapons, keep sending them money, and we'll defeat this lot. Because the average reservist who this morning is being told in Moscow, wherever it is, you're now going to have to report to this barracks, leave your family, no idea when you're going to come home. You're probably going to get killed after a couple of weeks of retraining because you served 3 years ago. Are they really going to be able to compete against a driven, motivated Ukrainian man or woman who's fighting for their freedom? No chance. So I think we need to take this with a grain of salt. Stay determined. We're winning. We're going to beat this lot.
Precisely. Thank you, Chris. Exactly as Chris says. That's what should be followed, I reckon. Now is not the time to waver, right? Now is not the time to waver. They wouldn't be doing this if they were winning. Shaggy.
Yeah, on the conscription, conscripted people and the contracted people, and linking to the referenda, from a Russian point of view, once they pass the referenda and those oblasts become part of Russia, then Russia can legally send conscripts on its own lands. And if it considers those oblasts as Russia, then conscripts could be there. Regarding the contract soldiers, well, this part mobilization does mobilize Russian servicemen, ex-servicemen with military experience, which basically is those the contracted ones. So the referenda basically means that conscripted and contracted soldiers will be sent there or won't be able to leave there, in my view.
This is the other bit. You're right, Shaggy. With the referenda, they will open themselves up to press ganging more people into service. Again, as Chris noted, motivation is a large part of this, and they're already the least motivated possible. So that's maybe the silver lining on that. Joanna, go ahead.
Yes. So I'll try to speak a little bit longer if you allow me. I just want to make an analogy. Since the beginning of the war, I was waiting for the Russian people to revolt, to uprise against what's happening, and I believe that there are still normal Russians that are not agreeing with the regime and everything else. So I was waiting for this. In Romania, there is a journalist, a well-known journalist, who was asked why he wasn't on the streets when the regime was completely out of mind in the year 89, and he said, well, I couldn't be the first, but I swear to you, if 3 people were on the street, I will be the 4th. So in '89, Romania became unlivable. It was cold, it was dark in the homes because of the lack of electricity. The shelves of the stores were empty. We were doing homework at candlelight. We were eating badly. The security service was everywhere, listening to conversations and on phones and everything. It was really dark. And we were seeing what's happening in Europe, the Velvet Revolution and everything else. And we were waiting for something to happen. And there were elections in '89 and the Congress of the party. And everybody hoped that something will happen. Nothing happened. Ceausescu won by 99%, I believe, in September or October '89. And then in December, a priest, a Magyar priest in Timișoara, was not allowed to have his service in the church because of political reasons. And 200 people got out on the street to protest against this. Next hour, thousands of people were in the street in Timișoara, and then tens of thousands. And the next day, tens of thousands of people were in the street in Bucharest. And I told you this because I really hope that this will be the spark that will
When it
lead to
starts
uprising.
going, it goes.
Yes, I really hope that this will be the spark that will rise the Russian normal, sensible people against the regime. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's very difficult to predict. And who I was talking to yesterday, I think Florian from Switzerland, saying, how did you expect things to go when they went at the end of the 80s? And of course, the answer was no, right? But when things start to go, they really go. Okay, got a lot of people up. Mona Yasdi, go ahead. What's your comment and question on Ukraine and the Russian invasion thereof?
Hi guys. I'm glad that I was given this opportunity to talk about my collection.
Sorry, you're not being given an opportunity to talk about your collection. Sorry about that. We are going to go on to Jim. Hi, Jim.
Yeah, well, very smoothly done, Doman. Extraordinary morning, extraordinary news, and it's all about propaganda, right? It's about scaring us, scaring the allies, and also motivating Russians, because the problem is Ukraine is going to win this, right? The problem for Russia is Ukraine is going to win this because it's citizen soldiers, it's free men and women versus conscripts, slaves, people who don't want to do it, right? Napoleon famously said that morale is to material as 3 is to 1. The will to fight is everything. I mean, most of us have never done it, but the desire to risk your life is critical, right? If you don't want to do it, you're not going to be a very good soldier. It doesn't matter how many laws you pass to mobilize people, to force them to fight. It's just not going to happen. And another piece of news that came out yesterday, I think you probably already discussed it, was that the Russian Duma, the parliament, lower house, passed laws on making illegal criminal offense the refusal to fight, because that's a big problem in Russia at the moment. Conscripts are refusing to fight. People who've signed up for contracts are leaving them. People are signing documents to their senior officers saying, I'm not doing it. We've seen the evidence. We've seen piles of these documents saying, I'm not fighting. I want to go home. That's now a criminal offense punishable up to 10 years in jail. You don't see those documents on the Ukrainian side. Ukraine doesn't need to introduce laws to put people in jail for not wanting to fight, because they do want to fight. And that's why Ukraine will win this. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Couldn't agree more. G. Lawson.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Where to start? I've been listening for a while. Hope everybody's keeping well. Slava Ukraini. So, in 2014, when Putin first attacked Ukraine, what gave him the impression he could do it again on a larger scale and still get his butt kicked, and then threatening the West and Ukraine with nuclear weapons when all his tanks are pretty much patacaked and very artfully displayed around Ukraine's countryside, I must say. I do feel for the Ukraine people. The humanitarian aid is absolutely diabolical from what Russia's done. I've just got so much on my mind with it all. It's trying to get it out in some coherent way. So I do apologize. I just want to thank you guys for kicking up dust and pushing them back. I don't think he's going to win. He may as well give it up instead of doing his whatever he's trying to do. He's such a clown. He just needs to go. We need to push harder. We need to get weapons, and we need to go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, G. Exactly. We need to push harder, give more weapons, especially the stuff that Ukraine desperately needs. On the point of weapons, David.
Yes, good morning to you. Listening to this is quite interesting. I just wanted to make a point, really. I haven't listened to it. I've read a synopsis. I think the interesting point to me is that he's got everyone talking about this, but nothing's changed, has it? Really? So we've already discussed every single one of these options he's got. So to all intents and purposes, he's trying to say, look, I've got 300,000 people more, right? But there's still 300,000 who are pretty fat, pretty unfit, who don't have any equipment, and all the other problems with it. They won't want to be there because, let's face it, no one wants to go and die, as Jim rightly said, right? So all he's done is escalated certain problems, right? He can replace people in. They have a desire to get troops in, so they're not even going to train the people who they've got, but they'll go, but you've already had your training. You can go right now. So really what we're probably going to see is a further increase in the number of people surrendering, or you might just say deserting. It's all a little bit laughable to me. My initial thought was 80 years ago, some speech from Adolf. Would everyone have been hyper-analysing it or anything like that? No, it would have gone on to Pathé News, and everyone in that cinema, and I can't tell you the word I want to use, but they would say, what was all that about? We just need to kill him or kill them, right? So nothing's changed. All we know is what we knew before any of this was they're likely to send some more people, and we, the West, need to send more equipment. We need to stop pussing around. We need to take equipment, tanks especially, and give Ukraine the mechanism to win. Because the main reason it's not going to change on the Russian side, because the Russian side, their problems are systemic. There's a reason why the guys on the ferry go to the same place where they get bombed every single time. There's a reason why they do all these incredibly stupid things. It's because the problem is systemic. It's not changing because they've said, let's time, we're going to send in 300,000 people. None of that's going to change. Problem's still the same. The Ukrainians are on a winning wicket, as it were, and that's the only thing that's changing now is probably the time frame from it. But we, the West, can affect that.
Thank you, David. Hang about, because I want to talk to you about bridges in a little while.
Will do.
Rosalie, as we know, Russians don't seemingly really want to be mobilized. How do we know that? What have you observed very diligently over this past night in Europe?
I'm so sorry, Domin. All I heard you say was my name.
Oh, I thought maybe you can give us an update on the airline ticket prices out of Russia, as well as whatever else you have.
Yeah, so there aren't any that I can see. There were a couple that were popping up, like one to Jakarta and one to Sao Paulo. I mean, that the Sao Paulo one was like 86,000 for 3, and then
$86,000, right? Not 86,000
yes,
rubles.
USD. Yeah.
That sounds like a lot. Was that first class?
No, these were economy.
Ooh, must be really high demand.
The one to Jakarta was similar. I have a thread. It's just like there is one that I saw. If it's still available, it wasn't even elevated. There was a set of tickets to Nairobi. If I was in Moscow, I would take that. They were like 400 a ticket.
Oh,
yeah, like I would be on that like right now.
So I put it up in the nest, Rosalie. The newest thread, and then the older one is linked to that. It's fantastic, isn't it? I'm sure you had something a lot more cogent and important to go ahead with. I'm just so astounded by all the research you've done overnight on this. Carry on, Rosalie. Sorry about that.
I kept meaning to go to bed, and I just observing the Russians responding to this. I really wanted to do, because what they do in these state-controlled channels is they remove dissenting comments. So if you're not watching, you aren't going to see them. And I really wanted to understand if what their frame of mind was like, at least the ones that were in the channels. And there's like a very clear, like, there's people who were like super psyched for mobilization because they think they're going to win now. And then there were people who were like, whether it was grandparents or, people that have somebody who's already missing, who were not feeling so great. And it was really clear that they weren't really welcome to talk. And I'm not the reason that I came in and what I wanted to ask is if you had any information about, so there's the new legislation, so you can't refuse to serve, or you'll go to jail and then you'll go to the war anyways. But did they also make it a crime to surrender? I think that I saw a bill that said that's what they wanted to do. And I wondered if you knew anything about that.
I think it does include it. That was my impression as well. Give me a couple of minutes because I need to dig out stuff from yesterday. But that was certainly my impression as well. And I think that you're right about that. Now, would it actually affect things? I'm not sure, because as we've observed previously, Russians wanted to be kind of seen to have been captured as opposed to outright surrendered. Because otherwise, I mean, depends on how it's enforced, right? There's a difference between is it really telling them fight to the end, even in a completely untenable situation, or right? You see where I'm going with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think it'll I mean, you really can't force somebody to do that. I mean, they choose to do it. I still think we're going to see like the first thing I thought when I saw that 300,000, I was like, they need to do something like for housing, like the number of surrenders that they're going to have, like that could be a humanitarian crisis. So like, just because the numbers of people that they're sending, they're going to be completely untrained and not wanting to fight. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to observe.
Domin, I just sent you a summary. It is now, and it will be on Wednesday.
Thank you, Jim. And that's the Moscow Times, Rosalie, if you want to check it out. On the Moscow Times, it seems to be the top story right now. Now we know what the problems with Moscow Times are. You and I don't need to go into that again. I think we did a thing on it a couple of months ago. But certainly for just reading the laws and reporting on them and translating it into English, I think they're probably reliable enough. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. I don't know if it would go as far as lead to a humanitarian crisis per se, because obviously they won't be all surrendering at once, right? I mean, if they would, that would be interesting. It would be reminiscent of some other stuff that Putin has previously cooked up in Europe. But with the rate that they'll do it at, I think that the Ukrainians will actually manage to figure that one out reasonably well. And honestly, that's probably the best course, right? That's probably the best course of action here for everyone if they do just mass surrender. Maybe that would be the message that would say, "Oh no, this is genuinely untenable for Russia now." Thank you, Rosalie. You should really get some sleep at this point. I mean, you're up really stupidly late.
Yeah, Rosalie is just amazing me. Like, amazes me all the time. Like, how are you functioning at this point, my friend? You should be sleeping. You should be resting. It feels like my shift with Roman is finally like turning to the point of the other part of the ocean. Why, my friend? Go and sleep. We need you rested.
Okay, I will go to sleep. Well, and if this person's listening, I was waiting for somebody to get back from the front line so that I could, actually sleep. And now that they are back, I'm going to go to sleep.
Excellent. Sleep well. We need your reporting on it next time. Oh, apparently the $63,000 one to Jakarta is now sold out. The one that you had in your thread 3 minutes ago. So some lucky guy is going to be going to Jakarta. Let's go to Adrian.
Morning and good night, Rosalie. This with the flights, that all the flights are sold out to Yerevan and to Istanbul. Like they're really in a hurry to leave now that it kind of reaches. They're afraid it's gonna reach them. I wonder what they were waiting for all these months when the images out of Bucha were coming out. And with this, I wanted to transition into Ioana's point about how the Romanian Revolution happened. It essentially took a minor protest against a thing that people didn't. I think many Romanians weren't even aware of this Hungarian priest in Timișoara with a minor protest, and then it just cascaded into a revolution where Ceausescu, literally within less than 7 days, he flew out from the Central Committee building in a helicopter. So things like that can happen. And I guess, this mobilization might spark something like that in Russia. I guess my 2 points are to me, as a society, they're already lost, because even if a protest gets sparked, it wasn't sparked by murder, rape, and torture by their countrymen in a foreign country. And after non-stop calls for genocide from their television every night, it was sparked when their safety was endangered. And also, if it doesn't happen, it also says something. It says that the society itself has zero, not anymore, excuse. And any idiot journalist, I'm sorry, I keep saying this very harshly, I know some of them come here, who says there are good Russians that will la 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 la. I know there are a few academics, some of them come here, they don't matter anymore. Because even if now their society doesn't take down the dictator, that means the society is rotten to the core and has no hope. I already lost my respect for it because it didn't react to a genocide. Maybe they will have a chance if they take him down, but they will have zero chance if nothing will happen after this. That was my very harsh thought and saying that, yeah, we Romanians, I mean, in all that suffering and all that everything, it's a difference because we weren't a colonial empire. We were colonized in a way. We were left with a regime that was put in place by Soviet soldiers after the Second World War, and we just liberated ourselves. Although some Romanians would say about what happened afterwards, that's a whole other 3-hour discussion. So yeah, that's the key difference. The Russian people need to decolonize their minds and actually have some fucking compassion for the people their armies raping and murdering in another country before they have any hope to be called civilized again. Thanks.
See, Adrian, I think that's exactly it, and I think that's exactly where the problem will lie in, right? It's because it's not about Putin. It's not about the one dictator at the top. It's about much more than that. It's a lot more deeply ingrained than just, the one guy and then his system. Because if it gets replaced, it's likely to get replaced by another guy with the same system, and that's really the issue. And I think you've highlighted that well yourself.
Domen, just briefly, I don't want them to take him down, because you know what will happen if they take him down? There are enough flaky politicians in the West to lift sanctions against Russia because they took down Putin, and maybe they retreat. So no way. Let him stay there and let them be defeated if that's what they want. Russia needs the humiliation for the world to be safer long term. What? So we deal with this again in 20 years? No way. No way in hell.
I completely agree, Adrian. And many others, I think, do as well. Thank you, Adrian. Nina.
Hi, Domen. Are you feeling a little bit better today?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Nina.
I am
Go
glad
ahead.
to hear. Glad to hear. Adrian, you nailed the whole thing. Let's hope that Putin stays in power, because the sanctions cannot be lifted. I hope not until they have paid for all their war crimes, and all the Ukrainians who are kidnapped to Russia are back. We can't let anybody get what is the word? Domin, help me.
Say it in Swedish, and then John will help you.
Well, there's sometimes it's really difficult for me to get out the English words, but never mind. Anyway, Adrian, he said it all, but I want to just say one point. We know, Pekka Toveri knows, as he was here last night saying this thing about, we talked about this thing, and this is just like Putin's this word again, what he's doing usually. So I wonder what Olaf Scholz will think about this, when he's so sensitive to all these escalation things. Now Russia is quote unquote escalating. So is he now going to wake up, or no?
Actually, I think this is leading to some changes. I think if you listen to I didn't listen to them. I read the abbreviated transcripts of it. I didn't have time to listen to everything. From speeches from Macron and the likes last night, and I mean Liz Truss was making some comments as well. I think they were meeting actually. Maybe they were making comments together. It seems like there is an additional kind of revival and galvanization of interest in providing more of the good stuff to Ukraine, military-wise, and I think that's going to really backfire for Russia. I'll briefly, before I go on to John, I'll briefly read out something that somebody sent me. I think it's really good. A new PSYOP's greeting to the new Russian recruits entering Ukraine. You are here because your professional army, including your best of the best, lay dead in refrigerated trains and awaiting collection. Good luck. You're better off surrendering to the nearest Ukrainian unit if you want to live. And I think that's exactly right. right? They started off with this, actual professional army, actual full-time army, and they couldn't do much. Now they're facing off against a far better equipped, a far better trained Ukrainian military, which is likely to be getting ever more stuff now from the West, the collective West, than it did before, even because of this mobilization decree. It's not going to end up very well for them, and I think this is really what underscores it. Nina?
Yes, sorry. And I wanted to say that Pekka Toveri, I didn't have my coffee yet. This is the problem. I need to have my coffee. Pekka Toveri also talked about this, I think, and somebody else mentioned, and he mentioned it today, that if the Russians want to like surrender when they go to Ukraine and maybe go on the Ukraine side, would that be an option?
I think it will be difficult to do that because it's very difficult often to integrate people that you can't be 100% sure about into your military. But I mean, if he says it, then I'm sure it's more possible than I think it is. I will defer to Pekka Toveri on all assessments military. That's just my rule. Anybody who's missed it, the second tweet from the left in the nest includes that. And just check that out, and you can listen to our discussion with Pekka last night. Verlaine, are you trying to say you have thoughts on this?
I would like to clarify, Nina. Can you elaborate? He was saying that we should try to persuade Russians to come to our side. Is that right? Because I was partially listening. I was partially a little bit occupied. Can you elaborate, please? What was the idea?
Verlaine, the idea was that maybe it's a really bad idea, but if the Russians doesn't want to, if one Russian person comes and I don't want to fight against you because I actually like you, can I fight with you? That was my thought, but maybe it's like so far out. Verlaine.
Okay, I got you. Sorry, here's the thing. We do have like a landline for people who would like to surrender, and we are trying to share and spread it as much as possible. So if Russians want to surrender, they're welcome. Just like send us a message or call us, and they're gonna try to. Actually, there were a couple of very successful upper missions and operations conducted by soldiers on their own. Like they oh god, I don't remember. So somewhere in the Luhansk region or Oblast, as you might know it, was a YouTube influencer who was within the AFU, Armed Forces of Ukraine. And he made a video asking and explaining to Russians that this is a senseless war, and if they were actually dragged, even though it's a gamble, they should reach out to him, and he's gonna send them like a list of requirements and what should be done to successful surrender, so no one is actually being killed or harmed. So it was like a fast video. Then the second one was the actual process of how that surrender went. And obviously, for some people, it first looked very like, let's say, harsh, because obviously everyone was just aware of the risk. So the guys were making sure that they will be safe and sound while making sure that the others will be detained properly. So it might look a little bit like, sketchy, but in the end of the day, everyone was safe, and there are mechanisms for Russians to safely surrender, but they are very complicated. And to begin with, they have to understand that if they're being sent as cannon fodder to Ukraine, they should think in advance whether they are going to surrender right away, or whether they are gonna be, oh, like, I'm gonna try, maybe we're gonna win, and if nothing happens, we're just gonna, kill more Ukrainians, and then we don't have to surrender. If that's their mindset, then, well, unfortunately, no one will buy this. Yes. So I think that people who really wanted to be on Ukrainian side, in terms of Russians, they have either tried every possible way to already come to our side, or doing everything like behind the curtains. But people who are Russians who have their, I think, battalion, or I don't know, the tactical group. There are Russians who are on Ukrainian side fighting for the Russian freedoms. I don't remember the actual designation, but anyways, those guys know that they are there. They've been in Ukraine. They've been fighting for Ukraine and for Russia, because from the beginning they felt that this is like wrong from all the perspectives. Whoever is pacifistic and is in Russia, which if they had been pacifistic, to be honest, they would have already like cooped or rebelled or whatever. So at this point, honestly, insincerely, placing a hand on my heart, and I don't know why, but I'm doing this. I don't see the scenario when Ukraine will just invite and greet Russians who are coming from this modern Russia with an open arms, saying it's like, oh, we've been waiting for your reinforcements for such a long time. You've been like your government and everyone else have been killing us for half a year, but actually for 9 years. We've been waiting so long for you to come and help us to defend ourselves. I don't see this happening. There have been so many. Adrian had actually sent me something yesterday about red lines. So many red lines have already been crossed that not in this life, not in other life, I don't see a scenario when there's gonna be like a full acceptance of Russians just switching the sides because they felt it morally wrong right away. That's gonna be either a really long process of redemption, and even at that point, the people who are going to be coming from Russia right away, if they're going to be some, maybe there's going to be someone, I don't want to speculate. I see no scenario that they're going to be allowed to even join Ukrainians right away. And the trust, this kind of trust can't be built. I mean, we've lost trust in Russians. I apologize. Like 99% of Russians right away can't be trusted. That's how it is.
Thank you, Verlaine. And Domin, if you may follow up to Verlaine. I don't know, this was like a completely illusionary thinking of me, because I know that I will never trust a Russian anymore, and I don't want them in my country either. And I don't see any change in my lifetime or even in my children's lifetime. This trust doesn't exist because they are lied to, and they are learned to be lying to each other and everybody from their birth. So yes, Verlaine, I understand this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina. Then John.
Yes, good morning, everyone, or not good morning, good day, I should say. So this thing in Moscow now, or in Russia now, with a partial mobilization. So I used to work towards the Russian market, so I know some people there. I had some contact initially with them, but broke it some time because I couldn't stand it. But today I contacted two of them, and just wrote very short message saying that we saw the speech, what's going on. One responded with one sentence: I'm not going to fucking fight. I'm not going to fight for fucking Putin, never. The other one responded he was not selected, but he was in the group to be selected, and he was very scared. I mean, this is 100% hit rate, but selection is very low, of course, too. People are scared, and this will have. I think it will have an impact. Things will happen, and whether that takes down the regime or not, I don't care. As was said here, but nothing good will come out of it in Moscow when people start getting drafted and forced. This will explode, I think.
And so, then, John, let us characterize this, right? These guys
Yeah.
are in, I'm guessing, relatively well-paid jobs, high-trained jobs. They're living generally a pretty comfortable life, one presumes.
Yeah, I mean, one of the guys, last time I met him, he just put in an order for BMW X3. I don't know if he ever got it, but now there's no spare parts for it. But anyway, yeah, so these guys are well off. But both of them worked for the same companies I worked for at the time, which withdraw from Russia. So I don't know how they are doing now, actually, to be honest, financially. But they are kind of the upper middle class, at least.
Yeah. So this is the one set of people that's kind of important politically in Russia, right? That isn't oligarchs and isn't Putin and isn't the key apparatchiks. This is the one sort of set of people with some political power, and that's why it's good to keep attention to them. Also because they tend to be concentrated in cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg, where protests actually don't go unnoticed. And if there is bigger, discontent among this set of people, this is why what we kept saying during the visa ban discussion. Now, this might actually be quite significant. Thank you, John. Thanks for that little bit of an insight. Now, they don't have to be the reasons why they're saying this don't have to be the most pure of reasons. The most pure of reasons would be we don't want to go commit genocide. But there's enough people who simply say, I just don't want to go for whatever reason. There's enough discontent built from that could actually conceivably have some sort of an effect as well. And that's good, and that's worthwhile.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, John.
At this point, it doesn't matter as long as it stops what's going on. It doesn't matter what stops it. It would be good if it's for the moral reason, but if it's not, doesn't matter at this point. It just has to stop.
Precisely. Jim.
Yes, thank you. We were talking earlier about the new law introduced yesterday by the Russian Parliament, which is yet to be ratified, but likely will be, making surrender an offence, punishable up to 10 years in jail. And that would include any Russians surrendering to Ukrainians and then returning to Russia at a later date. They could then be prosecuted and sentenced to 10 years in jail. And what does that mean for morale, right? Firstly, where is morale right now? Clearly at rock bottom. We know that from all the surrenders that have happened. And what will that do for the conscripts that are about to be mobilized? That they know, I mean, everyone, all soldiers understand that if everything gets really, really bad, you have the option of surrendering, hopefully, to a humanitarian enemy like Ukrainians are. And we've talked about how Ukrainians have been and are encouraging Russians to surrender. So for Putin to introduce a law that makes it punishable by 10 years in jail, worse than rape, worse than murder sometimes in Russia, that shows how disastrous their morale situation is at. And it goes back to Stalin. Stalin created a similar order in August of 1941. He'd seen his armies routed across Belarus, across Ukraine, and already the Army Group North was advancing on Moscow. It was about the same time as Kiev was surrounded, by the way, and he was terrified of losing Kiev. So he introduced the same order. Anyone who surrenders will be prosecuted and jailed, and they were. So this is Stalin's gulags. Putin is desperate, and we should take it as a sign that his system is collapsing. Thank you.
It's desperate measures by a desperate regime that's being outflanked by those that supported the regime for so long. And this is really what's worth highlighting here, right? Chris, I think we're back to you, and we're back to motivations.
Yeah, I think Den John's. I put it. Forgive me if I got it wrong, but that short story about those two guys he knows in Moscow is perfect. Can you imagine that? You're someone who's upper middle class, prosperous, did service a significant numbers of years ago. You're about to order a BMW Z5, and you've just been told that your whole life is now over. How possibly, and this is going to be repeated all over Russia in varying degrees, and how can they possibly think these people are going to A, turn up and do it, or be motivated? And I think it's a really interesting piece, Dominic. I don't know if you listened to Mark Galliotti in Moscow Shadows, but he talked about this a couple of days ago about the balance that the Moscow and Putin had to achieve between military effectiveness of those who they conscript and look to mobilize, and the political sensitivity, and the reality being that they really need the reservists with VDB, naval infantry experience, and they predominantly are ethnic Russians in St. Petersburg and Moscow. It was Mark's analysis. But the political sensitivity of mobilizing them, who would have a greater effect on the battlefield in theory, is difficult, because that will strike at the center of the power base, or they continue mobilizing reservists and conscripts who have experience, but from lesser important towns and cities who have less political impact when this goes wrong. This is an absolute. This is going to be really interesting, I think, Dolman, and how this plays out, because they're potentially who they choose and how effective they will be, and how that is managed sensitivity in terms of the political impact. It's a really delicate balance, and I'm not sure if they've got that touch anymore, and it could tip over. But I guess we'll see.
I think you're on point there, Chris. I think it'll be very difficult because, the low-hanging fruit, they've already picked. They already went and got everyone they could from Tuva and Buryatia and wherever else in Dagestan. How many more are left there? Not that many. At some point, you need to go. You need to go getting ones from, at least more from Tatarstan and more from Yekaterinburg, and eventually, yes, then John's acquaintances from the big cities. And at that point, the cat is out of the bag. They said 3 days, a 3-day special operation. Now is it day 210? I think. Was that 70 special operations later? What do they have to go in for? It's been an absolute disaster, an unmitigated disaster. All the mill bloggers, Strelkov and the like, have been arguing, we need mobilization. Let's throw more people at the problem that we ourselves have started, and somehow that's gonna help. No, of course not. They couldn't do it with their actually trained professional army. They're definitely not going to be able to do it with this ragtag bunch of people. All that they're doing is they're causing more destruction. They're causing more death. They're causing more torture to happen. That's all that this is going to lead to. Let's see how long it will still take. But hopefully, this is where I'm hopeful. This is going to lead to response from various Western governments to provide more and more quickly, because that's what's necessary. At the end of the day, that's what's going to fix it. Canberra.
So one of the things I was looking out for has just become apparent. Chinese Foreign Ministry just held one of their press briefings, and so how these things occur is, the press are basically given a brief of what questions to ask, and the Foreign Ministry spokesman always answers them in a very calm and, scripted manner. The first thing I wanted to notice is Global Times, which is their outward-facing press agency, a news outlet for China, broadcasting to the world. They've had pinned on their on the top of their Twitter for more than 6 days now, Xi's visit to Kazakhstan. and I'll point to the importance of that more in a minute after I go through what this foreign ministry spokesman has said. So, they basically said, the same stuff about, every country has reasonable security concerns that should be valued, blah, blah, blah. But then they got the question, and the most important thing is that the question was asked. In response to the upcoming referendums in 4 regions, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said China's stance on the Ukraine issue is consistent, insisting that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be respected and that the UN Charter and principles should be followed. So clearly when there was that conference between Xi and Putin and Modi on the weekend, and Putin publicly came out and said, we understand your concerns, they were clearly the concerns, that clearly this plan had been laid out to Xi, and he said, referendum's my ass, if you do that, we're going to give you a public whack. And I would imagine, and so we've seen those 2 things occur. One is this playing up of Xi's visit to Kazakhstan, and they're guaranteeing, offering essentially security guarantees to Kazakhstan, and them pointing to, these mock referendums being used to erode sovereignty, which of course China would absolutely hate, because that's the sort of thing that stunt the US could easily pull, or Taiwan themselves could pull, to inflame matters between themselves and China, and then try and involve the US. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out is that the Armenian Central Bank released a statement saying that the Armenian banks weren't mandated to deal with the MIR payment system, and immediately one of the 2 large banks in Armenia stopped dealing with the MIR payment system. So that's this non-SWIFT payment system that Russia's been trying to cobble together a handful of nations, and that's shortly after a bunch of Turkish banks have also stopped dealing with this system. So I think you're starting to see that although Russia thinks they can say anything and they can get away with it because they're graded on a curve compared to the US in terms of foreign policy, I think you're starting to see that the vague connections they did have in the East with some of these authoritarian and semi-authoritarian regimes is starting to break down when they realise that these guys are absolutely nuts. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. Yeah, even those would-be allies they thought they had, they don't have. Nobody wants to play with that. Definitely not. They're not interested in this, right? When your payment system isn't accepted in Turkey, fine. Turkey's kind of on the fence when it's not accepted in Armenia anymore. I think you're definitely messed up. Okay, we have Minas and then George and then Nina. Minas, go ahead.
Thank you, Doman. Thank you. Very good morning. I'm here in America, Mexico, most of all. And most of all, Doman, thank you so much for being up in the air, and for my favorite human being in this whole goddamn year is Verlaine. It's so good to hear you once again. I mean it. This is so cool to hear you guys once again. And most of all my heart and all my best wishes to Verlaine, who has been enduring some pretty darned awkward things all over this special operation months. And yeah, well, I would just like to, if I may, I would just like to say, good morning, Ukraine! I love you guys. I love you all. You're doing the best human activity possible in this world. And according to, as per Putin said just a short 3 hours ago, that he was just planning, he ordered I mean, there's no way I cannot laugh. There's no way anyone cannot laugh about this partial mobilization for some kind of special operation. He meant to free Ukrainians, to keep them free, and now he wants to keep Ukrainians, to keep them free from the even more Ukrainians, in order for them to go back to Russia. I mean, God, there's only so many stages of stupidity, including those, but not limited to, such a demagogue speech, which was completely nonsense, useless, and obviously ridiculous. I mean, what's he gonna send into Ukraine? Who the hell is he really ordering that to? I mean, are we talking about Russians, Ukrainians? As pardon my language and my bad memory, but you already said that training a soldier is not a matter of weeks. It's a matter of almost half a year. And it's not a matter of what they can do, is what they can do wrong. And what Ukrainians have taught us all, is that there is no way you can mess with motherfucking Ukraine. I love you guys. I'm still here.
Thank you, Minas.
Yep.
Thank you for all your words. Thank you very much.
Verlaine, you're my bestest human being on this earth.
Thank you, Minas. George.
Hey, good morning, Thoman, or good day. Oh my God, it's actually 1 o'clock. I lost track of time here. Anyway, so Putler has pronounced
his nonsense.
His nonsense, yes. His somewhat mobilization, 300,000 soldiers. I want people to direct their attention for a little while, just bear with me for a little bit, to what is going on in Iran right now. This may have some significance on the situation in Ukraine, in maybe a roundabout way. You can see now their police forces are getting absolutely ambushed by young men who have stepped up to the plate to finally reject the fascist, the Islamic fascist society that the mullahs have put all the women in Iran under. It's absolutely barbaric what they can do to them with no repercussions. And the young men in Iran, from what we've seen from the videos, are stepping to the plate. And it's starting to get out of hand in some of those areas in Iran. And hopefully these videos have made their way to the Russians, because maybe they can take up, a blueprint, an idea that
on how to take to the streets.
Yes, not only how to take to the streets, but how to smash the living crap out of those Rosguardia bastards that walk around beating people in the legs and stuff like that. If you mash a couple of their heads into the cement, I know this is the graphic, but let me tell you, the other ones start to run. And that would be the end of Putler and all those fat bastards in the Duma and all those racist genocidal maniacs. So hopefully tonight, I think at 9 o'clock tonight, Moscow time, there has been calls for demonstrations in the street, and hopefully the Rosguardia will do something outlandish and the population will react. I know some people are reacting with their literal feet and money. The last report I saw was a ticket that used to cost $150 from Moscow to Istanbul is now selling at $1,500 because most of them are sold out. So
Oh,
the
it's
people that
way,
can.
way more George now. By now, it's way.
Oh
way
yeah,
more.
yeah. It's probably 3 arms and 2 legs that they're asking for the price, and people, the people with the means, obviously the ones that wouldn't even be drafted, which is the funny. This is the funny part. The people that wouldn't even be drafted are the ones hightailing it out of there. But I was going to ask you, Doman. I mean, do you think there's a possibility that the Russians, as dumb as they are, might take a page out of what's going on in Iran and realize that, enough's enough. The mullahs have been in power for, I don't know, Jesus Christ, since
43 years.
Yeah, 43 years. They've had Putler there for over 20. How much more can they take of living, this decrepit third world lifestyle? I mean, hopefully they wake the hell up. I don't know. What's your opinion?
So the problem is, this isn't about the regime. This is about the underpinnings of the regime. And they're a lot more difficult to be gotten rid of, because this goes down to very basic levels of culture. And that's really the problem here. This isn't about, get rid of Putin and everything's fine. No, of course not. George, you know this well. This is about the beliefs that underpin society to a great degree, right? So it's very difficult for that to be gotten rid of by protest. It requires a whole lot more than that. But what protest might be able to achieve, I don't know if you heard earlier, but then John was recounting some notes from some of his old acquaintances, who until now weren't exactly up to be called up, but now they are, and they're none too happy about it. They're not exactly willful, willing volunteers. Far from it. They're completely disinterested in going to the front and going to war. And if among that set of people there's more of greater disinterest, perhaps, maybe we can actually get to a little bit of a difference. Okay,
Yeah,
I see that.
If they can
Go
get
ahead,
rid of
George.
the Duma guys, at least.
Maybe, but it'll take a whole lot more than that as well, I think, because who's likely to replace them? It's going to be more. It's going to be more people who will look for people to fault with him. Okay, I now have finance and match up as well, which is fantastic. Let's run through the hands we have up. Let's go to Nina, to Ollie, and to Jim, and then John, and then maybe we can have a little bit of a different panel discussion with match and finance as well. Nina, what's going on at the Russian-Finnish border?
Well, I am really multitasking, and I didn't do this before, but I am listening with my left ear on you, and then on reading with my left ear news. And I saw that there is a huge traffic jam on the border from Russia to Finland, and it looks like it's a mess and a complete mess. And I have tagged some people there in this to
So Russians are trying to get out of Russia, trying to get into
Yes.
Finland, and now
Yes.
there's a very, very long queue at the border. They're
Yes.
not just by plane, they're trying the last open border, somewhat open, theoretically open border there.
Yes, and I see them. The car doors are open, and they are walking impatiently outside, and nothing is happening. It's not moving. The line is not moving at all. But I had a question for Canberra, because I heard
I think Canberra's gone.
Oh, okay, but maybe you can, Domen, answer this, because I heard it only with a quarter of my left eye.
Go for it.
Eye. my
Yeah,
eyes
when
are-
you're listening with your eyes, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Now I understand why you didn't quite understand it earlier. Anyway. Go for it, and I'll try to answer.
Too much coffee now. At this point, I think I'm going really fast. Yes, about this. Did China say something about Putin's what Putin has been doing now?
Canberra, what did China say?
So basically, they said, take your referendums and shove them up your ass, in a very polite diplomatic speak. So I will retweet the Global Times comment, because you need to see the how they frame it. But the thing is that they specifically, I was explaining that they have these press conferences that they publish to the West. You know, I don't think they're seen in China, where a foreign ministry spokesman gets up there and answers questions from supposedly a press conference. But of course, you know, all of the questions are pre-scripted and everything approved. So the question was asked, you know, what's the foreign ministry's view on these referendums? And the foreign minister's response, or foreign ministry spokesperson's response, was basically every nation's sovereignty deserves to be respected, and the UN Charter must be followed in all of these events, which is basically saying you can't just go in there, take a chunk of a nation, and set up a sham referendum, because of course, you know, China's very worried that sort of stunt could get pulled on them. And in addition, China has been playing up this visit by Xi to Kazakhstan, where they're essentially giving security guarantees to Kazakhstan that they won't become a victim of Russia's hegemony. You know, when they had that conference on the weekend, clearly what was going on there was a communication of Putin's plans to China, and China saying back to him, well, we don't like those plans, you know, come up with a different strategy. But Russia, of course, has gone ahead and done it anyway. And I think that's going to really piss the Chinese off, that he's done it despite them saying, no, we don't like that plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. So, you know, in other words, basically, China isn't any too happy for Russia to be running those referenda, and yeah. We have a bunch of hands. Let's please power through them, because I don't want to keep people constantly waiting for half an hour. Ollie.
Oh, thank you, Doman. Good morning. I hope all of you are fine. And I think there was someone before me, but I missed that. But
No,
I'll be
it's
very
you.
fast.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks then. I'll be very fast. I realized in the morning they were talking about airframes and A-10s, but one particular thing has been out of the talk. No one has really said anything about it. That is Apaches and Eurocopters, those attack helicopters who can, they basically can have what's the name of that missile? The Hellfires that can do a lot of damage on the battlefield, but no one is really talking about them. Are they too complex for the Ukrainians?
No, it's not about complex. It's about being less useful compared to the other stuff that Ukraine actually really needs now. So Ukraine would just benefit a lot more from getting fixed-wing aircraft, modern fixed-wing aircraft, for like F-16s and stuff like that. That would just be a lot more useful to Ukraine than more rotary wing stuff. The rotary wing assets that they do have, including attack helicopters, are doing relatively well, but they're limited because they're much more they're much more at risk of manpads and other such anti-air systems, and that's just why they're just not prioritized. They, you know, later on maybe, but they're just not a priority. That's why they're not talked about. Excellent. Thank you, Ollie. Jim.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. We shouldn't be worried, right? Putin's losing this. Mobilization is a desperate hand, and to finance, he's going all in on a pair of twos, right? Thanks.
Precisely. That's exactly what it is, Jim. Then John.
Yeah, answer to Jim. We are not worried at all. We are applauding this. And also what I wanted to say, why I raised my hand, was that I don't agree to this, that an uprising won't have an effect because there will be someone else even worse than Putin. The thing is that whoever is rising up now will not tolerate another one doing the same thing. I mean, that's the thing. They don't want to go to war. These people, the privileged ones, they would not want to go to war with a new leader. So all this is good. If they take Putin down, then it's game over for Russia as we know it.
Precisely. It's kind of, you know, they had a bunch of bad choices and they possibly made the worst one of the bad choices, and that's why they went through with this. Thank you, Denjon. Okay, I see I have Maciej and I have CJ. I will first go to CJ to update us on what went boom, because I think Maciej is prone to want to incorporate that into his own notes in a bit. So CJ.
Well, in terms of new explosions, Doman, I'm not tracking any strikes other than about 12 to 14 hours ago in Chernobyivka, which is pretty much routine at this point. I was just going to comment that
it's number 50, CJ. That's a big deal.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, then I guess happy anniversary then. Well, in any case, I do think it will change the situation of the war, because it means, this isn't really a joke, that Ukraine will need much more ammo in terms of artillery, small arms, and everything. Because, even if these troops are coming in and they have, almost no training, because again, we have to remember all of the instructors for the Russian military system are fighting in Ukraine and dying in Ukraine, right? So they have no way to train new people easily. So who knows how that's going to work. So assuming people that are armed are going to be showing up in Ukraine in larger numbers, it means they need a lot more artillery ammo to deal with that. And also it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to tell, for example, if they see 300,000 Russians on the other side of the line, where the best units are, where the main effort is. It's going to kind of cloud the judgment, or at least increase the fog of war slightly. Is it going to help them win? No, it's going to help them lose a lot quicker, but it's just going to make things a little bit more complicated along the way. But the ammunition is the biggest part that needs to be increased, including ATACMS and many more things in order to deal with this effectively.
Thank you, CJ. And hopefully this is what this will poke and prod various Western governments to give exactly more of, right? Russia decided to go all in. Hopefully, the West decides now to say, yeah, actually, those tanks might be an excellent idea to be given now, and attackers and the like. Maciej, welcome.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, I'm actually in the shop, so I'll try to be brief. So for me, the interesting dynamic with China is that basically what happened in the last weeks, from my perspective, is that Russia did accept the junior partner status in this relationship, which is like geopolitically in terms of quite.
Maciej, we're losing you. I think you have a bad reception in the shop. Yeah, we're definitely, Maciej, we're losing you. We can't hear you very well. I'm sorry. Jump up when you're maybe in not in the shopping center. I suspect it's a shopping center, because this doesn't sound like a small store. Because you're coming through incredibly broken. I'm sorry. Finance?
Hey, I have an industrial question that actually points at CJ. So, along with Putin's possible semi or total mobilization that he appears to have offered, that has flipped out lots of people, but may be logistically impossible. He's also suggested nationalizing industries, which is just, well, laughable, because A, he already has all his cronies running the industries, and B, I don't understand how the problem of their industry isn't their guys are making too much money, and it's not like the Russian government is particularly efficient or uncorrupt, but regardless of who owns, like, the Russian train company, that doesn't make them make ball bearings in Russia. Like, that doesn't randomly magically have them create a ball bearing factory that makes high quality industrial ball bearings that get tested and will work for a train. Now, the question for CJ is this: we're going to move this question over to directly to the military industrial complex, which Russia had been able to keep up and running until now, though at what efficiency had always been questioned, because a massive percentage of their imports had always gone to were always machine tools that went into military industrial factories. I'm hearing pretty low numbers for how many artillery shells Russia can make per month. So sort of my question for CJ as a artillery officer is, what's our current open guess for how much they can make a month, and what is the sources of people reporting on that as far as how much, sort of artillery shells, because they are able to make this stuff that's like 40 plus years of level old, and they used to have a lot of it. So at some point they made a bunch. So how much can they make, and sort of how do we know that they can only make that much, or reasonably guess they can only make that much?
And we lost CJ. Yeah, he's probably driving behind the HIMARS. Okay, I think
he's
he
probably
heard you.
driving the HIMARS. He's probably just like laughing and driving a HIMARS, and I can just wait till he gets back, and we can move on to the next question.
No. He's tube artillery, not rocket artillery. He would be driving the HIMARS, definitely.
I mean, if you're an officer and you have access to drive a HIMARS, wouldn't you, give yourself a little fun time?
I think the driving is just like driving a truck, because that's what it is. It's a truck. I don't know. Maybe. Let's ask him when he comes back. Rika.
Hello. So as the connections are so bad, so I thought I could say something about China. So
before you go into it, Rika, sorry, can I just say, before you go into that, I think it's good to note what Canberra noted, but let's all collectively please not overblow the China aspect of things. What the Chinese foreign ministry said is very much in line with what China has been messaging for the past 2 or 3 weeks. So it's not really news, it's just solidifying the position where they're a bit like, Russia, we don't really actually support you doing all this silly stuff. So I don't want to spend too much energy on China saying as though this is something new. And I know you understand this, but I'm contextualizing for people who don't understand, the Chinese aspect of things as well as you do, Rika, to just kind of understand that this isn't a seismic shift now. This is just following with the previous shift. Is that right, Rika?
Yes, it is very right. It is just that also in this space, as in many other spaces, so China has been put for weeks or months to the position where it actually has never been. And that should be like cleared, because it froze, for example, Belarusian and Russian loans already in the beginning of March via Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank.
Exactly.
So it has been working side by side with the West against Russia for many months already.
Exactly, precisely. Exactly, Rika. That's exactly the correct perspective here, right? There's a separation of kind of their bigger geopolitical aspect of things and also the economic aspect of things, but also they're only kind of supporting Russia in everything, and they're not supporting Russia in everything, because if China were actually supporting Russia, it would look a lot different. And they're not very happy with Russia going on this. I think they would probably find where this, like Russia probably sold it to them initially, a 3-day special operation. They'd probably be fine with that, right? But 70 special operations later, they don't want this. It's bad for them. It introduces friction, as finance would say, in a whole lot of places, right? It makes it difficult for them to run their economy, especially with all these lockdowns on top of that. It makes it difficult for them to pursue their actual geopolitical foreign policy initiatives. It just makes life really difficult for them. They're not happy with this. Russia's not worth it for them.
How do you make that sound so naughty?
Russia is actually quite small economy if one compares it to the biggest ones. So it's pretty funny how people have been afraid of Russia for many decades, because there has been no reason for it, at least for 10 years. It has been growing smaller, and China, India, many others have been coming bigger, also some Western nations. So, but Putin has his problem. When he is out, Russia may have a new possibility to start over. And that is what quite many in this space, I think, are hoping for now.
Maybe we'll see how it goes. Lunchtime, I added you and then you dropped off immediately. I think you have a technical issue on your end, such as an overfilled cache. That's usually what happens when I see this. Finance, what did I make sound naughty? I didn't make anything sound naughty. the slightest. I mean, unless it made Russia sound naughty, because they've been very.
You said I always talk about adding friction to things. That sounds very
Oh
naughty.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's the
I can
opposite
even
of-
hear you starting to laugh, Doman. I can hear you starting to laugh. Just saying. Just saying. You know how fun it is to add some friction. Don't lie.
So finance. Talk about. Explain to people what when you say friction. What do you mean when you say friction in an economic sense?
Sir, this is a family channel.
Goodness. Well, finance. If you're not going to explain it, I will. And that's it.
I mean, I would like to point out, everybody, that I was told that I use too much naughty language. So explaining what I think about friction is no longer appropriate for the channel. But let's say it's a lot of fun. In an economic sense, it's a lot less fun unless perhaps you're a corrupt middleman. And then you're the one providing the friction, and then it's lots of fun. Friction in an economic sense is kind of like friction in a physics sense, which is it is something, in physics, friction is when two surfaces rub against each other, they create heat. If you want stuff to move nicely, you want to reduce friction as much as possible, so stuff slides
waste energy
beautifully. Right, you're wasting energy. Thank you. Right, this is why you oil an engine. Otherwise, the friction causes everything to break. In a financial system, you want to reduce. Increasing friction means that to get a deal done, let's say you want to set up a nice restaurant. If you're in India, where they have what they call the red tape Raj, yes, it's as bad as it sounds. They have a lot of friction to open any kind of business, including your basic local restaurant, where you have to go fill out like 40 or 50 different forms that might have 40 or 50 different inspections and 40 or 50 different people checking out your possible restaurant. But also, the more red tape you have, that's a lot of friction to set something up. And every single point of friction is a point of possible bribery. So increasing friction in an economy, especially one that is already notoriously corrupt and bribe heavy, shall we say, basically just means it's going to be, politely put, problematic.
Good, John?
Yeah, I must say I'm a little bit disappointed of what the finance is saying. I mean, he just passed the lowest hanging fruit in history. How do you reduce friction, finance?
Digitization.
Ball bearings.
I mean, you said it, not me, sir. No problem. Turns out that if you want to reduce friction in the Russian train economy, you need the Swedish ball bearings. Russians just can't do that on their own.
That's more like it.
Thank you, finance. Thank you, then John. No, you're right, of course, and this is what makes things roll on much more smoothly. But that's one of those things that Russia is very much lacking. So, finance nationalization. Why did you want to talk about nationalization in the first place? What bit of news spurred you in that direction?
So apparently Russia is discussing nationalizing industries and new rules requiring industry to take government contracts no matter what during the war, which quite frankly will probably just lead to Putin cronies stealing even more industries, or the new cronies stealing the out of favor cronies industries or businesses, etc. So that is what spurred me to bring up nationalization. However, as Denjon so correctly pointed out, it doesn't particularly matter who owns the factory. It's not going to generate the ability for them to magically start making industrial ball bearings when you need to get them from the Swedish. The Swedish have excellent ball bearings for you to buy and use and put inside your trains. Oh man, this sounds terrible. I'm getting fired again. All right. So besides getting fired from my job as the head of appropriateness on this channel, no, but in seriousness, it doesn't matter who owns the factory, which Putin crony it is. It doesn't make them make high-end machine tools any better. So if they can't import it from the West, if they're not set up to have their assembly lines work on the much crappier stuff you get out of China, South Korea is not going to help them. Japan's not going to help them on this. So if they can't get it, then they're hosed. And it doesn't, and all they're doing is reshuffling the deck chairs at the top. You can play Kremlinology on who owns who. I don't really care on that. This just leads us back to the proper way to shut down their economy is to control and stop the import of high-end industrial products into Russia, because that has ground them to a pretty nasty halt. And we're talking about the economic equivalent of what the military guys say happens if you try to mobilize when you have no officers and no weapons for people. Like, yay, you have 100,000 guys to go run in the old Soviet fashion of when the man with the gun dies, the man without the gun picks up the gun and shoots. If you're taking that up against a bunch of highly motivated Ukrainians with HIMARS or even some of these Mad Max vehicles they're running around with that have 50 cals on the back, you're not going to go very far. Like, it's not a good look. Because quite frankly, I don't even know if the Russian industry can pump out technicals at this point. Like, I don't know if they have enough industrial parts, components, and wherewithal to have a assembly line that just pumps out Humvees with machine guns on the back, let alone like a grenade launcher or something. Like, I don't know if they have the capability of doing that at scale right now. And I am skeptical that they do, and that's nuts.
Finance, what does the number 300,000 mean to you?
What should it mean to me, Doman?
Well, that's apparently the number that Russians are intending to mobilize, right? 300,000. Do you know what else? And this is due to excellent work by Alexei Reznikov, the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. Do you know what else?
Average out their weight and then like the number of them that will? I'm just trying to figure out how much fertilizer Ukraine's going to get.
No,
for their black soil out of this.
it's even much more interesting still. Do you know why it's 300,000? Check out the nest. It's 300,000 recruits because the Moskvich car production plant in Moscow can produce 300,000 cars a year.
All right. Where do we get the 300,000 number? I don't actually believe they can produce 300,000 cars a year.
Well, I mean, they say they can, right? They also say they can mobilize 300,000 people. So,
yeah, they can produce 300,000 cars a year. Like I can make $300,000 an hour.
I mean, anything is possible. Verlaine?
Yeah, that was an excellent, actually, point. I think we've been seeing this report about 300,000 of most rich cars all over Ukrainian Twitter sphere, or Twitterverse. But anyways, I think someone in Russia did the full research on that statement / order, and there's like Article 7, which is classified or partially classified. I think right now it's declassified, which states that the numbers of the actual mobilized are to be determined. So 300,000, as I kind of assumed, is a rough estimate, which they will probably do like multiply 5 times, 7 times. I doubt that the people will actually go. They'd rather be, like if they have the brains, which I doubt, they'd rather be imprisoned.
Someone was explaining yesterday that the way this is likely to go is people are either going to go to fight or they're going to get imprisoned, then recruited from prison and then go fight. That either way the outcome might be the same. No, of course that's not how it's going to work, right? But there were some more humorous notes in that direction because of how Russia has been recruiting people. I mean, it's astounding, but at the same time, as many have said, it's very unlikely to actually fundamentally change things. And it's very unlikely to fundamentally change things because they don't actually have the capacity to they don't actually have the capacity to train and equip and form the groupings with all of these newly mobilized people. Perlene?
Yeah, so bear with me. I'm gonna do it fast, but in a very structured manner. Obviously, they're gonna try to mobilize the reserves, which is gonna be like operational reserve wave 1, 2, 3, and 4, whatever. The winter is coming. They don't have the equipment and logistics for the troop they have. Obviously, they won't have the logistics for the troop that they're mobilizing. Morale will be really low, not only because there hasn't been high morale overall, maybe a couple first hours of the invasion. That's it. Plus, those who will be mobilized will still have to pay their loans. No one will be like let out of this loan processes that they have in Russia. That's for point 1. Point 2, they still don't, the majority don't understand what are they fighting for apart from just killing Ukrainians for no apparent reason. They do realize that they need the territories, and they have this kind of mythical idea of defending their so-called motherland or Mother Russia. But at some point, I hope they will realize that defending their own country, being in another country, which is like 1,000 miles away, will finally get to someone who is like, to those mothers who have been kind of expecting them to make the move at the beginning of war, because there's like the union of soldiers' mothers or something. I don't remember how it's actually called in Russia. We made the stamp in the previous wars, but they were silent this time. I don't know whether at this point there's going to be some kind of uprising or whatever. After half a year of the full-scale invasion on the 9th year of war, you don't expect them to actually do that. Yes, they might say that they're doing this because they're just terrified of NATO, but once again, NATO is a defensive alliance, and they have probably they have no other justification of fighting NATO, even on their national, the so-called fighting NATO national television. Every time, if you have seen those translations, so like small clips of their propaganda TV, every next episode, they're finding the more and more obnoxious justifications, coming to the point of only NATO fighting in Ukraine, which is absolutely absurd. The funniest part was when they were saying, "Oh, we have seen other countries' flags on the patches," and I was like, "We have so many patches with the flags of other countries solely because we have had so many trainings with the soldiers from other countries, and they usually swap. Like that's what soldiers do when they're finishing the training. Soldiers do the swapping of their patches. So a lot of Ukrainians have been like stomping throughout Ukraine, defending Ukraine, wearing patches of, for instance, Canada, because they have become friends with Canadian soldiers, or with the UK because we have had Operation Orbital, and they have also swapped patches. It's just insane. And one more thing, which will be probably very hard for Russians to justify, is that no one has ever attacked Russia overall, apart from those fuel depots and the how do you call it?
There's an air base in Taganrog as well.
Yeah, well, there are air bases, but once again, we've never done like a full-scale attack. It was high precision and it was on point. It wasn't just like attacking civilian infrastructure. And once again, what they have done in Ukraine at this point can't be justified from like perspective of even a madman. And their attempts are very lousy. And their attempts right now to mobilize the reserves, which I have like if you think about it, my uncle is a retired, he was a major. He's like captain. I don't remember whether he was promoted as a major, because I have never questioned. He has retired and he was working as a IT specialist even when I stopped talking with them. So he was in the Air Force, and he was like one of the mechanics or something. He hasn't been in the army for I guess I'm 30 years old, for 20 years. My my cousin, who is 25 years old, he was conscripted. He had like 9 months of just disaster of boot camp. He also can be conscripted, I suppose, and mobilized. And knowing them, if Russia's gonna use those mobilized resources, they're gonna just try to overwhelm us with the cannon fodder, with numbers, which they have been already doing. I mean, at the beginning of war, I've been talking with our guys who were actually to the front lines, and they were like, at that point they were lacking steel ammo, and they were lacking Western equipment, and they were just basically holding on the positions with their bare arms, so to say. And our army at that moment wasn't the best. It still isn't the best. It's just the willingness to survive is probably the highest. And they were like, they are not strong. Neither Russians are professional. They are not experienced. Neither they are very enthusiastic and overall. But there's just too much of the force, like too many of them. They're just basically proceeding with corpses. So if they're gonna use the same approach again, for those who haven't been in Ukraine, because they're obviously mobilized, having been here, they don't know the situation, they don't know how it usually goes. It's gonna be like bloodbath, like version 365.0, with Russians just bluntly counterattacking with just basically their bodies, which is still too many, because Ukrainians right now, if you look at our numbers, those who are at the front lines, they have been there for a while, they need to rest and recuperate, but others are still under training. A lot of people are in the hospitals, and there are a lot of casualties. Like, don't get me wrong, I hear about funerals 2 or 3 times per day within the people I know or my acquaintances. I'm not even joking. So it's not that we don't have this like really high numbers of casualties, but there are a lot of them. And if they're gonna start to just overwhelm us with numbers, and we don't want to lose our people, this is the thing. We'd rather find a way to withdraw and then do it wisely than losing someone's life for this senseless war. So there is it's gonna be like, we have to accept that it might take longer than anyone expects. We just have to accept that whatever comes. There's gonna be good times, there's gonna be bad times, there's gonna be waves. We've dealt with it, we've overcome it. But like, we should once again be very maybe grateful for every success that comes with the Ukrainian counteroffensives and with the defensive battles, and just remember the price, because in this moment of euphoria, we keep forgetting that we're still paying the price. And like, even though it looks funny that Russians are being mobilizing the very unprofessional and highly unlikely skillful army, there's still going to be a lot of losses on our side for no apparent reason.
And this is where it becomes so much more important additionally, to drive for more, especially Western manufactured weapons, because with that, the survivability on the Ukrainian side improves substantially. That's really the big difference between a T-72 and a Leopard 1. A Leopard 1, despite being an older model, will still have much greater survivability. And that's where that matters. That's where that makes a difference. Fewer Ukrainian casualties. And this is what needs to be very clearly presented to the powers that be in capitals like Berlin and Paris and others. And this is why this is such an important thing to add on top of the rest of this. Thank you, Verlaine. Jim.
Yeah, it's very important that Verlaine mentions that. We can laugh at Putin's desperate mobilization, but this will cause the death of more innocent Ukrainians, Ukrainian men and women heroes at the front, and we need to continue supporting Ukraine with more weapons so they can win this war quicker. I do believe that these moves by Putin will end his regime quicker as well. So thank you for that very moving, those very moving words, Verlaine. Regarding the background to this, there's a very good thread by Chris O, which I just retweeted. He talks about some of the reasons that Putin's done this, and it's not good for him, right? Firstly, he discusses how Putin likely fears his hard right-wing party more than the general population. The Igor Gherkins are more of a threat to him. The patriotic mill bloggers are more of a threat to him than his not democratic population. So he's responding to the frenzied calls for mobilization. He's also trying to allow some rotation of troops from the front line. Most of these soldiers on the Russian side have been at the front for 6 months without a single break. He's just introduced a law that says that contract soldiers can't leave. So these extra troops, and they probably will be sent pretty quickly to the front lines, will allow some rotation because they're going to be manning trenches. They're not going to be advancing. They're going to be manning trenches during the winter, when there's going to be less maneuver warfare, and also checkpoints. And Chris talks about, an occupation area the size of Portugal that needs suppression of partisans, checkpoints manned, etc. So you don't need highly trained soldiers for that. So there's a lot of reasons he's done it. It's a desperate move, no less, because this is going to cause huge political problems for him. Queues at the Russian border, leaving the country, rats on a sinking ship is the words that spring to mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Victoria, maybe you have an insight into this, in the question Jim raises.
I was typing a tweet. What's the question? And hi everyone. Hi Domin. Can you repeat the
Hi,
question?
Jim. Can you repeat?
Sure. I mean, Victoria, do you see this as the last desperate attempt to win a war by Putin? I mean, his system is more likely to collapse now. From your observations of Russia's fragile political system and lack of democracy, is this going to end Russia more quickly, we hope?
First of all, Jim, I don't see the Russian political system to be fragile at this stage, frankly speaking. I don't see any moves, any statements made by people who have influence over the decisions that are made in Kremlin so far. So I don't see it to be fragile to the extent that it will collapse should this attempt that Putin now is perceiving fail. What I see is it's another step, it's another escalation, but it's not the end game. The end game, I'm afraid, will be when Russia and Putin and his regime uses all of its available resources up until they use nuclear, and not necessarily, by the way, nuclear weapons, but creating a nuclear disaster either in Zaporizhia nuclear power station or Pivdeno-Ukrainska nuclear power stations, because this is what they're already doing, sending those signals that they are probably considering creating a disaster on one of those plants or both of them. I don't know. But what happened this night in Zaporizhia nuclear power station is a clear sign that uh, they are just getting their muscles prepared. So they're not there yet. They're not yet reaching the collapse point, the point of collapsing. But mobilization, when you were discussing here what this 300,000 stand for, from our perspective, first of all, 300,000, it's a clear sign, signal to Russian audience that mobilization is not going to be huge. So there isn't much to worry about. And although in his speech, Putin indicated the criteria based on which people will be mobilized, and then Shoigu also said the same, more or less. When you look at the documents, they don't have those clauses, they don't have those clear definitions. So what they've called Putin and Shoigu limited mobilization doesn't look that way on paper. So on paper, it's a completely different story. Which, from my perspective, I think that 300,000 it's a number that was communicated intentionally to calm down the population on the one hand. On the other hand, you see the mobilization is done or is happening in parallel with the preparation for those sham referendums. And if we talk about so-called LDNR, the occupied territories in Luhansk and the Donetsk region, well, Russians are already used to that. Although it's not legally part of Russia, but it's some sort of like controlled by Russia territory. So what happens there? Well, it's been happening for the last 8 years, and if mobilization wasn't required during the last 8 years, why would you mobilize people now? With those new territories in Kherson region, in Zaporizhia region, at least I think this is what Putin and his people are trying to rely on, that it will give a new energy to the idea that Russia is growing its territory. It's actually helping Russian-speaking people, especially in the southern part of Ukraine, and as they're portraying it to be historically part of Russian territory. So here is the reason for you guys to go ahead and fight for what used to be historically Russian territory. So go ahead. Here is your motivating factor. Although I don't believe that they can actually sell this story to Russians now. I read just a couple of minutes ago Christo Groziev tweet where he says that all of the airplane tickets are being sold out, leaving Russia to visa-free countries, and it would be really interesting to see what's the percentage of male who are trying to escape. What I think will happen also is that there will be best times for people who work on those recruiting centers, as they will get tons of cash coming from mothers and family members of those who are supposed to be mobilized, but they will try to buy their way out of mobilization. There will be those who will try to leave Russia, but there's still 140 million population country. So 300,000, I think Russians can pull together really fast. But then, as was discussed numerous times on this platform, there are questions of how much time it will take to train those people, whether they will be motivated enough, and I doubt that, whether they will be actually fighting, and I doubt that. So it might pose a question and a challenge for Ukraine where to place all of those people, as they probably will just try to find their way out of this war. That they are not going to support that eagerly as they do while just watching news on TV. Whether this particular stage will bring Russia and Russian people to the point of saying enough is enough, still it's a big question mark, because there is 300,000 versus 140 million is just nothing. It's just a number. And if we didn't see any uprise after 50,000 dead as a result of 6 months of war, I doubt that there will be any significant changes in the psychology of ordinary Russian anytime soon. But if a big number of people, if we're going to see millions of people, Russia will try to mobilize, that might trigger change. But I think it will take months before that will happen. Still, as I'm saying, it's too big of a country, and there will be people who will try and get the way out of mobilization, and those who are just poor, who cannot afford getting out of the country and pay bribes, okay, they will go. But whether they will really fight for Russia, I doubt that. But it will cause additional pain to Ukraine for sure, and prolong the war that could have ended long time ago should our partners, international partners, provided us with the ammunition, with weapons that we've been crying for and asking for, including Leo 2, Leo 1 and Leo 2 from Germany. I hope I've answered your question, Jim.
Thank you for your incisive and revealing comments. Yeah, I quite agree.
Thank you very much. I think we have so many hands. I'm going to go to Bertrand Russell's puppy first, and then Canberra, and then all of our regulars will have to fight over it. Bertrand Russell's puppy.
Hello. So, couple of considerations. One is that it's true that the system does not seem fragile right now. However, I would like to point out that often those things in the context of a dictatorship tend to go slow, invisible at first, and then all of a sudden. So I am not necessarily pessimistic. I just don't know at this point, but I don't consider it out of the realm of possibilities that things go faster later. So second point is that, yeah, 300,000 is the number that Shogu mentioned during his TV appearance. It's, to my understanding, not committed anywhere yet. And it is also my understanding that the actual numbers will be determined on a regional basis, which probably means that they will try to spare the regions that are politically more, how to say, relevant to the survival of the regime. That's likely one consideration that will be taken into account. Actually, I raised my hand earlier, triggered by Verlaine comments, who made me recall an old, well-known anecdote about Russia and the Russian army. So the anecdote is that apparently Peter the Great, in front of the great losses of the Great Northern War, I believe, said or was told, I forget the details, the Russian mothers will make more babies. And so that is pretty much the approach that that madness speech is taking. And it is apparently since Peter the Great, or even before, a constant part of the Russian military doctrine, which goes along the lines of, when you have a problem, throw more cannon fodder at this problem. That's the vibes that I am getting from that speech. And this approach, admittedly, frankly, historically worked a few times, in a few occasions, at least for, a few definitions of the term working, right? But those definitions are definitions that probably the Kremlin has in mind that considers acceptable. There are a couple of reasons why this approach seems not likely to succeed as well in this occasion. So the reasons are the following. Let me just see if I can put order in my thoughts here. So one reason is that cannon fodder as a problem is an approach that works better when you are using bayonet as your main fighting instrument. It works much less when you are fighting with a drone. It's not all about the cannon fodder that you can throw. You need to have people that not only can hold the bayonet, but know what they are doing. So I go back to the lack of training and time for training. That's reason number one. The reason number two why cannon fodder at a problem is not likely to succeed, in my eyes, in this century, is that even with all the effort of the Roskomnadzor, the regulator authority, the Russian regulatory authority, people, at least in Moscow and St. Petersburg, have, frankly, better networks and better access to options today than, I would say, pretty much any time in the past in Russia. Maybe with the exception of 5 minutes during the 90s. So if they are barely having the option to leave in the country or surrender, that's something that they are more likely to do because of the access they have to the options. Then there is the third consideration, which is I would say some basic math, demography math. So couple of figures. In the 80s, during the Soviet Afghan war, the Soviet army lost in 10 years roughly 15,000 people, according to most estimates that I recall, right? So in 2022, during this war of aggression, Russia is possibly losing a comparable number in 1 or 2 months at most. So going at this rate, not that this war is going to last for as long as the Afghan war, but it's the rate that would bring you to millions of people dying, and it does not seem that it is first socially acceptable. That I don't know. But it's also, from a pure math and demography perspective, unlikely to be sustainable. Russia has today 100 million people less than the Soviet Union had when it started the Afghan war. And even perhaps more crucially, Russian women are making much less babies. It's an aging population. So demography plays against the approach through cannon fodder at a problem. So it seems to me that because of the reasons above, this is an outdated approach that is completely unrealistic, and I would hope that this is seen also by sufficient number of the Russian population, and I am not entirely losing hope yet that this might actually happen in the next days and weeks.
Thank you, Papi. I think you're right. Also, interestingly, there's a lot of flights to many other places that are getting sold out as well. flights from Moscow to Vladikavkaz, which is in North Ossetia, are running at 10 times the normal prices now, because people know that at least they could possibly get across on the roads. Maciej, how's your audio now?
Yeah, I'm back at my house.
Perfect.
So should be good. Yeah, so interesting discussion, and I think that what Verlaine was saying is really important to stress. And I was trying to express that yesterday, before we all knew that the so-called partial mobilization will be announced and all those things. There is a need to differentiate between the Putin's regime capability to win in any appreciable metric, and their ability to destabilize and cause great suffering. And whether as I think the first one is just out of the question, and all those things about the hardships and the problems and the roadblocks to effectively enforcing mobilization and then effectively kind of changing the situation on the ground in Ukraine in favor of Russia are just not there. Now, as I was saying earlier, I think it was I think in terms of China and Russia relationship, it is the last gasp of Russia being an agent on international stage. Because I think, as I said, I don't know if you guys heard that, because but I think what happened in Samarkand is basically Russia accepting for the time being the junior partner role, and I think the decision, which is of course not to the Beijing's liking, to kind of prolong the war and kind of escalate, is like his last gasp of agency, basically, because he's doing something that China cannot stop him doing. But as I said, and I think Verlaine points to that, I'm really far from those who say, well, he's done, he cannot do anything, and whatever he has, bring it on, we just deplete your forces. Well, first of all, most of people who saying that are not the ones who be standing there and doing the depletion of forces, right? Playing the role of the meat grinder, and as Verlaine pointed out, and I think it's important to keep that in mind, we are not the ones who do that, and we're not the ones who are paying the price for that. And so it's not that it isn't funny that Putin is in the 7th month of or 8th, however you count in, of his 3-day special military operation, and now he's saying that he kind of got to like conducting it in a proper way, which it is actually funny. But at the same time, I think the realistic approach is to not only for Ukrainians but for Europe especially, and all of us, to understand that this is gonna take some time, and there's no there's no there's no alternative way, actually. It's just and it's gonna be hard. It can escalate. It can get harder in terms of, as I said, we shouldn't underestimate his ability to destabilize and cause suffering. And of course, it's just in terms of geopolitical and him being this master strategist, it's all in shambles, because when he was using destabilization as a tool of foreign policy before, he was doing it with the pretense that it just serves the Russian national interest. Well, it doesn't anymore, right? And for a long time it didn't. And so the last thing he can do is just cause more pain and more suffering, which basically any country with significant resources, which Russia still is, although it's just a dwarf compared to Soviet Union before. Any country can do that, right? It's just the level of irrationality that you will pour into the system. And I think the irrationality and that kind of saddens me is there, because when we are talking about some people were asking if Russians will follow the Iranians example. I'm quite pessimistic about that, because I don't think there is not even institutional, or in terms of who will not in terms of about this concrete, but even an abstract alternative. What are we actually fighting for, and what are we fighting against? Let's remember that in 1991, where people actually took to the streets, and that could be, named as a situation in the history, recent history in Russia, that kind of like shaped the outcome of regime change. It was basically the change was first introduced by Gorbachev from top down, and then after the Yanayev putsch, people protested because they kind of got accustomed to the whatever reforms were promised and freedoms were promised, right? And they didn't want to they didn't like at least people in Moscow didn't want to have that backlash, this conservative, in terms of being a conservative, conservatives being a conservative Soviet, right? So I don't think there is anything that they can put a finger on, and the most that we can hope for is that is what we are seeing. So the people who can are kind of isolating themselves from regime, and if they can, they running away. They move in their assets if they're able to do that. But that doesn't change the nature of the regime. That just makes it weaker, but it makes it also more cruel, because these people would be never mobilized, as people were rightly saying. These people would be just fine. But and basically, I think saying this is a partial mobilization, it's also a wink nod to the elites, that Putin say you're actually safe. People who are like, I built this system on giving you rents and keeping you fed and happy, and I kind of exchange the democracy and the freedoms for you being part of this rent-seeking system and corrupt system. He's saying to them, well, things are gonna get worse, but not you're not gonna bear the brunt of this worsening situation. So that's my outlook on the situation, and I think the most important conclusion is that we have to be in it for a long haul, because it wouldn't make sense to basically stop now, and I think that's the most important thing.
Exactly, Maciej. And one more thing: the prescription is for the collective West to realize that this isn't, that there's only one way out of this, and that is a Russian military defeat with as few Ukrainian casualties as possible. And that's what's important, and that can be helped with. That can be helped with more and better equipment, with ATACMS, with Western tanks, with IAVs. This can actually be helped, and should be helped now, immediately. Right? That, and as Victoria was saying earlier, Leo 1s, Leo 2s, right? ATACMS, whatever else it takes, Bradley, CB90s, whatever it is. Especially Europe, as you stress, Maciej, doesn't have a likely threat coming from anywhere else, does it? This is the threat. It's not just a threat, it's already been fulfilled. This is what we have here. What we have here is an invasion of Europe already. Let's send all of these weapons that were meant to do away with a Russian invasion of Europe to Ukraine, who's doing away with the Russian invasion of Europe, period. Simple as that. That's the prescription. That's what matters. Survivability here really matters. Canberra.
So a couple of points firstly on demographics. Russia's male working age population right now is lower than what it was at the end of World War II. So by the end, and even on an expanded age category. So the working age population at the end of it had fallen from 52% to 41% by the end of World War II. And it's currently about 30.3% of the population. So if you can just imagine, now that's people aged 15 to 64. Now they obviously all can't go to war, because obviously the people who are over the age of 55 are very unlikely to make it. But the other thing is they have to operate all of the industry and everything to keep all of the other people alive. So, I mean, to be honest, Ukraine has similar demographic issues, but the thing is that Ukraine is using its forces much more sparingly on the battlefield. They're not using them as total meat shields. So really under no circumstances can I see Russia replacing their manpower through some sort of mantra of populate or perish, and I'd be interested to see the statistics on rebounds when you end up being the losing nation in a war versus a winning nation. Now, on the other issue that people have been talking about, there's been a few things that people have referred to, like the Russian Soldiers' Mothers Association Committee and any sort of expectation that there's going to be some sort of rebellion in Russia. I think one of the key things that they did prior to entering this war was in September last year, they introduced a new amendment to their foreign agent law. So they've had this foreign agent law for many, many years, and they started using it from about 2014 to target journalists, news organisations that operated within Russia and NGOs, but primarily then they were using it to target whether they received any sort of funding or investment from the West. But in September last year, they issued this law which said if an organisation behaves in a particular way, it can be classified as a foreign agent. So if they publicly disagree with the government, you can be classified as under foreign influence and you're labelled by the Department of Justice as a foreign agent. Doesn't require a court decision and it's not reviewable. And basically they can close you down. They can close your websites down. They can cut off any of your fundraising. They can jail your board members and things like that and your activists. And that's why you're not seeing any organised protests or things within Russia that are organised by NGOs, because they can't be. So for this to eventually result in some sort of revolution which overthrows this government is going to require a huge amount of dissent in which people just rebel without any direction from any organised group. That's going to basically, we have to be some sort of viral uprising like the Arab Spring that occurred basically without any direction from NGOs. It just happened because people were so pissed off. So, the threshold's going to be quite high. And I think we're going to have to wait a long time. And I think, that most of Russia's efforts from this point, or the regime's efforts at this point, are going to be bent towards self-preservation and covering their asses in everything that goes wrong from this point forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. Like you, I don't have high hopes for big changes to happen this way. More on the many little civil disobedience at the same time. Maybe if that happens, but I think we'll have to wait and see. What we can affect, however, is what the collective West does, right? And I think this is something that would be agreed to by most people with military expertise. The biggest difference that can be done by the West is better armaments and better survivability in those tanks, in those IVs. That really makes a difference. Florian.
I have two questions. One is, was martial law now declared or not? I tried to understand that, but I didn't come up
I
with
think
a
it
good
was in
answer.
some regions, but not generally.
No,
Victoria?
Just in regions, no, and we don't know exactly which regions, but not for 100% of territory of Russia.
We can guess, right? Belgorod
Okay.
Oblast, Rostov, maybe Krasnodar Krai, that sort of place. Right, Victoria?
Well, that's obvious, but who knows? Obvious things for us are not that obvious for people in Russia. Maybe it's Moscow that is first to be under this martial law. Because what I'm reading in the tweets that now in the streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg, young kids, men are being taken to those recruit center just by walking on the streets. If it is truth, then I don't know for how long this will last.
Honestly, we can hope that is the truth, right, Florian?
Okay, then the second question is a bit obsolete, because if martial law would have been nationwide declared, is this a ban for all males 18 to 65 not being allowed to leave Russia? That's the other question.
Well, the ban is introduced for everyone. That's
Okay,
the
this is in
point.
place.
Yes, it is in place.
And then the third point, because if regardless if it's partial mobilization or whatever adjective mobilization, you said it correctly. The Victoria, the paperwork points out it's a mobilization, and it only accepts people in the defense industry from being called up military service, but not anybody else. I was wondering what it formally legally means also for the West or bordering countries like Finland and so on, because, and here I'm not a lawyer, but this seems like putting Russia akin to a formal state of war, which is also, we have to think how we deal with that. This is a country formally at war and not a country doing whatever it has done. Of course, in practice, it was always in war. I'm very, very well aware of that. But now, I don't know, from my legal understanding, it's like Russia is now formally on a war footing. And apart from all the support, but that should also, we should think about how to deal with Russia as a nation in general now. What do you do with Russian citizens? I mean, there was another tweet, what do you do with all the Russians living in Western Europe? Are they allowed to go back? Because if males go back, then they go fight in an illegal war. Just as a train of thought.
I frankly don't have answers to your questions. I really would prefer to listen to other people's ideas.
Victoria, it just so happens that we have
in general, not to you, Victoria. Sorry.
That we
Okay,
do have
good, thank you.
a Finnish lawyer here who might be able to help us with exactly that. Pauli?
Excellent.
Wonderful,
Hi,
isn't it?
Domin. Yeah, hi, Domin. Yeah, so I think I first have to set the preface or the premise that I think in my opinion, in many, there are many views for the people that understand Russia that even before the mobilization, Russian citizens could be seen as a threat. So I already see that before the mobilization, the partial mobilization, there was an imminent threat to ban at least the tourist visas, maybe all visas excepted diplomatic visas. All right. So this is the premise. But now, after the partial mobilization, it is imminent that Russia has declared that there's a war, because you cannot execute a partial mobilization without justifications. So you basically have to admit that there's a war of some sort when you utilize mobilization. All right. So I would say that in Finland, this means that now I think finally the foreign ministry and our government will get it. They understand that, all right, it is time now. We have to act. And hopefully also the EU countries will gather, and they will also make a unilateral decision to ban certain visas. Maybe let the diplomatic visas stay, and certain visas that have high requirements, let them stay. But other than that, ban everything. That's my take. And regarding the Finnish situations, just 15 minutes ago, we had our defense minister, Mr. Antti Kaikkonen, speaking, and the reporters were asking a lot of questions there, like also difficult questions, and about how do you see the situation now? There's a partial mobilization. What's Russia gonna do? So forth. I can tell you, our defense minister, he didn't even blink. It was like, we know this stuff. We are ready. Don't worry. And basically, I think there were like two takes. He said that we're gonna continue to support Ukraine as we have done. That's gonna continue. And then his take was that he's gonna push even harder for the weapon industry that they will ramp up the production and now expedite the production as much as he can. So those were the key takeaways from that. Thank you.
One short question, if I may. But wouldn't this warrant that we close our borders to Russia and Belarus? I mean, in the Second World War, for example, in the Second World War, Switzerland closed all its borders, as an example, as a neutral country.
I would say that, like, even without this partial mobilization, we already had reasons to do so. But now I think it's like evident that I would actually say that if a EU country wouldn't execute any bans on the visas and well, take this changed environment into account, I think the government would then actually well, they would be in failure on acting on their duties, on their official duties. So I would say that if I would now be working in the foreign ministry or in the defense ministry, I think I would be doing a lot of writing and putting things into action. And I'm just saying this on behalf of Finland, but I think this would have to be done in most of the EU countries, not necessarily in Ireland, but at least in the Eastern European countries with close to Russia, this should be immediate, and then almost as immediate in all the other countries.
Here.
As a Schengen member, you can close your own border if your national security is threatened. You don't need to wait for Brussels. You can do this for 90 days.
Yes. Like, all right. So let's go a few things through. All right. So we have the Schengen system, and that's a set of guidelines, and it's stipulated on normal situation. And then if you go by the Schengen system, you have the means to control your own borders. All right. If we have a war situation, let's say a neighboring country or a close country to you is waging war illegally, committing genocide and committing atrocities, which one of these legal virtues is the one you are protecting? Like, if I am explicit now, I wouldn't really be concerned about the Schengen rules that much as I would be on protecting my own citizens and maybe neighboring countries against a terrorist state. So that's like my primary take and primary submission. But I agree 100% with Domen that you can also abide the Schengen rules and go by the Schengen rules if you want. So there are many ways. Thanks.
Thank you, Pauli. I would note, somebody reminds me that the Lithuanian defense minister announced that the Lithuanians' rapid reaction force is being put on high alert as a consequence of the partial mobilization or whatever they call it. So I think there are already responses very much in the way that Florian suggested and that you then went into greater detail on. That's exactly what seems to be going on here as well. A number of countries seems to be responding to that in that way. Pauli, thoughts?
Yes, one last opinion or comment that, like, if you don't see any comments from the Finnish Defense Ministry or on their high alert or their level of alert, the thing is that we never disclose our level of alert, so it's confidential. So it's our system. We don't disclose the content of transportation on the ammunition and armament, but you know that it's being taken care of.
Exactly, and that's the correct way of doing it, right? Thank you, Pauli. It's great to have you around. Excellent insights as well. Let's go to Mockers, to Tom, and to Nina. Mockers.
Hello. I bring you some snippets from Telegram. Russian Telegram's really unhappy. I have no idea why. There are Russian partisans calling to burn down all the enlistment offices. And apparently Navalny has also issued the same statement. There's also been a statement by a chappie called Pavel Chikov. He's a human rights activist in Russia. I mean, I can only imagine he's got a really hard job. He's reporting a wave of subpoenas that has been distributed in St. Petersburg and also to doctors in Moscow. So that sounds like a couple of great moves there. I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe you can answer this. Somebody's telling me Latvia will not be issuing humanitarian visas to Russian men trying to get out.
I think that's true, yes.
Yeah. Other than that, there is some things on fire, which I'll just quickly mention, if I can pronounce them. Azotny in Donetsk. Something's on fire there.
That's a fertilizer production plant. Yeah.
Yeah. Shebekino in Belgorod. There's a large fire there. There's a temporary occupied Svatove.
Svatove is
Yeah.
directly to the southeast from Kupiansk. That's kind of the next city if you drive east from Kupiansk.
I'm glad you know your geography better than me. The occupation commandant's office containing approximately 250 riflemen plus a warehouse of ammunition have been taken out in that area. And one more thing of note, in North Ossetia in Russia, hundreds and hundreds of new arrivals at the cemetery. So
And hundreds new arrivals from Moscow by plane who are trying to make their way south to Georgia, because Vladikavkaz is one of the few places you can get to easily to Georgia to the south. That's the other important thing I would suggest.
Well, that's my roundup of what I found today so far.
Thank you very much, Mockers. I mean, why is there discontent? Yeah, why so ever would there be discontent? They don't want to go. They've seen the hundreds of new arrivals to the cemeteries in Vladikavkaz, right? They don't want to be next. And I think with the doctors in Moscow, that's particularly meaningful. It means that they're expecting that there's a great need for medics at the front as well. But with them, especially in Moscow, you do actually have a set of people who hold some semblance of political power, and that makes a difference. That is meaningful. Thank you, Mockers. Tom.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so the point, or it's partly a point and partly a question really, was Mockers raised it when she talked about Latvia not wanting to issue humanitarian visas, because I think pretty much all of us in this space are fully behind a tourist visa ban. I think Russian tourists have lost the right to come on holiday basically anywhere, as far as I'm concerned, by not trying to fight their regime as much as they can, let alone being proud of it. It's really disgusting, some of the videos that we see. And I think politically as well, I think it's a tool to hurt the Russian middle class, not in a horrible way, but just to say, you've lost all your privileges now. You don't get to have these privileges and support your government and your army doing these things. So I think we're all in favor of that. But I'm not sure what to do about the whole humanitarian visa thing, because
it's specifically for those trying to avoid military service, and that by default does not fall under any sort of asylum rules or humanitarian anything rules. You cannot gain asylum for wanting to avoid military service in your home country. That's one of the specifically detailed rules. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Pauli will correct me, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right on that one.
Yeah, I guess my thinking on that is that it gets a bit complicated, because you might want to have someone that I don't know, you might have some IT worker and his family who want to flee, and they all decide, that's it, we're going to get the hell out of the country, we're going to put our money in crypto so we can get it out. We're going to pack what bags we can, get the hell out of there. And then, you know, the wife and kids could get a humanitarian visa, but maybe the guy couldn't if he's, you know, had any past military experience, you know, maybe 20 years ago, he could be in his 40s now.
So I would suggest here, Tom, I don't think that's the big issue. Why? Because so many from those sectors specifically had packed up and left for Belgrade or Tbilisi or Yerevan or somewhere in Turkey months ago. They were among the first ones to go out. This isn't the case here. What this really is saying is, look, you didn't do it previously. It's now on you. If you don't want to go and fight, to change your government. Right. That's the pushback here. And I think this is the correct pushback here. Also, Latvia doing this is following very detailedly all the rules around, you know, what constitutes right to asylum. Basically, that's what a humanitarian visa roughly equates to, not fully, obviously, but since avoiding military service doesn't constitute right to asylum either, to the best of my knowledge, maybe that's, and maybe, you know, it's better for Pauli to speak to this because he actually knows this stuff.
Yeah, so
I mean, better than me. I wasn't. Yeah.
No, can I just say something? And then I'd love to hear Pauli's point. So, yeah, so thanks. What you're saying is actually a lot of the brain drain and people that fled earlier, and now it's mostly guys trying to dodge the draft. I suppose my next sort of question is, and I'm not saying this is the right thing, I'm saying I don't know, is would it not be better to let those guys leave Russia without any weapons than for them to be given a rifle and sent to Ukraine? I mean,
no, because there's 40 more million of them.
Would that be terrible? Like having 40 million refugees? I mean, I don't think it would be 40 million, but potentially. Like, I don't know.
So that's not the point, Tom. The point is, let's say 300,000 might be drafted, right? This is the maths. I'll try to outline it. I'm very sorry, Tom. So let's say there's 300,000 that want to be that they want to draft, that they want to mobilize. Let's say 10,000 of those go out by various means. Let's say 100,000 go out by various means. But those 100,000 are going to get replaced, or 10,000, 50,000, however many, are going to get replaced from the remaining pool of 40 million. You're not going to be depleting that remaining pool substantially. So all you're doing is you're replacing one set with another, but that's all you're doing. You're not actually lowering the number that are going to end up being sent to the front. Does that make sense, Tom?
Yeah, that does. I suppose you'd have to have so many people flee Russia that they had no one else to draft in order for that.
Exactly, which you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'd love to hear Pauli's point of view on it. You don't have to apologise, by the way. I don't know what the right answer is here. That's why I'm asking.
Pauli?
Yes, thank you, Domin. All right. So I think the key word here is persecution. So if you're seeking for an asylum, I think you would have to have a solid basis that you are persecuted. And usually, I think I would suggest a person basing their asylum request to the political persecution. But I think I would never use the army enlisting or the mobilization for the reason. If you are a male, and by Russian laws, getting drafted to the army. So I would not use that. But then second matter, I think it's really important to understand the Baltics. Like Estonia has about 1.3 million people. I think Latvia has like 2 million.
1.9.
Yeah. All right. I have old numbers, and then I think Lithuania has like 2.9 or something. And those are really small countries compared to Russia and its population, and their capability to actually handle the asylum seekers, it's not that great. So I think the situation would be different if those people would be seeking an asylum in India, let's say, or a bigger country. Well, let's say a bigger civilized modern country. But just like I don't think the Baltic states can like just take a guess on let's try to have 10,000 of these like conscripts or males that are fleeing the draft system.
Yeah. And Pauli, this isn't part of an asylum claim, right? It's not a legitimate asylum claim if being drafted isn't a legitimate asylum claim, right?
No, I think the situation would have to be really dire. Maybe a hypothetical situation where a country would basically have a law that's actually being used that if you don't enlist, it's a death penalty for you. That maybe that would be a hypothetical situation where you would have a basis on the asylum, but other than that, I don't see it happening. I don't know if hopefully this answers your question, Tom, or cleared your doubts. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's helped me to understand it a bit better. I suppose there's just one other final thing, which is obviously there's 2 million or more than that Ukrainians that have been basically deported, forcibly kidnapped into Russia, and we need to make sure that, as in dribs and drabs, some of them escape, as we've seen on this space, that people do sometimes get to the Baltics or Finland, that those people are let in as well. So we just need to be careful, I suppose.
Exactly, Tom. And it's all about, you're not actually making a difference to the depletion. What's important is even more so those who really don't want to go, right? They're more likely to stand up to it. So if there is any chance of there being an internal change, that's why it's particularly important not to let those leave, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to go to Peter first for his comments, because I think Helene is going to tie it all up really well after that. Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in the announcement, they said that the decision was made for security reasons, which I take to mean that they don't want military-age Russian males entering their country en masse in this situation with limited opportunities to vet their backgrounds.
Thank you, Peter. I think that's a really good point. And this is something that I've been thinking and talking about for a little while now, which is background checks being important also with the whole logic of, brain drain this, brain drain that, right? Then maybe that isn't really the best way to try to go around it about it as well, for very similar reasons, because that might actually be more of a security risk. You're exactly right about that, Peter. Helene.
Yeah, I suppose right now I'm gonna try to very carefully convey, I think, the perspective of an average Ukrainian. So bear with me. Imagine you've been living your life in a decent manner, not like offending anyone apart, like out of the border of your country. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, your country is being invaded. Your parts of your country are being ripped apart. Apart from that, you're trying to figure out how to sustain your family, how to keep on developing, how to keep on improving, how to keep on dreaming, maybe sometimes traveling, saving some money, educating your kids, making sure that your older ones are taken care of, and you're doing all of this, living on some kind of like sensation that it's not the end. Nothing is certain, and you're living in this mid-air for firstly a couple years, thinking that maybe something will be settled because there are negotiations between France, Germany, Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and you are hopeful. You expect something, then more years pass, and every day you see that the numbers of casualty on Ukrainian side is just growing up, increase exponentially, but nothing changes, and there's just like talks and talks. Then suddenly, but not quite without expectation of it happening, there's a full-fledged war waging in your country. part of your country once again is being occupied. People are living under occupation. This time it's quite clear and obvious what's happening in those cities. You can imagine what's been happening for those 8 to 9 years within the occupied territories. Now you can see what was in Bucha, in Borodyanka, in Irpin, in Mariupol, in Kherson, in Izium. You see what they have done within 6 months. You can imagine what was happening there for years. Even though they were trying to, keep up the image of the People's Republic or whatever, but it was happening instead. People were tortured, people were raped, people were killed, and no one knew that they were killed because no one was keeping the record. Now the record is being kept. So imagine you're living in this whole bubble, then this bubble is all ripped apart. Particles are spread all over the world. By particles, I mean Ukrainians who are actually trying to fight the Asarim, but they are not refugees. They are displaced because they want to get back. And on the other side, seeing that Ukrainians are fighting and keep on fighting, and they for everyone's amazement, they are not retreating. They're still fighting on. And at some point, you understand that there is expectations of other countries that you're not only it's 30 something million people. You're not only gonna defend yourself, but you're gonna save, quoting, we're gonna try to save poor Russians who aren't even able to uprise against their dictator, because there is 180, some people think that there are 180 millions or 160 millions in Russia, taking hostages because they can't leave their country, they can't do anything, and they are attacking because the government says them to attack. But then you think yes, you feel the empathy and sympathy for the people who aren't able to leave Russia and who are against this regime. But you're thinking, what the actual they are a gigantic country of the 160 million. If they don't if they're gonna save themselves within the country, they shouldn't expect us Ukrainians who have been doing whatever they possibly can, humanly can, for this 8 years of defending ourselves, to save them and provide them with asylum. I just don't I understand for kids, for young kids, but for everyone else, they should be, if there were some kind of decency and humanity within them, they should have been on the streets, because they do have a choice. They can't put everyone in prison. That's physically impossible. If they had this kind of uprising as in Ukraine, during the Revolution of Dignity, or is right now, we can see in Iran what's happening. People generally were so fed up with this terror that they have decided we'd rather
now fleeing the country are leaving the country for people who generally don't care at all what's going to happen to Ukraine.
Above, at the very least. I forget which department, and definitely the Congress in the US was actually trying to push for exactly that and trying to find a legal basis to do exactly that, which is great. Because this might actually, make an additional difference. I don't think if it's based entirely on the referenda, but on whatever basis it is, I think that's fine. I don't think that the whole referenda nonsense, the sham referenda that Russians are trying to force in certain occupied areas, are necessarily going to lead to that themselves. But whatever makes it enough to tip the scales, so to speak. Fine by me. Thank you, Scribe. When you see finance up, ask again, because I think you'll have a much better capacity to answer this than any of us here, certainly me. Katig. Katig? Okay, somebody has to help me out with Swedish. I don't know how to pronounce it properly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. It's Katig. It's not my real name. It's like whatever. I'm a long time listener, and I don't really like to talk in these spaces. But it's this question is something that's been infuriating for me to see, because I think the whole idea of Russians being able to get a humanitarian visa is kind of racist, and because there's a lot of countries that have dictatorships, and there's a lot of people who are oppressed by their regime, and I think it's kind of accepting that imperial thinking that Russia has, that they're better than everyone else. It's really hard to get asylum. People, LGBTQ people get deported all the time, from Iran and Iraq and Uganda, and suddenly Russians should be able to just walk over the border and get a humanitarian visa because they don't like the government. I don't like that way of thinking, and I don't like that it's been a big discussion everywhere, that all of a sudden it feels like people are treating them better than all other groups of people and nationalities, and I don't think that's right. And I don't think that's right towards Ukrainians either, because it's they are getting genocided and Russians are going to get special treatment. And yeah, that I just think it's weird and wrong that it's even a discussion. If they're proper asylum seekers, of course they should get asylum, but and also the whole thing with, oh, I can't fly out of the country. Well, the fact that that's also giving them special treatment. People are walking through deserts and jumping in dinghies over the Mediterranean every day just to have a chance at reaching to Europe. And people there's thousands of bodies in the Mediterranean. But Russia, but nobody's talking about that. And I'm not trying to get to the it's. I think it's really fucked up that it's even a discussion. They should be treated like everybody else. Russians are not better than all other groups of people. If you get my point.
I completely get your point. I completely agree. Berlin? Berlin? Berlin, if you want to jump in, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. No one should be treated differently. Everyone should be equal. But I think at this point Ukrainians can tell better than anyone else. But at the same time, like we should be better than the Russians, and it should be all done according to the laws and according to the procedures. So not like the treatment shouldn't be worse, but it should be according to the international standards. That's what I want to say. With all due respect, yeah, like regardless of what's happening within my soul, if I think about those who've been committed genocide, I still think that we should be treating them better than they are treating everyone else, but equally. Not better than any other groups. They should be treated the same as everyone else is treated. No special treatments for anyone. That should be the message to them. They're not special. No one is beating them. And regardless of what they've done to Ukraine, we will be better than them.
May I answer to that?
Yeah, Kathy, go ahead. And I think that I'll just briefly note one sentence. What you were getting at, I think, is exactly right. There still seems to be a leftover sort of mentality in a lot of Europe of, oh no, but they're Russians. They're something better than most, right? Because that was kind of the basis of why they were treated a certain way by the German and French and other governments for the last few decades as well, and that they wouldn't have been treating any other country with. Sorry, Kathy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like speak over Ukrainians. Obviously, this is a question that we should ask the Ukrainians about, and they should have an input in how the EU handles this issue. And I wasn't trying to like make this about other groups of people. I obviously support Ukraine. I listen to this space every day. I was just trying to make a point that Russia should be treated like everybody else. Like, and I feel like it's unfair, like, but towards especially Ukrainians that they are like getting or talking about them getting VIP treatment while their country is committing a genocide. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I get you completely, and thank you for your comment. I was actually supporting it. I was just thinking out loud that, like, even from perspective of a person who, well, at this point, we do hate those who are on our land, just ripping our hearts out with their actions and whatnot. But even taking that into account, I don't want to change. Like, I don't think that anyone here in Ukraine wants to change for worse because someone had invaded our country. Like, if you get what I mean, like, even with all the hate and rage within me, every other Russian should be taken care like equally as everyone else. It makes sense to have the same treatment in courts, on borders, in the like in all the systems, well, with the minor adjustment to the sanctions. But yeah,
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think you were like saying I was wrong. That's also why I'm trying to say that obviously we should treat political asylum seekers from Russia who have genuine asylum claims just as well as anybody else. Of course, we should be better. I'm just saying. I was just pointing out the whole. Treating them like VIPs. Yeah, you can cycle me down. Thank you.
I think I think we're all in agreement on that one. That absolutely for sure. And I think there is some sort of a, nascent, whatever the opposite of nascent is, thinking in some countries, political classes of, oh, but this is different somehow. Well, it's really not. It really is just the same. If anything, it's worse. Thank you, Kathy. Christian.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is maybe a reinforcing of what Verlaine has said about protests and whatnot. The thing is, I've seen massive protests in the past couple of years in Russia with maybe, I don't want to say it wrong, but at least over 1 million people in Moscow and stuff and things like that, protests like that. And what it changed was basically nothing. Whatever protests are announced for today in the next couple of days, I don't expect much of them. And I want, or maybe not want, I would like for anyone who still trusts that protests will somehow topple the government, at least in a partial mobilization. I would like for people to just face the facts that Russians are mostly supporting, and if not, it's a tacit support, just like it happened in the Second World War with Nazi Germany. So I hope we can put final nails into the coffin of Russian protests, because they have there is no evidence of protests or revolt or I don't know, revolutions from the Russian people in their entire history. Everything was done from outside in. So that's why, basically, that's why the soft power Europe uses on Russia has failed, and it will continue to do so. And until we realize that the Russian visas and whatever, if you let them out of the country into Europe, it won't change anything, and they will not learn anything. They'll keep on thinking they're better. They'll keep on thinking, I don't know how to explain this without using uncool words. They will keep thinking they're superior, and they're just freaking us out over everything, and they can do whatever they like. So this is why Europe has to shut its borders down on Russians. This is why everything needs to be done the next day or so, like bigger, more powerful sanctions, more powerful, much more powerful help in terms of military technique for Ukraine, ammo, whatever it needs. I'm not in the position to know what Ukraine needs right now, but from a geopolitical or maybe political point of view, is give them whatever they need, shut Russia down. There is no point in hoping that this is going to be from the inside out. This is my opinion on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I'm just trying to say, like, I know that the majority of Russians support the war and they're complicit, absolutely agree with you on that. I'm just saying that those who don't agree shouldn't be just fleeing the country. They should be showing the others that there is, like, a part of population who is against, that, like, not everyone is up for this idea, that the picture that Russian state is portraying is absolutely wrong. Like the numbers, like 78% of, like 87%, and then 97% of the population are supporting Putin. And you see that there are, like, as you mentioned, millions on the street, and it makes even those who are not thinking, who are living somewhere like in a very further east, to start, processing that maybe some numbers don't add up. Maybe they are blind. I know that I'm thinking probably better about them than they are. Well, mostly that's my kind of a weakness, thinking better about some people. But anyways, it's just the idea of everyone who doesn't support the war fleeing is a madhouse for me. Like, if you live, like, let's try to I know it sounds bizarre, but let's try putting ourselves, but let's imagine that I am in Russia, I am Russian, and I don't support the war. If it was me, I would have tried protesting. Okay, if it doesn't work out, I would have been put to jail. But if one person does that and then another sees that this is what's happening, they can't they physically can't put everyone to jail if they have consciousness and they have some kind of decency and humanity. Once again, if everyone who was against the war just went out of the streets, just even without this coordination, just randomly, I just don't believe, I don't see the world where it wouldn't be okay. Yeah, sure. Let's imagine that they would have lost. What can they lose? Like their freedom? They don't have it at this point. If they aren't even allowed to show that they are against this whole idea and this whole madness, that they don't have freedom to begin with, and they're just living as, I'm sorry for this term, but less vegetables, just being born, brought up as the state wants them to be brought up, and die when the state wants them to die. Well, then what is the meaning of their life? If you ask them what is the meaning of your life, the meaning of your existence, which is a very philosophical question to begin with, I just don't see them answering it properly. But still, what would be their answer? Like to see that thousands of them would becoming cannon fodder because some president who imagined himself being an emperor decided that he wants to restore the empire. This is the sole purpose of their existence, once again, to become bricks in his restructuring of the world. Anyways, we have a couple hands raised. I see there's Nina and Scribe. I don't know who's the first one, I apologize. So Nina, please go ahead, and then it's gonna Scribe, yeah.
Thank you, Verlaine. And do you hear me? I have like AirPods and I'm out. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Yes, actually, you know, I even think that it's completely crazy to. Well, I understand we need to have this discussion, but we have talked for almost 7 months about Russia, and as I have read quite a lot of Russian history and living in Finland, having Russia behind my back, it is very clear that Russia has been doing what it's been doing for several hundreds of years, never redeemed itself for anything what they've done, Stalin, etc. Nothing has changed. On the contrary, it's been going like more crazy all the time because of, let's say, the possibility for spreading propaganda in media and social media, because it's nowadays you can use that. So it's been going more crazy all the time. And as you say, if people wanted any change, they would do something. And I have long time ago lost hope, and nothing will change in my lifetime. They have been doing this like this lying mentality, this indoctrination of like their own so quote unquote like truth, which is we know what it is, and they will not change, and the change will not come from outside. It has to come from inside, and that will not happen. If it's not happened in let's say 400 years, maybe it will take another 400 years to change. I don't see the change. I don't think it will change. They are this is in their blood, this is in their roots, and those few
who are not supporting it, are not doing anything. So yes, so Russia will not change, and I just want Finland to now close the border to Russia. I saw the lines of cars trying to get to Finland today, and I want the borders to close, and I don't want to see even one Russian person. This is like very emotional to say, like, I don't want to see any Russian in my life. What they have been doing, this is like affecting the whole fucking world, sorry my French, and we don't need this kind of genocide and war, and we need to like we need to close the borders to Russia, and they can do whatever they like inside Russia and take them out from Ukraine, and like whatever they do there, it's their business, but I want them out. And excuse me for getting like this angry and emotional, and I'm just like, yeah, Verlaine. I know what you are talking about, and you are putting it very clearly. And also, I really appreciated what Pauli Sortti, the Finnish lawyer we have here often, what he said. So we have so much information and clarity here. So thank you, Verlaine, for what you do, and everybody, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Like, I understand and I support the idea of containment. Well, some people might call it solitary confinement, but Russia still has 7 allies, which is or 6, 7 or 6. I think Domen knows better the actual ones because they keep changing irrelevant ones. And I think that was the idea from the very start. Like, the majority of Ukrainians who don't have their relatives in Russia were never actually even curious about how they are living, what are the states of their affairs, what is happening, what is the constitution and composition of Russia, because they never cared to begin with. We honestly were mostly, the majority were focused on development of our country and the relationships, international relationships, which we were mostly going forward to, like the European Union, and that is why we never thought of how should I put it, doing the proper research on like on a state level of the threat and potential escalation. I mean, not the military, but the general population, because a lot of people assume that since the USSR collapsed, both Ukraine and Russia were all the countries that came out of the USSR were thinking mostly about the progress and the democracy, and some people still believed, even in 2014, that we shared the same values and that our cultures are somewhat similar, so that's why maybe we have the same values, which were completely obviously wrong about. Now a lot of people do admit their mistake, but nothing can be done at this point. And that is why a lot of people at the beginning of war were like, we're gonna cast out Russians from our country, and we don't care what happens with them. Like, we honestly don't care. We were gonna be all focused on the reconstruction of our country, on the decompression of our soldiers, rehabilitation of our population, because there is hardly anyone left here who wasn't traumatized. Wait, if you think about it, the whole population is being traumatized either with the news or physically or emotionally. or just with this even those who weren't involved in any kind of, I don't know, volunteering or combat or any type of effort, who were just solely focused on themselves, which there are some people in every country who are just egoistic. Yeah, they still were traumatized in this or another way. So like we generally didn't care what's gonna happen with Russia, but at this point you see that the only possible end game for Russia is like the USSR. And once again, we won't care of what's gonna happen with what's gonna happen. Like we've never thought, never in our lives, to cross the border, even though we have small regions in Russia who still have a lot of Ukrainians living on them because of the USSR's approach as to sending Ukrainians to the further east during the 40s, 50s, or the Kuban region, who have a mix of Ukrainians and Russians living all together. Anyways, we just don't care. But the containment is the only way for, and the proper isolation is the only way, which I see for Russians as human beings to keep on living with the rest of the world, if that makes sense. I think we have Scribe and then Nina. Scribe?
Can I have a follow-up, please? And I will take myself down after that. Helene, is it okay?
It's okay. Can you try to unmute now?
Yeah, I will just sum it up very quickly. Like when I add everything what's happened in the 7 months and see the whole picture right now, I came to a very, like, it struck by light. What Russia is doing, it's making a very special suicide operation. Thank you.
With that being said, Scribe, please go ahead.
Real quick question. For my understanding, did Putin technically state that he's now at war with the entire rest of the world in a way?
I'll try and answer this one if you want, Fellaini. Scribe, Putin and also a lot of Russian propagandists on their TV very, very frequently say, "Oh, we're not at war with the West. We're not at war with Ukraine. We're at war with America. We're at war with the West." They say this sort of thing all the time, but they don't actually start shooting at NATO countries, and they don't actually declare war on NATO countries. What he's doing is for his own domestic audience. He's trying to say to the Russians that he's trying to say, "Oh, the reason this is hard is because we're fighting America." He's not fighting America. He's fighting the Ukrainians. Yes, we've sent them some weapons, but it's the Ukrainians that are beating them, and they just can't stand to accept that, because it shows that the belief that they've got, that they think they're the strongest and the best, is wrong, because the Ukrainians are beating them now. So yeah, when they say things like, we're fighting the West, we've got nuclear weapons, they're just trying to scare us. They're just trying to manipulate people. It's just more Russian bullshit, basically.
Thank you for the clarification.
Are you there, Philip?
To dovetail on to Tom, good morning and good afternoon, Tom. When things in their mind were looking better, and they were angry at the West for supplying weapons, their talking heads, these people who are fed lines from the Kremlin, I'm going to say their names, just this horrible couple of TV shows, would do little graphics showing some nonsense torpedo some Neptune missile, nuclear payload. One missile would destroy all of Great Britain and would become an underwater colony or some stupid stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Western countries, the United Kingdom, the USA, made it very clear to Moscow that you better tone it down. If you think this is a joke, you're going to find out the hard way. Definitely, there's probably some saber rattling back the other way, but quietly, not to upset people. And you've seen Russia back away from that. So all these clowns that are talking about nuclear weapons, they're trying to limit now, talking about it in Ukraine. They obviously can't use ICBMs. They're refining things because they realize that the adults in the room aren't tolerating them. They don't care. The West is, he knows the cost of a nuclear weapon. Let's say a tactical nuclear weapon. First of all, what is it going to do to his troops on the ground, to his people in their cities? How would they deploy it? I mean, is it the same technology that they use to equip their army with tanks or missiles? I mean, they've already proven that they don't have a good structural basis for their military. Unless they're going to walk a tactical nuke over. I don't know if I wouldn't trust them. If I was them, I wouldn't trust myself. So what are they going to do? How is it going to help them? And the hurt that it would cause them on the international level from India, from China, if they were to, God forbid, try to deploy tactical nuke, Putin must know his days are done, like not in months and years, but in days. So it's just as Tom said, it's meant to intimidate and scare the West. These are the writhings of a desperate dictator, genocidal murderer, babbling on about what he can do when he can't do anything. They can't win a conventional war. And right now, he had to announce, I suspect, some form of mobilization to appease the hardliners, or even to the right of him, surprising there are. But he doesn't really want to alienate the vast majority of his population. They're happy to watch on the couch and giggle and smile about all their victories, but they're not willing to fight. So this was probably the best course of action for him in his mind to appease parts of the far right that he has and hardliners, and to not totally alienate. But he will. This will start alienating, especially after going to the front line and having 10,000 Moscow and St. Petersburg boys chopped up against a professional Ukrainian army. I think the writing's on the wall for Mr. Putin. Den John.
Yeah, sorry, I had to unlock my phone and open the mic. Yeah, so I was just in contact with a guy I know in Moscow who's target for this, and because there's been reports that that there are, I mean, the police is out there and basically subpoena the young men, and this is true. So now he says that many are very scared and can't go out even, and basically saying that the situation is absolute madness and desperation is spreading. So it's not good for them. It's the beginning of the end, I think.
Where is your friend? John? Sorry,
Tom.
Hey, where was your friend?
Yeah, not friend, old colleague, not friend, but the source of information. He is in Moscow.
Wow, thanks for that update. That's fascinating to hear. That's crazy.
So do you want to clarify that, then, John? You're saying your old colleague in Moscow is telling you that the police are canvassing the streets to look for young men? Is that what you just said?
Yes. Because I found on Telegram, well, actually here on Twitter, a snippet from Telegram, and in Russian, but it was translated saying that the police is now canvassing the street, as it said. And I sent it to him to ask if it was true. He said, yes, this is going on. It's complete madness what's going on. That's his words.
Well, it was all fun and games while it lasted, eh, Russia?
Yeah, I did. That's what I wanted to tell him as well, but I didn't, because I want to keep him as a source of information.
Yeah.
But yeah,
probably not worth antagonizing him. Yeah, no, it's probably a bad move, probably a necessary move for Putin. What are they going to mobilize them with? They're going to train them. Who's going to train them? What are they going to equip them with? Are they going to raid all the World War II museums? What tanks are they going to go on? What armored vehicles? It's shocking. The best of the best. Some article written by someone smart who talked about, and I don't believe the numbers, at 8 years to train a VDV officer or a paratroop officer. I'm not sure we're doing a PhD or something, but 8 years seems a little long, but whatever. They were saying that the best of their best is gone. So they're going to take people off the street who aren't motivated to fight, who aren't soldiers, train them even for what? What are they doing normally? 2, 3, 4 weeks? And they're going to bring them to Ukraine? Like, this guy is nuts. Putin has no idea. He thinks this is World War II. The whole population is geared towards fighting Nazis. And everyone's just going to pick up a rifle, half of a uniform, and just jump over a berm and go, too many movies for Putin. Maybe Steven Seagal's his advisor. I don't know. Crazy. Tom. I know we keep saying crazy a lot, but I mean, and I don't know if it's even fair. I don't think it's a mental illness that he has. I think it's just a maybe if delusion is mental illness, but I really don't think he gets it. I really don't think, if he was offering gazillion dollars to every Russian to join, I could see that as saying, and he's not to everyone, but there are incentives. But like, how do you get motivated people? You're certainly not by pulling them off the streets. My God.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe it's something that like Prof. Fallon and I didn't emphasize enough. But when we talk about Putin having a psychopathic, or being psychopathic, that's personality. It's not mental illness. It's extremes of personality. That's just how he is as a person. Like, so far as we know, he hasn't got any kind of mental illness. I think he may have Parkinson's disease, but that isn't why he's a monster. That's just his personality. That's just who he is. And I think given that, dictators don't get to retire and have a presidential library made in their name, like happens in civilized democratic countries, when people like Saddam and Gaddafi and Ceausescu lose power, it ends very, very badly for them. So the problem is, as he starts to realize that he may actually be in trouble, he's going to try more and more desperate things, which are going to look more and more stupid as he just desperately tries to win this somehow. But he's not going to win. The Ukrainians have got them. Their tide is turned now. And I think anyone that can accept reality in Moscow realizes that. But I think many of them can't accept reality because I think it's just too painful for them to realize that they're not the almighty country that they thought they were. And they're having their asses handed to them by a smaller country of braver and more decent people. So that's what I think's going on.
Yeah, no, Ben Jones.
Yeah, and this boosting the morale, they are not doing a good job at that as well, because they also sign laws that it's an offense, or it's punishable to give up, to surrender in battle. And also I saw also on Twitter that someone asked someone, politician or whatever, whether the conscripts would be forgiven their mortgage, and the answer was no. So they're not really incentivizing the guys, I would say.
Yeah, so we're here discussing at MriyaReport Putin's uplifting and motivating speech to his people, where he promises that no method will be overlooked, hinting at nuclear weapons and how Russia is fighting for its values, and a whole other litany of nonsense that only a mother could believe. All right, Verlaine, are you there? I just came in the middle here. Apologize.
I've been here for a while. I was just listening to you because I haven't heard the voice in a while.
You broke up a bit there. All right. Does anyone who can talk about the upcoming speakers today? We have Goody, former head of the SBU in Ukraine after the first Russian invasion. Valentin, I'm just going to say Valentin, is his last name. Without reading it in front of me, I will not get. Maybe Verlaine can tell us the name. He's now a parliamentarian, but he was the head of the Ukrainian Secret Service, in effect, SBU. Verlaine, did she say she can't speak? All right. Well, either way, Valentin is coming up, and he would be probably one of the most knowledgeable people in the world today about Ukrainian security and their services and things they face and what they have had to put up with, and what things are like now and where they're going. So, Tom, did you know he's coming?
I didn't. I'm sorry. Could you say what time he's going to be here again?
Well, I'm driving to work, so I can't see the card.
Okay.
I want to say in a couple of hours or a few hours.
I'll check.
And yeah, and it's on the main page there. If you could give it a whirl, someone take a look, see, and maybe
5 p.m. London time, 7 p.m. Kyiv time.
7 p.m. London, Kiev time. Okay, all right. And what's his last name, please? Okay. Sorry, I can't read it myself. You gotta practice safe driving. No reading texts and driving. Don't do it. But one of our friends here will.
It was
Yeah,
a
I'm trying to
glitch.
figure out.
I don't know why. His name is Valentin Nalyvaichenko.
Yeah, Valentin. Sorry, what's his last name?
Nalyvaichenko.
Nalyvaichenko. Valentin Nalyvaichenko will be here 7 p.m. his local Kiev time. So you just have to work backwards, get a calculator, look at a globe. If you don't believe in globes, just use your calculator. And
3.5 hours. Just in 3.5 hours.
I met some flat earthers here, I'm not going to lie. So I'm trying to help out. Don't want to be ableist. All right. So anyway, SBU, former head of the SBU of Ukraine, will be here. Valentin Nalyvaichenko, and we're looking forward to that great discussion. And later on in the day, we'll have former Navy SEAL Commander Chuck Ferrer coming on, along with West Point's top and the world's top urban warfare specialist, Colonel John Spencer, to help dissect and discuss what we speak about with Valentin. So please stay tuned today for that, and also for those who, if you're able to, we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since just before the second invasion began on the 24th of February. And if you are able to help out in any way, please do contact the main account for MriyaReport. We have been monitored by multiple staff, including this account, because there are a lot of messages that come in. There are people who want to help out. We recently had a Scandinavian MP reach out with driving stuff over to Ukraine. This is a family affair. Everyone's helping out. If you're able to donate, MriyaReport is an organization we trust. You can go visit them at MriyaReport, and they procure non-lethal humanitarian aid. And everyone there is 100% volunteer as well. There are no admin costs. They pay for their own way. They're not getting donors to pay for staplers or pieces of paper or anything. Literally everything at the organization is spent on helping Ukraine, either buying products or shipping it, helping Ukrainian causes, and that's a great thing. So as well here at MriyaReport, we are all volunteers, collection of confreres and sirs around the world who we do not accept any funds through any of the accounts here at MriyaReport. No host will ask you for that. Everything we do here is completely volunteer as well. We do point people in the direction. Sometimes we'll have other groups come in here, Malcolm Nance, Rick Rawlings, James Vasquez, and we'll recommend support for them as well. So we're here to speak truth to power, to discuss the topical news and issues that affect Ukraine right now, and to highlight the genocide of the Ukrainian people at the hands of Russia and Mr. Putin. So we'll continue to do that until the war is done, until it's won, until there's peace through victory for Ukraine. On that note, I'm going to go over to Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so I just remembered something that you say about when you're talking about MriyaAid, that we don't have any pizza parties. But I was thinking, could MriyaReport have a pizza party? Maybe when they liberate her son, right? Because it is going to be free. Maybe what we could do is each of us could order a pizza and give the same amount of money, whatever the pizza costs, give that to MriyaAid as well. And then have pizza to celebrate, because the Ukrainians are starting to win now. And I think that deserves a little celebration now and then.
100%. Yeah, no, we definitely can have our own funded pizza parties. The comments I made in the past were that there'll be no donor funded pizza parties. It will all be volunteer funded. And it sounds like a great idea. Hopefully one day we can all meet up in Crimea on the beach and have a real pizza party, or whatever, a Varenica party, something a little more appropriate for the where you are. If you want to come up, please do request the speaker button from Verlaine. She is the co-host. Verlaine is one of our Ukrainian ladies on the ground in Ukraine. She does a lot of work behind the scenes as well with MriyaAid, doing good work to help in any way she can. She's a bit of a superstar, if you ask me. So we always like to thank her for all her help, and the fact that she can come on and co-host and help lead the show is really important for us, and we appreciate her. All right. I'm not sure if we have David Brookfield up. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, it's odd, Yehuda. I can see the red microphones next to some people, but not next to others. So it could be a graphics glitch.
No, we call them phantom speakers. They get up there.
Tom, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so we're discussing, as you know, there have been good military gains by Ukraine in Kharkiv Oblast and parts of Donetsk or Luhansk and Belorivka. Ukrainians are consolidating the gains they've made over the last couple of weeks. Additionally, there's still up tempo in Kherson Oblast is slower. The Russians have been able to, at great costs, to resupply to an extent their forces by helicopter. They have large transport helicopters, Mi-26, if I'm not mistaken. So that's how they're keeping their troops somewhat supplied. How long that lasts for is dependent upon Ukrainians' ability to interdict that resupply by air. So we're watching the Ukrainians slowly and gradually chip away parts of Kherson Oblast west of the Dnipro, or what's called the right bank. Or that might not help you if you're looking at a map, because you might look at the right bank and you see the east of the Dnipro. It's in reference of being in Ukraine and looking towards the Black Sea. They call it the right bank. So you might hear that a lot. So just for clarification, we're referring to the parts of Kherson Oblast to the west of the river Dnipro. And it goes about from the northeast to the southwest, the river in that area. Additionally, you still have Ukrainian artillery striking positions all along the rear and the deep battle, we call it, as opposed to close battle. And they're quite effective at it. You've seen Ukrainian forces conduct perhaps demonstrations or feints where they're either engaging or not engaging Russian forces. And when they are engaging, it's not decisive, and they're, in a way, forcing Russian brigades to reorient all along the center front, and then withdrawing. So not sure if these are purposeful, if it's just these are recce's of sorts from the Ukrainians to help define the enemy rather. But either way is causing the Russians great concern. They move a lot of troops around. So all in all, we're seeing a lot of changes in Ukraine. Primarily, you're seeing the Ukrainians consolidate and bring up their supply echelons and their ability to support the next counteroffensive is being solidified as we speak. So these are good things. If there are any questions about that, please do come up and let me know. And Ferlane, if you need any help with the co-host, let me know, because we should be dropping David down to bring him back up because he can't speak. If anyone's listening, Ghost or Battle News or Domin or Axel, do help out, please, with the co-host and get the speakers panel sorted out. It's going to be an interesting day today. We have a lot of very good speakers, number one. Number two, there's a lot going on. Putin's speech is something for discussion. Can't wait to hear what Valentin has to say about it, what it really means, how desperate is it? Is it desperate at all? And important things to that effect. We will let you know as soon as we find out. And on that note, I'll go back to Ferlane.
I was just trying to sort out the requests. It's either I can't see them or you aren't requesting, dear listeners. Once again, if you would like to become a speaker, please press on the left bottom corner of your screen. There is a mic button. I will should see you on the panel. But if it's not working and you've been requesting for a while, well, there is either Twitter glitch or the glitch of the platform. So just send me a DM. I'm going to try to bring you up manually. As Yehuda had mentioned, we're gonna have today the former head of the security services of Ukraine, which you might have heard as SBU, joining us. For those of you who haven't heard about SBU or security services of Ukraine, they are part of special structures within the Ukrainian army and Ukrainian services overall that are in charge of supervising the activities on the ground and all the agencies and authorities that we have. They usually are the ones who are regarded as FBI, but they're not exactly what you think they are. So if you have any questions for Valentin, please make sure to be here in 3.5 hours approximately. So it's 7 p.m. Kyiv time, 5 p.m. London, and I suppose noon if we are talking about the east coast of the US. If you have any questions as to the joking aside, today you have probably heard about the so-called mobilization and you just woke up and you don't know what's happening. Yes, we have discussed it. Putin has announced the partial mobilization. You might see these numbers with 300,000 reservists, but it's actually not the exact number because they have classified clauses, and on the paper it doesn't look the way it is. But they're speaking about a lot today about Russians continuing the escalation and getting more cannon fodder and bring more disaster to Ukraine. In the meantime, we have already discussed the capacity to, or incapacity to train more soldiers, which you might think it's going to be happening real soon because they have announced this mobilization or partial quoting mobilization. But you will see a lot of bizarre memes within the Ukrainian Twitterverse because we obviously see that they can't fight us with quality, they're just keep on fighting us with quantity. And you all know how it goes. So yeah, I think we have Max and Jerome, guys. I don't know who was the first one, so let's start with Max and then we will go to Jerome. Max, please go ahead.
Hello, yeah. Like I'm watching right now a Twitch stream of a Russian dude, and I'm like translating a few messages, and like most of them are pretty worried about the situation for them. There's some like also thinking about or talking about atom bombs and stuff, nuclear bombs, which I'm not worried about at least. And some are like coping that China would come in. I don't know about that. So like my question for you would be like, are you guys worried at all, or because I feel it's like such a weird situation?
Well, honestly, once again, sincerely, I can't say for everyone, but I personally came to the point that I can be calm and focused as possible. I think they've done the worst they could by just showing their true nature and the wealth of the absent human values or morals. So, in comparison with the beginning of war, I think, beginning of 2014 and everything else, people I am surrounded with and everyone else is not like they're not showing any kind of like horror, terror, panic. Everyone has come to this point when we are very composed, very consolidated within ourselves, and who was really worried and terrified has already left the country with their kids, I suppose. They have used this policy of fear mongering. They've been using it for such a long time that we just came to realize that nothing can shake us. I don't know, it might sound really strange, but the only thing which is scaring me is that the kids will be really scared and that a lot of people will die after this. But I just don't see the scenario then they're going to be using this their last resort, knowing what kind of consequences it's going to bring to their own population. And as Victoria has mentioned, we doubt they're gonna be using the nuclear weapon. If they're gonna try doing something, it's gonna be mostly maybe something related to the nuclear power plants and just using those assets as a weapon, weaponizing this. Weapon potential disaster. But anyway, I am not worried. As to everyone else, well, cities are still functioning as always. Kyiv is working.
I don't know if it's only for me, but Verlaine is kind of chopped up some. But overall, I got the message, and I'm very glad that you are calm. And I'm also really surprised that we are right now here, that I'm also calm when they're mobilizing, trying to mobilize 300,000. It's like, but good. Then I wish you a good day, guys.
Thank you so much. Yes. Sometimes it even surprises ourselves, like
Mic check. I can barely hear Verlaine.
because
Imperial, can you hear Verlaine?
today sorry.
The line
Yeah,
is very bad as well. So
I hear every other word, but it's enough to go by.
I probably am just happy.
Okay, well we can take hands while Verlaine's connection's getting a bit better. I can't remember who was first out of Jerome, then John, or Imperius, though.
Yes, thank you. I'm almost looking at this mobilization as like a depressing plumbing problem. We got a 3/4 inch pipe with the reservoir on water on top, and there's only so much water that can come out at once, but he's just refilled the reservoir a little bit, and it's just depressing. It just really is. And I just wonder, I don't know if anybody can respond or answer. I think Yehuda dropped, but I was just wondering about the situation in Bakhmut. I know maybe that was one of the few places of any Russian progress. I know it's a horrible situation, and it seemed like someone said they were just trying to show progress with no real goal. And I'm just wondering if there's strategic importance and what's the situation, if anybody can respond to Bakhmut, please. Thank you.
Well, I think that metaphor kind of doesn't quite do justice to the scale and nature of the Russian mobilization problem, because not only is the pipe thin enough, isn't like wide enough to get the amount of flow desired, it also doesn't lead anywhere, right? Like half the plumbing is missing because all that excess military infrastructure for absorbing large numbers of raw recruits that the Soviet military had is just gone. Aside from, you had it sort of fall apart over the past couple decades of Russian military.
I'm sorry. I guess I should have specified we need a 3-inch pipe, and he's got a 3/4 inch pipe.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the pipe isn't hooked up to anything, right? Like, there's none of the military infrastructure. There's none of the units. Like you can't put those guys. There's nowhere to actually put those guys in terms of units, because the few units that they did have that sort of existed to absorb those recruits have been destroyed in Ukraine, along with all the training cadres and instructors that you would have needed to actually put the units together. So
let's perhaps flush that analogy down the drain, if you will. Hardy har har. Let's just say simply, even if they have 300,000, how will they equip them? Who will train them? And what equipment will they use? Right. That's the real issue, Jerome. We're not looking at an army stocked with things.
Yes, I'm sorry, but one note, I did bring it up last night, and one person did have an interesting, not that that's going to fix the problem either, but he did say that BTGs were designed for conscript cannon fodder. Basically, I know the BTGs are blown apart and whatnot, so it just was one other, that the BTGs are built for cannon fodder, basically, I guess.
I don't know. I'm not sure who said that, but I mean, the reality is BTGs were the Russians' response to the dynamic nature of modern warfare, of maneuver warfare, where the NATO and West the West and NATO have battle groups which can be constructed with different parts depending on the nature of the mission. But the problem is the Russians reorged their military. However, they didn't really provide that modularity that a battle group has or brigade group has from a NATO perspective. So I'm not sure it's designed for that. I think it was a response to how modern armies actually operate. Either way, they've demonstrated that their combined arms is almost non-existent. They still are. Hello. There's still a force that's made to support their artillery as opposed to artillery supporting the maneuver elements in NATO. So it's more of the same thing. And also, welcome to the space there, Ice-T, an original rapper's name for sure. If you could mute your mic and wait and raise your hand, and we'll get to you in order of your hands being raised. Thanks so much. Hope that answered your question, Jerome. And we'll fly over. I'm not sure if it was Den, John, Nick. Who is next? Let's get some hands because we're rocking and rolling.
I'm sorry, Yehuda, but I was wondering about Bakhmut. If anybody had any updates.
Yeah, so there's. I'm just going to answer quickly because I got to cut off Imperius. They got to get to work. So just really quickly, Bakhmut, there have been some Russian gains. When I mean some, I'm talking about 200-300 meters. It is a very tight place. They're putting everything they've got into it. It's obviously a place the Ukrainians intend to block Russian forces from moving. I wouldn't panic about it yet there, Jerome. On that note, let's just bash through. I have to step off soon, so I'm going to go Nick, then John, and Danny. Go ahead. And then Ice. Nick?
Hi, is the just in reaction to the are we worried about nuclear weapons? It seems to me that there are three scenarios where Putin could use a nuclear weapon on the battlefield, which I don't think he's going to do because his own troops are going to get in the way and they're downwind. On Kiev, which I think is of all is the least unlikely. Or I don't know, on Warsaw or Berlin, in which case, he's going to be about there for about 3 hours more. So, and I don't see the point. I don't see the point of him using a nuclear bomb on Kiev. He's meant to be. So it seems to me that there's none of them make sense, even militarily. Never mind the suicidal nature.
Yeah, we discussed that just earlier. No to the nuclear weapons. It's a scare tactic. The only one he could use is battlefield, and as you said, it would. He doesn't care to kill his own troops anyway. He'll just blame it on Ukrainian chemical weapons. The man's a liar. Just more scare tactics from a sick not old, but a sick individual. Are going to just bash through in case there are any military questions there. Then John, then Danny, then Ice. Go ahead, then John.
Yeah, just to say, no, we're not scared. Of course, I'm not in Ukraine, but I'm not scared at all, and we can't give in to blackmailing. No way, not scared.
100%. Thanks, then John, Danny, and then Ice. Go ahead, Danny.
Thank you, everyone. Really interesting listening to you guys on my lunch break here. I just wanted to kind of note some interesting things that are going on in above us in the air. So when the counteroffensive happened very successfully, there were tons of NATO assets in the air, and after it tapered off a little bit, there weren't so many in the air. Now there's a lot of them in the air again. So a lot of NATO assets in the air over the Black Sea, Forte, as well as the rivet joint at once. A lot of other flights happening in the corner pocket there, which we're used to. But I was just wanting to note kind of the peaks and valleys of that activity, and it's a peak again, which I think is quite interesting, and that's why I'm expecting some very good news from Frontlines to kind of hit Twitter soon. So I'm looking forward to that. And another thing that I find interesting that's up in the air is a special flight squadron, Rossiya Tupolev, that's up in the air, left Moscow earlier today, and it's been circling around St. Petersburg, south of St. Petersburg for hours now, which I find interesting as well. So I wanted to kind of bring that up because we've been talking about mobilization a lot, but not about military stuff. So I was interested in your take on that.
Yeah, so I suggest that that planes in and around the area were just turning their transponders off, that they were actually still there. Maybe they didn't want people to know where they were, and that's not bad. Tupolev flying around St. Petersburg, who knows, trying to scare the Baltics. No one is afraid. The mask is off. I'd say that just desperate measures from a desperate regime. But we will circle back. There's a lot to talk about what NATO can do in the air, and it's obviously provide a lot of intelligence and sensory capabilities. Thanks, Danny. We're going to Ice T. What's your question about Ukraine, or what's going on there, Ice?
Hi, yeah, sorry. It's been really nice to listen to you guys. I've been listening to you for a few hours. It's really get me an insight into a lot of what's going on. I was just wondering, you might have already gone over the question. I'm not sure about the situations at the nuclear power plant. What does this mean for the rest of Europe and stuff? If there was a meltdown and stuff like that.
Yeah, good question. So what it means is if Russia tries to damage a nuclear reactor to cause them some kind of nuclear catastrophe, then it's responsible for it, and only it.
Yeah.
So do I suspect they'll do that? Who knows? I don't think they will. I think they want to scare Europeans into thinking that. But I mean, if they did it, the Europeans have made it clear to Russia that they will hold them responsible for it. They know that no one buys the Russian idiotic claim that the Ukrainians are shelling their own nuclear power plant from Russian positions, ostensibly, because it's the only way that those missiles would be able to be fired, which is from Russia.
Yeah.
So it's a little silly. It's a little silly.
Of course.
Okay. Good
Yeah.
question. Thanks.
And I have one more question. One more question. I've read. Sorry. I read about the Chinese preparing their people to fight in the war. Would that be with Russia, or would that be regarding the Taiwan situation?
I'm not sure. I don't think there's any offer of Chinese troops for Russia. I doubt the Chinese are interested in the Russians' misadventure. And yeah, I when it comes to Taiwan, China has made it clear that they intend to invade there at some point, but I don't think it's anytime soon. I think
Of course.
most estimations is 2027 to 2030 or something. Hope that helps your.
Thank you ever so much for your time, and thank you for Tom showing me about this. It really is appreciated. You take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your
Thank
time
you.
and your question.
Thank
Let's
you.
go over. No worries. Let's go to September Claire. September, not to be confused with October Sally. Go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for welcoming me to your space. I really just have a comment. I just want to recognise the great work that the Ukrainian ambassador is doing the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia and New Zealand. He's working really hard, and I wanted to just give him a shout out. His name is Basil Moroshenko, and every other day he is on the TV, trying to explain to the people of Australia and New Zealand, making the case for Ukraine, for our country's support for Ukraine, and I think now that particularly now more than ever with the so-called partial mobilisation, that it's important that countries around the world, redouble their efforts to support Ukraine. And I wanted to recognise the very hard work that Ukrainian ambassadors are doing around the world, and what we can do to support them, both directly but also in online spaces. And I want to talk about a bit of sort of Russian propaganda that occurred in a mural in Melbourne, in our country a couple of weeks ago, and it was primarily the hard work of the Ukrainian ambassador to bring it to light, and that the people online supported him, but there was opposition as well, but the government and the artists took the Russian propaganda down, and so but it also makes it very hard for me to see sometimes when he does an article in a newspaper, and the comments section in that newspaper there's criticism, and that there's pro-Russian talking points, and it just rams it home to me that they're so far away from their home country they are petitioning the countries that they're in for their governments to provide material support and political support to Ukraine. And it must be a really hard job. And I just want to give a shout out to the Ukrainian ambassador in Australia. He's doing a great job. And that I'm going to try and follow on Twitter different Ukrainian ambassadors around the world, just so they can get more support and get a bit of, because they do get targeted by trolls. And I just want to just put that out there. Give my Ukrainian ambassador a shout out, and thank you for allowing me to your space. And that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Claire. So recognizing Basil Marchenko, Ukrainian ambassador, Australia and New Zealand, great work he's doing. If someone from the foreign ministry is listening, give him a raise. Good guy. Thanks, Claire, for that. I suppose that never have diplomats around the world from any country been so crucial to their country's existence. And Ukrainian diplomatic staff today, they must be working 24 hours a day around the clock to promote the cause of freedom and justice. And we all lend our support to them for sure. Thanks so much. Denjon, and before we go to Denjon, Verlaine and Imperius Finance, someone has to take over because I got to go to work. Just pulling in soon, and I will cut off just probably unceremoniously. So I'll drop down. When I drop down, just someone pop in. Go ahead, Denjon.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. Happy work. Just to September, if I'm not wrong, that ambassador was here on this place a couple of months ago. Maybe someone else can confirm, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, a lot of ambassadors, different Ukrainian ambassadors, come onto our space and talk to us about what they're experiencing and talking about giving their message. So I don't want to brag, but we have had the ambassador here talking, and we thank him for his time.
Verlaine, can I ask you a question, please? You still with us right now?
Yeah, I'm here. You can try.
Sure. You made an excellent post earlier today about how basically to the Ukrainians, Vlad's speech today of what he calls hopeful mobilization in Ukraine, sort of more of the same, and that it's been kind of discounted. Was that a personal opinion, or would you say that's a more broader opinion in Ukraine to just sort of see as just sort of seeing him for the, I don't know, blowhard, for lack of a better term, that he is?
I mean, it's both, I suppose. I can see why I believe in this, and I understand that the majority is on the same page. Well, we have, even before the full-scale invasion, we have had so many different names and slurs for him, for what he's been doing in Ukraine. The opinion has just gotten worse and worse. That's why his speeches are usually, though they bring a lot of devastating consequences, we just don't buy them, honestly. At this point, those are just like noise on the background.
Yeah, I think that's probably a healthy take towards dealing with such a psycho as a neighbor. I was, wondered if you had any advice for the rest of us in the world who can't seem to understand what you all seem to know, which is that he just seems to talk to a psychotic domestic audience all day long, and maybe we should just let them talk to each other, and the rest of the world should ignore them.
Well, I hate to say it, but we did tell the other part of the world not to trust Russia and not to do anything with Russia, and just to expect some kind of
Fletch, at the end of the day, what should I tell you? I'm not best in advising how to treat Russians and their state, I suppose. But the healthiest approach right now is just being aware of what's happening, supporting Ukraine as much as possible, knowing that this is gonna come to an end at some point and that we need to do whatever is possible to make it happen faster. And whatever is being said on Russian state television, I think this, especially being like keeping an eye close to the Russian state television for this 8 months almost. Oh, what a strange way to say it. You have realized that they are mostly make the product for their own audience. They're not even thinking of how they are perceived overseas. It's like Big Brother. To be honest, since the early days, it feels like we're in the Orwell's, I guess, an upgraded version of a novel. And just don't panic. Brace yourself. Love your country as much as we love ours, and help us to save it. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I wish when you said "we told you so" that I had some sort of counter argument. But when you're right, you're right. And as a group, especially when you consider our politicians, we did a pretty poor job of listening here outside of Ukraine. So at least some of us are taking you seriously now. I wish more of us would join, but I don't know what else to say on that one other than I guess better late than never. But yeah, no, if we had taken you seriously, we wouldn't be having this conversation this way at this time.
This is actually very, it's very hard to shake me overall. I'm a very patient person, very stoic. You probably have, like all of you who are listening and have been listening for a while, have probably realized that that's my biggest advantage and disadvantage, strength and weakness at the same time. And it's really, really annoying sometimes to realize that, like, we are really grateful for the help that had come, but if it had come earlier, a lot of things might have been prevented and avoided. So with being a lot of Ukrainians, we still have this kind of like inner conflict, but being grateful and at the same time feeling this feeling of, being annoyed, like we told you for such a long time. And that's why these speeches that given by President Macron and by Scholz yesterday were so they came out of nowhere. We were so used to them being, I don't know, not ignorant, but being blinded and having this kind of idea that Russia can still redeem themselves and that that's just like a minor thing. And finally, I don't know how many of you have watched or have read the statements, but that's like they did a full 180 and you were like, oh Lord, they are finally on the same page. Like, I don't know how it was for the rest of the world, but for Ukrainians, those two speeches were like, holy shit. Like, it took them 8 years, but they finally got to that, to that point. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the speeches by Macron and Scholz?
I have not seen the speeches by Macron and Scholz, but I have been discounting every single word that comes out of their mouth since this war started, even when it's positive, because in my professional and personal life, I have learned that at that level of distrust, I never start trusting someone. That may make me perhaps overly pessimistic, but I am glad to hear that they're finally saying the right things, or to put it another way, having pulled their heads out of their collective other ends. So I'm probably not a good one. Ben was talking about it in space. Hopefully Ben John has something for us. Let's move on to him.
Yeah, I heard the translation of Mr. Macron, and it was quite powerful. I don't think he didn't mean that actually. It was quite different to what he has been saying before, and the tone he was using. So well, let's see. Never know, but I haven't heard Mr. Schultz. So I would love to hear it. But and also I didn't hear what you said about it, Phil, and if you could please repeat, because it's quite important.
I briefly saying they both were condemning Russia and addressing their imperialistic beliefs. That's like overall idea. They were all condemning whatever was done, and in their own words, and they were sincere. I hope to think that they both were sincere in those statements, because they did it in their own like languages, in the native tongue, with this sense of meaning. Like those weren't just words; they meant what they said, and it wasn't just politics. It wasn't this kind of diplomatic act of finally getting on the same page with the rest of the world. They meant what they said. I don't know what clicked. I don't think that they were forced to do that. Maybe Izum was the last drop. Maybe Putin has said something which were finally lost all the hope of finding the reasoning within him. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I got that feeling from Macron, but as said, I haven't heard Schultz's version. And also, it should be noted that yesterday Ben made a bet that there will be French battle tanks in Ukraine before there will be German battle tanks. So let's see.
Did anybody take the other side of that bet?
Yeah, someone did. I think it was Bionade, but I'm not sure if they ever agreed. I think I fell asleep.
We'll call it a gentleman's bet then.
Yeah.
Unlike the leaders of the two countries being discussed, those two are both gentlemen. It seems Mr. Moose has a hand up. Let's hear what our good Moose friend.
Yeah, I'll take that bet. I'm still holding out to see my Leo 2s rolling across the Ukrainian steppes on its way to engage the nasty little T-series tanks that it was made to destroy, and in its natural environment, and coming up with the lovely white, black, and brown camouflage that it sports during the winter. Hopefully they don't use those damn white cam nets, because those things are a glorious pain in the arse to deploy and undeploy. I hope the tank crews never have to deal with cam nets ever.
What's a cam net?
Sorry about that. They're the camouflage nets that go over pieces of equipment. So when you take a look at some of the videos of vehicles booting around, you'll notice like this perforated netting material that may be hanging off the side, or rolled up in a ball in the back. That's cam net. And what they'll do is they'll roll it out and they'll deploy it on staves, on great big sticks with spreaders on the end. So it carries the cam net over the equipment, because this stuff will stick to anything, any little protruding piece of equipment, or if anybody knows what I'm talking about, their eye is currently twitching thinking about cam nets. They'll get caught on everything. So it's like a wicker whacker of I see David put his hand up. They're like a wicker whacker mesh of string with this, I don't know what it is. It's like a polyurethane perforated camouflage coating over it, or material like a canvas over it, but it's perforated, right? And you put that over. It doesn't provide like much in the way of defense against thermals or radar, but if you got a crew that's really good at it, it could really hide something from the air.
So with a well-trained NATO crew, does this stuff keep you alive? If your buddies in the Canadian Maple Reserves were to mount up a Canadian tank with a bunch of camo netting in Ukraine, would this help keep them alive?
On the offensive, probably not. No, it would be it would be superfluous. You know, you're firing, like on the offensive, you're firing and moving so much. There's no time to to put up cam netting. Like, we still have it part of the doctrine, but with the advances in battlefield radar, it basically renders cam netting useless against everything except the C1A1 eyeball. And the dudes up in those Su-24s that are looking down. And what most will do is they'll deploy their cam net if they're set up in a leaguer or in a hide or something like that. They'll set up their cam nets, and then they'll take local flora and stuff it in there and kind of try to blend it in. And I've seen the Brits are really, really good at it. They'll make a tank look like the side of a hill with with a little bit of the barrel sticking out. But we should probably go to some hands.
So I can add a little bit of detail to that. The Ukrainians have taken it a step further. They make them by hand. The plastic versions, you can use AI and stuff like that to pick them up. The reason why they're handmade is because there is no real pattern to something that's handmade. Whether you use them on when you're attacking would depend on how long you're in a location, right? So if you were say, for instance, you're in a BMP and the rest of it, you've been doing something, but you're parked up in some woods, without a doubt, you should always put it over, because the number of drones out there, it will certainly go some way to concealing you, right? The reason why they handmade them, though, is because obviously some of the drones, I assume that they believe there's a risk that AI picks them up. But I would go, even now, if you're parked up and you're in a vehicle, you should be using it, because as just said, Battle Moose just said, is that anyone looking at you won't see you. Why make the other person's job obvious and easy, right? And if you do it properly, right, it's very difficult. So this stuff used to be used a lot in the days I was in, because this was the days when the RAF or whoever would be flying over in a plane, and they would be using film and taking photographs to see if they could see you. Nowadays is a little bit more different, but I would just go, there is always a reason to use good camouflage, always a reason. There's very few reasons not to be using it, unless you're just in that location for 5 minutes.
I got some cam netting downstairs. I'm going to have to take a look at it, see if the pattern repeats. Yeah, David brings up a good point. The most of the modern digital camouflage, so CAD-PAT, MAR-PAT, UC-PAT, the digi patterns, whatnot. The reason they're so expensive and they don't like that getting out into the public is because the pattern never repeats on the clothing, and in nature, you don't see repeating patterns. You know, that's one thing that our eyeball tends to catch, and David kind of alluded. It's the 7 reasons why things are seen on the battlefield. Sheen, shine, backlighting. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. I haven't finished my coffee, but yes, definitely, it's the one thing you're trying to trick is the C1 A1 eyeball. And you make a really good point about the drones. It's a very hot environment for drones. So if I guess if you're going into any kind of hide for any kind of time, put the cam nets up. Cam nets up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Russians have been spectacularly useless at doing. I've not seen one ever in any of the stuff there. I've not seen any BMP. They tend to just like try and park them in in buildings and things like that. They don't do all the other stuff as well. The number of times where you don't even need to find the BMP. You just watch the fact that there's all these tracks they've used in the middle of the field that lead you to where they are, right? No one thinks, oh well, I won't use the same route. They just use the same route. All of this stuff is really grey matter stuff for working out where someone is.
I haven't even seen like scrim on Russian soldiers. I've seen some scrim, and when I'm talking about scrim, I'm talking about like personal camouflage. So if you're walking around, and again, the Brits are really good at this. So if you see a bunch of bushes stand up and come walking towards you, that's usually the Brits. They'll take the local vegetation and they'll like stuff it in pockets and everywhere on their person to make them look like the environment. And perfect example is like a sniper's ghillie suit, right? You get the basic ghillie suit, but they will adapt that to the environment they're in. So if they're in they're in Ukraine and they're in the middle of a wheat field, they would take a bunch of the wheat and start stuffing it into their person, onto their clothing and whatnot, so they become the wheat field. And they'll move at such a we call it leopard crawling. So you move at such a slow rate that hopefully the eye doesn't catch it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Just don't make yourself conspicuous if you want to stay alive. This is just a demonstration of the lack of training that the Russians have. This is all stuff that you learn very, very early on. They don't do it because they're not taught it. I mean, and pretty much everything that you go along and they go, the reason why they don't do this is because they're not taught it. In the same way as you look at any of their camps, right? They don't tidy up because they're not taught it. So you can only go backwards and just go, where are they in what they do? I saw a post of some Russian officers' accommodation, and as I said before, I've seen squats, right? Heroin addict squats that were tidier. So as Axel says, everything's down from culture, isn't it?
I think we better go to Nick and Denjon there before they mount a revolt against the co-hosts.
The interesting people talk. I didn't know that Scholz had spoken to the UN. I'll go and look that up. I learned the other week which European country gave the most aid to Ukraine prior to February 24, the most military aid to Ukraine. You want to take a guess? It was France. And in fact, France gave more military aid between 2014 and 2020 to Ukraine than the rest of the EU combined. So I think some of the Macron bashing on here is at times a little unfair. I saw Zelensky interviewed by someone. He made a very charming point of it. Zelensky was interviewed by someone and who said, who are the leaders you talk to, every day? And he mentioned three. He mentioned Duda, Johnson, and Macron. And then the interviewer said, well, which of those is your favorite? And he said, my wife. And people laughed. I think for all the French bashing that we do on here, I think when the history books are written, I think that Macron, as an absolute minimum, will come out of this a hell of a lot better than Scholz. France has been
not to, though, right?
That true, but France gave 1.6 billion euros in military aid to Ukraine between 2014 and 2020. I don't know how much the US did. Quite a lot of that time Trump was in power, and I don't think Trump's US was giving a whole lot, but I don't have that figure. So this is the source is the Wikipedia page on aid to Ukraine with a link to the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, who are a reasonably serious news outlet, and they in turn cite EU arms export statistics. So just occasionally, I think I suspect as I say, when all is said and done, when Zelensky writes his memoirs, I think that Macron will be in a different category to Scholz.
Quite possibly, Nick. Although that Wikipedia page, there are some references on that page that were wrong. There's one of them which is maybe it was 1.6, or another one that was in the billions, a donation, and all that is a statement on a newspaper. There was no reference anywhere else. So you need to treat the Wikipedia page with a little bit of.
One always treats Wikipedia pages, but as I say, it links through to the newspaper site. That then links through to the Europa.eu official EU arms exports that you have to register. Now, it's true, I haven't been into all of those and added up all the individual lines. I trust that the journalist on the NZZ did that. But the second was Poland, the third was Denmark. Germany is in sixth place with 40 million. So make of that what you will. But assuming that they have,
I would like to intervene and explain one thing. That I told, and because I mentioned Macron and Scholz together, I mentioned them together for the sole purpose because they conduct the speech in the UN Assembly, and that's why I mentioned them together. I mentioned them together because Germany and France were a part of the Minsk. So they were partially responsible for the negotiations that were ongoing. And as to the aid that was provided, I think it was material. And Britain, the UK, the US, Canada, and other countries have been providing assistance while being on the ground. So I doubt that it's even possible to measure the funds that were utilized for the support of the Ukrainian armed forces by the operations. I don't remember a lot of acronyms, by the US operations, by the Op Unifier, by the Op Orbital. Not only have they sent personnel to Ukraine, which is really costly, it's pricey. It's really pricey to deploy like 200, 150, you name it, personnel, like on a regular basis, on rotations every half a year. It's costly to not only utilize their skills and knowledge, but also most operations that were meant to bring interoperability to the proper level. They usually didn't announce what kind of hardly ever there were some kind of like articles of we brought this, we brought that, and that was usually non-lethal. I concur. But in terms of just providing help, assistance, and aid, I doubt that Wikipedia and that link is, you know, a credible source. But I got your point. I think even in Ukraine, Macron and Scholz, these two figures might be look differently after the war, but we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, no, my only point was that on this space, in the same way someone says Slava Ukrainian, someone else will say Heroem Slava, someone will mention either the name Macron or Scholz, someone else will mention the other, and then everyone will have a good laugh. And I really think that we need to get a little bit more realistic about what the amount of aid that these countries, you know, it's fine to be sort of, you know, yeah, they could be doing more, etc. But I think the constant bashing, notably of Macron, is a little bit unfair. And it is, you know, it's
I still wonder, when did you hear bashing during this shift? Because all I said
not during the shift. No, that's fine. Not during the shift, but it happened. The Macron Scholz thing happened to get mentioned, and it's been a bee in my bonnet for a while. So and indeed, you know, people will talk about what
you look at them and you think that they balance each other out. They're complete opposites, but they are so, you know, they're usually together. And as I mentioned, for Ukrainians, it's mostly because France and Germany are always mentioned together in relation, like relating to the Minsk agreement. Yeah, maybe this is why. But yeah, we were really happy when Macron won the election. I have to admit, we're overjoyed because the other choice,
the alternative. So I just want to stay muted till it's your turn to speak, because everybody's cutting everybody off, and it's really hard to follow, especially with my weak NCO brain here. Sorry for Lane.
Never, won't forgive you. Anyways, let's go to the next people in line. We have Balance and then John. Balance Live, please go ahead.
I was going to add to the French aspect of this. I think that it's possible, and I think that just a possibility, this is based on just simple civilian perceptions on media. You know, Macron was very active in his visits to Russia, and, you know, meeting with Vladimir Putin in the beginning prior to the illegal invasion of Ukraine. And, you know, they had visited, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had gone to discuss with Putin, what was it, 2 or 3 times. And the way that it was portrayed in the media was sort of like, you know, it wasn't enough. It wasn't, or at least the media that I was seeing, it just wasn't enough. He wasn't, you know, forceful enough, or whatever it might be. So I think that might have had a perception, or added to the perception, that there just wasn't the fervor that was needed from Macron. Possibly, it's just a thought.
Keep in mind that we have to think about, like, per capita, what everybody is giving. So if we look at a country like Estonia, which is pretty small, per capita, they have given a lot. You know, per capita, Slovakia and Macedonia gave their entire air force, every single piece, to Ukraine, to the point that Slovakian airspace is now defended by Poland. You know, that's a pretty, that wasn't asked. They just did this on their own. You know, that's a pretty big commitment. And you might hear Axel go off about Germany and slag Germany and whatnot. And the point I believe he's getting at, because I won't speak for Axel, but I believe the point he's getting at is per capita, Germany and France have the economy to end this thing, tomorrow.
And if I may add to that little bit, they are also the fourth and third world's biggest arms manufacturers. Hence why I suspect so many of us are disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. As far as economically and the fact they both make a lot of arms and they both make a lot of very, very good arms. So we talk about the benefit of, of Western arms over other kinds of arms. These are the kinds of people whose weapons we're talking about. They make the good stuff in both countries. So it's not just that they're not providing, in some cases, we're not even asking for their stuff. There's lots of countries that have lots of lovely German Leopards and Martyrs, and the only reason they're not sending them is that the Germans won't let other countries send the stuff that they once sold them. And the German defense industry is more than happy to let their stuff be used in Ukraine. They're all about it because that just for them is more sales now and probably long term. They want to get their stuff on the battlefield and shown off in this war, quite frankly, to them. You can call that disgusting and you would be sort of right, but that's marketing if you were in that business. So really it is the Olaf Scholz government. And I'm not sure if the same thing is going on for the French, but if somebody does know, I think it is. I really am not as up to date as I should be on French export licenses. This would be a good question for Ben when he wakes up. Verlaine, if you can keep bringing people up, I'm still stuck due to the Twitter glitching situation. I could only bring up one person, then it stopped letting me. Tom.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Oh, someone's hot micing. I just wanted to ask Nick a question if he heard it. There was something really interesting that I read about Macron speaking to Putin early on in the conflict. I want to say it was in like March, but I can't remember exactly when. And that was that Macron was quoted as saying to Putin, "You're lying to yourself." But obviously, I've only read the quote in English. I haven't heard him. And what I'd be interested in is like, if you've heard him say this, by the way, if you've seen it in a clip, because I know you speak French, is or for that matter, if anyone else in the space has, is what kind of emotion his voice was conveying. Was he angry with Putin? Was he desperately trying to persuade Putin? Because I suppose for me as a psychologist, when I hear that someone is lying to themselves, it means not only are they saying something that's not true, but they want to believe it. And I can't remember exactly what it was in relation to. It might have been that, Ukraine's full of Nazis, or it might have been, we're going to win very soon. But the impression I got from just the whatever little clip that I read those months ago was that Macron was sort of maybe really trying to persuade Putin to change his mind. And at least at some point, Macron thought there was a chance that could happen. And that maybe that's why he's tried to sort of keep negotiation open when other Western leaders have gone, there's no point, it's Putin. I don't know, could you comment on that, Nick? Because I know you're more of a Francophile and have followed this more closely and watched some documentaries and things.
Nick is currently down and I actually cannot bring him up. So if Verlaine could bring him up, we can do that. Let's see if I can. Nope. Verlaine, can you bring up Nick?
I'm trying.
Twitter.
Hey, Finance. Since it was my comment, do you mind if I share something additional to that?
Fire away.
Okay, so yeah, that's see, as a peace-loving American, when I saw that Macron was doing those visits, I have to say, I was encouraged and I was thankful. So it's because, like you said, the global leaders, the governing class, his counterparts had all but basically said that there's no point, it's Putin. And so when Macron was making those visits, I can say just my own perceptions that I felt it was fortunate that at least someone was going and making the effort to do the trip, make the visit, speak the words, regardless of the topic to which he was discussing. It was the end result, and the end result was change course. And so, that's my perception. So, thank you.
Can I ask you a question here, Balance? When you had those views, were you as yet aware that genocide was on the table? Like, was that your view post Bucha coming out?
No, absolutely not. I think that ultimately, we live in such a hurried bubble. Again, I'm just speaking from my own course. I think that at the time I lived in such a hurried bubble that to concern myself with the goings on of, 7,500, 8,500 miles away, was something that required me to give attention that I don't think at that moment was available. And that's just speaking honestly. And so it took time for my views to evolve with respect. And I've said this on this space before. It took time for my views to evolve. And what's interesting is, I think you might know this, Finance, maybe not remember, but some of Doman certainly knows this. I mean, I live in the Ukrainian village, in a large metropolitan area. And even then, even though I have very close friends that are Ukrainian, just, not communicating with people around me and focused very heavily on, family and function and profession, it took me personally time to evolve. And then when I started to see my community rise up in opposition of what was going on, it was almost as though a switch had turned on, and I was like, well, what is actually going on? And it took me time to educate myself. And then I discovered this space, the initial version of this space, a day or two after the invasion of Ukraine. And that's when I was like, are you for real? He actually invaded Ukraine. And other than obviously the invasion in 2014 in Crimea, where my community was way up in arms and I was active, but never would have thought, although, like you said, I feel that global leaders, including, US leaders, were sort of eating crow on the fact that there was a warning that said, look, if this is allowed by the international community, if Crimea is allowed by the international community, what's to say it's not going to occur again in a larger span, which it did. I was unaware of that as well, so it's not so much ignorance in that, it's more so just a hyper focus on the aspects of one's life. And so when I became aware of this space, and I attribute my education and the goings on in Ukraine to this space, I'm just being straight, it's been a massive eye-opening, and my actions and my activities within my own community, as minor as it has been, acquired some gift cards for, Ukrainian residents that were now in our community, and, talking to the people at the Ukrainian churches and finding out who are people that are new to the community that we can help, garner some semblance of support, those types of things.
Yeah, no, I Balance, I think you made your point.
Thank you.
Look, I was definitely on the page of Ukraine from the moment Russia attacked, even back in 2014. And I was really on the page when they started the side for genocide. But I can understand where you were, where a lot of Americans were. Not really, if you weren't into geopolitics, it is half a world away. It is a conflict you don't understand. It's two former Soviet bloc powers. It is not something we're educated about. I can understand ignorance in America. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. But once Bucha came out, and that was on the news everywhere, it's the people who still back Bucha in the US, in Europe, because that's the point at which it is just so clear what is going on. It is so clear that this is a massacre that is not some sort of one-off. This is what they are doing. That it, like, look, if you're still, on the fence about this war after that comes out, and there's no denying what came out on that one, That was when I started dropping. There's people I stopped talking to at that point. Like we're not having this is we're not two people having a reasoned political debate. This is I cannot talk to you because you were supporting a genocidal monster. And that's where I stood when that happened. But no, I can appreciate where you were. I don't think there's any. So yeah, no, we get it. Actually, Nick is up to answer the question posed to him. But no, I can appreciate where you were. Nick, the question originally posed was about, look, I wish everyone was more educated. They're not. I'm ignorant about plenty of things. I had to go read up on Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. I had absolutely no clue what that conflict's about till it just kicked off and what the history was there. So, it's not. I don't know about everything either. But I want to go to Nick because the question was posed to him around Macron. Could someone restate it? I don't even remember who originally asked it. Was that you, David?
It was Tom, I think.
Yeah, Tom.
Okay.
Sorry, Tom. Could you have a brief restatement for the entire
Yeah.
audience, and then we'll go to Nick.
Sure. So it was just that early on in the conflict, I think it was around about March, Macron was quoted to have said to Putin, "You're lying to yourself." And as I know that Nick speaks fluent French, I wondered if he'd actually seen and heard that and knew what was the emotion in Macron's voice. Was he angry? Was he frustrated? Did he sound like he was desperately trying to persuade Putin? Because for me as a psychologist, when someone is lying to themselves, they're saying something that's not true that they also want to believe. I can't remember exactly what it was about, whether it was Ukraine full of Nazis or that they're easily going to win. Can you answer something on that, please, Nick?
Okay. First of all, I just want to say thanks to both Balance and Finance for putting into words really my evolution on this. I now realize that I was in denial and kind of rationalizing away Russia's behavior until February of this year. And Balance in particular, what you described, I've never been a very political person, and I've become politically engaged in this in terms of, not kind of national politics with a big P, but yeah, it is a political engagement. So the context for Tom's question is, what happened was at the start of this year, France assumed the rotating presidency of the European Council, which is the Council of Ministers, which is where the prime ministers or leaders of government of the EU collectively get together. And then there's the European Commission, and then there's the European Parliament. So the various axes of the European Union. And so a French documentary maker got permission to follow President Macron. The intention was that it would be, what it's like being president of the European Council for 6 months. This was in January. But obviously, events came along and overshadowed it. And they ended up with, a terrific scoop. They had incredibly good access, and they got permission to include the actual live some. I think it was probably carefully vetted by intelligence and various other people. And so this documentary is about 1 minute 50 long. I haven't been able, 1 hour 50, I'm sorry. I haven't been able to find any English subtitled or dubbed versions. In various parts, Macron speaks English. We see him on the morning of 24th of February talking to Zelensky with an interpreter present, but then in the afternoon, the interpreter isn't available, and Macron and Zelensky talk in English, and they obviously are good friends and have been talking for some time, so some months or years before that. And then at one point we see him talk to Schultz, we see him talk to Boris Johnson. But the most sort of jaw-dropping part of this video is a phone call between Macron and Putin on about, I want to say, something like the 20th of February. It's the Sunday before the full-scale invasion. And we don't actually see Macron, but we hear his voice, we hear Putin's voice. Putin's voice is then subtitled into French. And we see Macron's foreign policy advisor sitting there and reacting. And Putin starts off by just saying some bald-faced lies. So we can't see Macron's reaction. We can only hear it. I would describe, I didn't hear him actually say, you're lying to, well, I don't remember him saying, you're lying to yourself, which was Tom's quote. That may have been in that conversation, and I will, when I finished here, I'll go back and watch that 5 minutes again to see if I can see that. It's
Brief,
I had to
brief
dis-
interruption. Yes, that is what I'm being told. Is that the best translation is you're lying or deceiving yourself.
Okay, I'll have to go back and see if that
So we
thing is in
will
that
accept
particular.
you're lying to yourself here as the translation.
Yeah, okay. It's just I'm not sure if that was in that conversation that I saw, or if what's being quoted is another. But it's fascinating because Macron. I think it's. I mean, most of us have had to deal in our lives, I think, with various degrees of unreasonable people over whom we didn't have the possibility to either walk away or tell them to GTFO. And this is one of those situations. And I think Macron is genuinely uncertain whether Putin is just going through the motions of being unreasonable, or whether he's actually genuine, and because in fact he's going to invade, or whether he's just someone with difficult to meet needs, but who can be sort of talked out of it if we say the right things to him. And I think the kind of enormity of the whole situation is such that I don't find it unreasonable that you would try and do everything, to get to the, look, maybe we should have a talk about this, and maybe we should, have a meeting, and this and this and this. And so Macron is constantly making, or at various points in the meeting, Macron makes really quite reasonable sounding proposals. And the only thing that Putin will really agree to is, yes, we should keep talking about this. At one point, Putin starts talking about the legal situation, and Macron actually says, I don't know where your lawyers went to law school, but, I don't think, and then he carries on, obviously doesn't think much of that. So Macron is clearly, not nobody's fool in terms of believing anything Putin said, but you can tell that there's a degree of uncertainty in that. How do you deal with someone who is the president of a nuclear power, who has lied at least 4 times to you in the course of the conversation? It makes it very difficult to believe anything else he said.
Nick, I can appreciate that it is a job of a statesman to be a diplomat. However, I'm going to say the same for Macron that I said to our friend on the space here, Balanced. And my view on Macron is quite frankly the same as it is for any individual, which is, look, I can get if before Bucha somebody took a position I wildly disagreed with. I can understand it. I wildly disagreed with it. I would still say at the time you're supporting genocide. But if you do it out of ignorance, I will be furious, but that's one thing. But once the evidence is out, right? Once the blatant, obvious evidence of what's going down comes out, you've lost at least me, right? So this is where I leave you, Mr. Macron. Saying he was I start to think that you're just sort of making the wrong call. I mean, literally picking up the phone and calling the wrong person. When Bucha comes out, it's clear the only people I think he should have been picking up the phone and calling is whoever is in charge of his defense contracts and Vladimir Zelensky to send whatever military stuff he had. And then calling Mr. Putin to explain that he will be sending as much military stuff as he can until Mr. Putin's troops leave Ukraine. In
the document,
I think we have a bit of comments to our discussion by Piotr and Tom, so let's engage with them. Piotr, I think you have something to say. Please go ahead.
Are you sure? I don't mind waiting until the others are.
Oh, they are so heated up. It can go on and on and on for hours. We have to, add some other energy. Yeah, Tom, don't laugh. I just know those guys. I know those two. Yeah, Nick, stop laughing. I know that. Anyways, joking aside, Piotr, it's good to have you here. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I just woken up. Well, I'm still waking up here in DC. So, yeah, Russia, Putin. This is something I've focused quite a lot. I can't speak to the French translation as much, but I did just want to broaden out on what Nick was rightly saying. France, Italy, some other members of the continent have been more apprehensive about engaging or pushing for sort of peace in some form, or trying to get a ceasefire to be established as soon as possible. We saw this in the first couple of months in the war, as Balance and Finance were saying, when you might have thought that capitulating or appeasing Russia, or Putin specifically, in some way would have been beneficial for the longevity of peace, of keeping energy down, overall just stability around the continent. But then, yes, after April, after Bucha and MriyaReport, and generally just sort of as it became evidential what the Russians were doing, how they were treating, this terminology, concept of total war, that changed. Macron specifically, there's a couple of things to that. One is that France did hold the presidency of the EU for the first 6 months of this year. But also, I would say there's a fair amount of Macronism to it as well. And what I mean by that is that Macron as an individual is he likes to be seen to be achieving things. He's not purely driven by ego. I do actually think he's a quite skilled policymaker. I mean, he won an election after not existing as a parliamentarian in, a year and a half. So he's quite skilled at putting words together. But he has, I think, and some analysts have viewed him as sort of trying to push earlier in the war some kind of, ceasefire or just a degree of alignment between the Ukrainians and the Russians. The problem with that is that, Ukraine was actually more willing to adhere to sort of the 6 requests that Russia had called for in its first peace negotiations, in quotation marks, in the sense that Ukrainians had been, only 48% of Ukrainians, I remember seeing that statistic, had been up to join NATO before February 24th. Before 2014, that number was even lower. Ukraine was quite happy to remain neutral. And then Russia decided to annex Crimea. They decided to really up the ante with military aggression, and for Putin to undertake this sort of expansionist, revanchist approach to the region, which obviously completely backfired and has now got to the point where you've got an enlarged NATO. Ukraine's a candidate of the EU and of the alliance. And so Macron's shifted his narrative as the war has gone on. And the best way to look at how different it is to read or listen to the speech that he gave yesterday at the General Assembly. I was watching his speech with interest. He gave it all in French, but the impassionedness, the sheer just obviously personal sense of responsibility, as well as one of just desire to see European democracy protected and prospered, was really evidential. His speech was very long. He reiterated the same point in many different ways, but it really showed you just how much he's not showing any sort of degree of, holding back, any fear of Putin, and it's really shifted now. France, I'm not sure entirely what they've provided relative to, say, the British or the Americans, but they have, in a diplomatic sense, really upped that. So I'd expect that to grow with these latest developments. And just as a side point, I would say to everyone, today is important because both Ukraine and the US will be giving their General Assembly statements, of which they will use very well. Zelensky, obviously, will use as a way to really probably respond to what Putin is now claiming he will do with these latest statements and remarks about mobilization. So if you want to see what the US and the Ukrainians are thinking as well, I recommend watching this. But anyway, thanks for letting me chime in.
I have a couple of updates in the last while Piotr was talking. First of all, our good friend Lunchtime Obules sent me a link to the Putin-Macron phone call with English subtitles. I haven't looked at it, but that may well be worth 5 minutes of your time. Secondly, Mrs. B, member of this parish, sent me a link to an article in French about Macron saying to Putin, "You are lying to yourself." And apparently this was after the full-scale invasion started. So it's not the same as that video. So Tom, you can, I hope, look at that and use Google Translate if you need to. And everyone else, if you want to see the Putin-Macron phone call and try and get a feeling from it, it's always a bit limited with subtitles versus being able to understand what's going on. And I don't know how well the subtitles were done. But so both of my last tweet and my last retweet have got that information on there for you.
Yeah, I guess one of the reasons why I raised it, and thanks so much, guys, because I've had one or two people DM me with links as well. I guess one of the reasons I raised it is that I've had experiences of people that are liars, but also believe their own lies. And the thing is, I very, very quickly realise there's no convincing this person. But what I sometimes see is their families and other colleagues going, oh, you know, like if we just explain to them and give them a chance, and it's like, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And I hope that Macron, well, I'm sure he's figured that out by now, but it sounds like it took him a while, whereas perhaps the other Western leaders had made their mind up. And I can understand why people were hopeful that there might have been something that could have got through to Putin, but I think we all know that nothing is. I just wonder if there's other people out there that are still in denial. I don't think Macron's in that camp now. I think he realizes what Putin is, but I wonder if there's anyone else out there that still thinks, you know, in politics that anything can be done. I don't think it can. I think Putin is in complete denial because I just don't think he wants to face the truth, really. That he's lost this war and he's going to lose power at some point, I think. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Let's go to Rusty. We haven't heard from, then I guess back to Peter. Rusty.
Hi. I actually wonder if anyone has been following the casualty reports from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. So I've been following them daily to see what the attrition level is, and suddenly it's spiked. So yesterday, September the 20th, so I think the Ministry of Defense sends them out the day after. So yesterday they made a casualty report for the September 20th, and it was 160 dead Russian soldiers. And today the casualty report is 300 dead Russian soldiers, and the amount of tanks went from 4 to 11, and APCs, armored combat vehicles, went from 4 to 24, and artillery went up to 17, and that's quite a big spike. So I just wondered if anyone knew why the casualty report almost doubled. If the frontline activity is increasing.
We have not had a military update. When we do get our military people up, then we will be able to let you know if something's being said. As far as the actual frontline activity goes, one, there obviously can be a delay because, you know, what's going on, and when we hear about it can be different, A. And B, I would also point out that there's a blackout on, so, you know, there's only so much information coming out of the front line. So hopefully as many people as can be healthy stay that way as possible. And I think that's where we leave it. Perlane, I am still glitched out and I cannot bring anybody up. Yay. That brings us back to Peter.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, this is my first experience with real Twitter glitchiness. Never have I been on stage to then just be kicked off. I was like, what did I do? I'm sorry, finance. I'm sorry, hosts. No, I just wanted to expand on that about what was being said. You know, for all the years that I've worked at diplomacy, which is not many, but, you know, got to start somewhere, I suppose. I'm always one to try and exercise some degree of restraint, because I don't think showing restraint is a weakness as a grand strategy, you know, and the United States and the West did that, I think, very astutely when Putin made his first threat of nuclear usage on February 26th, you know, 3-4 days after the initial invasion of February 24th. And you know, I thought that was a very good thing to do, not to go down to his level by responding by like, oh, you've raised your threat. Okay, well, we'll do the same. But there's also a difference between a restrainment or restraining oneself and appeasement. And I think that there was that balance didn't go right for some of the other countries, namely the French, for example. Before this, should we say, I mean, the actual invasion happened in 2014, but in the run up to the February 24th full-scale invasion, I was umming back and forth, wondering whether or not this was actually going to happen. I was very unsettled by the fact the United States was revealing such high-level information as it was, but I still remained skeptical as to whether or not Putin would actually do this. So I wasn't a denier, but I was certainly I thought Putin was not a master strategist, but I actually thought he was more intelligent than this. You know, his ability to play the West off against one another historically has been, you know, there's a few interesting examples of that. But in this case, when 24th of February came around, I had to go back and seriously reevaluate some of the principles I thought I knew about diplomatic engagement and military strategizing. And, you know, here we are now. And it's, I mean, I'm so glad that Ukraine is going the way that it is. But the thing is, one begins to think about Putin's position. It is clearly increasingly untenable. Some people think that he might not even make the rest of the year, in the sense that he'll be in power, which would be madness, given how much he's created this entire system. At the same time, you know, those people who are protesting the war so much aren't Russian public, or most of the Russian public are either in denial or too scared to, or actually support it. But it's coming from the far right and the nationalist bunch, who are, you know, pissed off with the fact that the Russians are losing, not because they're, you know, Ukraine's doing a better job, it's because the Russians have done a terrible job and they're embarrassed. So, you know, only now are we seeing large-scale resistances to mobilization in Russia, you know, protests being held outside parts of Moscow, St. Petersburg, because people don't want to go and fight. I saw a Google trend just earlier saying that the search for how to break an arm on Google Trends had gone up by 120% or something. So people are actively looking at how to prevent themselves from being drafted in, which is crazy. But the thing is, then, if Putin's ousted, I don't think Shoigu will replace him. He's not competent enough as a leader. You look at one of the FSB members, you look at maybe the mayor of Moscow, who's my personal choice. But the thing is, this person is not the same as Putin, and so we don't even know more how they would operate. So it's you know, it is scary to think about sort of a post-Putin while still engaged in Ukraine sort of phase, because that brings a lot of unpredictability and chaos within Russia, which is something you really don't want when you're dealing with the potential threat of a nuclear, you know, threat level. So.
All right, there was a bunch of nuclear threat in there and panic. I do agree that there's a lot of instability, but I also think that it would be in somebody else's wheelhouse to be able to blame all of this on the last guy, because while there might be some sort of logic that Putin can't lose this war, that doesn't mean anyone else would have his exact same what's the word I'm looking for? That doesn't mean that other people would have his incentive structure, right? Like this can be clearly blamed on his decisions, especially if it's somebody who's further out, right? You know, clearly if Patrushev takes over, you're looking at a different story, because he's appears to be on the right wing where Putin is, but who knows? Quite frankly, anything that could result in this that might also result in this war having a sooner close is probably something you should consider as a possible welcome journey in this thing, because it is a complete disaster and it doesn't need to be going on. And clearly, Vladimir Vladimirovich does not have any desire to end this war and is going to murder as many of his own citizens on his way to losing as possible. You know, one might ask, what in the world are they going to fight with? Not just who will fight, because, well, they just donated huge amounts of their equipment to the Ukrainians, who I'm sure will have a good time handing it back to them one piece at a time. So as that goes on, while I hear you, I'm going to say that some of that's panic. Yes, there's a devil but the devil we know right now is like trying to commit genocide to protect his own power because he started a war he couldn't win. So the devil I don't know sounds a lot better than that. It is pretty hard to be worse than that. It is actually almost feasible. It is nearly impossible to be worse than that. So yeah, I'm going with the devil I don't know here. I like when one guy is I'm doing genocide, it's pretty easy to beat that. That's a real low bar.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, if you listen to the whole speech of Putin, it's one would hope, and I know this is a pretty low bar of hope, but one would hope he maybe was beginning to shift on some of his rhetoric, that he was shifting away from this blaming of the West, that Ukraine is full of Nazis. Maybe he would start to say, well, Russia's done what it needed to do. We liberated those parts of oblasts around Kiev of the Nazis. We're now going to focus on the areas that need full-scale liberation and maybe incorporation into the Russian Federation, i.e. the breakaway provinces. But he's not. He's doubling down still and now making very, very explicit nuclear threats, which is a concern. It's not implicit. And, if Ukraine can hand his ass to him quick enough, then that'll be good. But, I'm not seeing enough inner circle resistance to his usage of partial mobilization is one thing. If the Russians want to go and send their men off and die, and that's a contained level of destruction to the Russians. But nuclear is one that I'm not happy seeing the lack of response from the inner circle echelons of his government, if you want to call it that, regime. So
yeah, but I mean, I would point out here that even look, at no point do I normally say anything positive about the Chinese, because there's very little to say positive about the genocidal Chinese regime, who is more than happy to overlook the worst excesses of the Russian regime. However, the one thing the Chinese are not abiding by, and the one thing they are positive about in this war, is they have made it very, very, very clear that they do not like the messing around with the nuclear power plants that is going on with Zaporizhia, that this is not acceptable to them, that this behavior is not okay. So there are definitely moderating, shall we say, factors in this conflict, even ones that I think are pretty vile as far as their other behavior goes, that we can look to and say, hey, there might actually be adults in this room. And I would also point out that these are constraints that are going to be present regardless of who is in control of the Russian Federation, right? If Vladimir Vladimirovich finds himself falling out a window, those are very dangerous in Russia these days. Maybe he has a smoking accident. We do lots of that in Russia these days. If any of these events were to befall him, whoever were to take over, it doesn't matter who, is still going to find themselves with the same basic geopolitical constraints that Vlad finds himself in, and many of those are thankfully negative. And this war is clearly not a positive for Russia at this time. This is not something that is going in their direction, and it's not something that is leading them towards prosperity in any way, shape, or form. And escalation, at least in the direction you suggested, the nuclear escalation has been broadly denied, threatened against, and is a clear problem for one of the few people in the world still willing to work with them. Ergo, I view this as a piece of rhetoric for them, nothing more, and we really need to consider it in that way and only that way when we talk about it, because otherwise we're just lending credence to what is a major piece of Russian talking point, and I'm not a fan of lending credence to a major
if I
Russian
could just
talking
build
point.
on that, and then I'll go back into the background because I know I'm talking a lot, but this is my sort of focal point, which is, the Chinese, really good point. The Chinese are much more pragmatic. The Chinese are there was an interesting podcast I listened to, and I don't know if I fully agree with the term, but they said that China's a revisionist power whilst Russia's a revanchist. And in the sense of that China is very much more
I
pragmatic.
don't do they say. How about you say, or you quote somebody? Because quite frankly, I would say they're both revanchist powers. China's in the middle of genocide the Uyghurs and the Tibetans right now. So if you're talking to me, I say China's a bunch of genocidal dicks. The only difference is they're not currently doing an aggressive war against a neighboring power, which is why they're getting away with it, and the Russians aren't.
Right,
So,
fine. Well, if I don't,
are you
mind
saying that?
into,
Or somebody,
yeah,
or if
okay,
you're-
I get your
so
point.
let's quote somebody here. Like, I'm willing to put myself on the line and say, this is how I view the Chinese. And if you want me to say, hey, quote somebody else, I will. But I'm just going with their actions as we know about the Uyghurs is enough that, like, I just hold it there. So not they say, I don't know.
How about
who
you
said
let me
that,
finish my
and I
point
follow
first?
this. Yes, but if you're going to start on bad examples, and I don't do,
Not
we don't
bad
do, some people may
examples.
say, this isn't Fox News here, Peter. How about what does your
They're
dad
being
say?
interrupted or being spoken to like that. I'm being respectful.
Then I'll push you down.
No, don't do that. I have a point to make.
All right. Well, his dad's a Russian oligarch, and he doesn't seem to like to wait his turn to speak. So we can go to the next speaker, Rusty.
Okay, so I have a question that I wonder about. I guess you've spoken about mobilization thoroughly, so I'll wait for later today. But I was wondering if any ex-military guys are in the group here today. I was just wondering if you were mobilized, how long time would you need to relearn to ride a bicycle in a way? How long time would you need before you would go to the front to relearn the things you've done in the military? I guess NATO equipment are a bit more difficult to handle than Russian equipment, but I kind of like wonder how long Russia will give the guys they mobilize before they send them to the front, because they're, in my view, following this conflict, they've sent guys to the front immediately instead of training them first. So I'm curious if there's anyone ex-military guys that can say how long they think it would take for them to get back up to speed with the military equipment.
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, didn't you hear me?
Can you, my audio cut out for part of that. Could you repeat the question, please? I think David might want to take a shot at that, and I might as well.
Yep, I'll try again. So I'll do it quicker this time. I was just wondering, for any ex-military guys out there, how long would it take for you to get back up to speed with the military equipment you were using when you were in the army, before you could properly fight at the front line?
Okay, I'll take a crack at that. Right. So, assuming that you're not so old, right, that the physical side of it, you would, I'd be going. I personally would want 2-3 months to get myself sorted. Getting yourself in the thing is that putting yourself into a physically getting yourself into a fitness state where you're able to fight, right? So there'll be a difference for different types of troops. So for instance, if you were just a truck driver, for instance, then you could just you could do your conversion course onto the loads of things. But if you're patrolling and all these other things, there's a considerable amount of fitness needed, and then you have the other weapons to go onto it, right? Let's just say, for assume, in my circumstances, so I left at age 32. Let's say at age 40, I'm called back up again, right? So virtually all the weapons will have changed for me. So in my day, it was the SLR, the FAL 7.62. They're converted over to the newer weapons, the SA-80. Then you have okay, you need to train up on the 84mm Carl Gustavs and all the other bits of kit, right? And that takes time, and and this is really, really important for you not to be a risk to the people around you, right? What you need to do is to get yourself in the routine of working with the people around you. Now, I know that, and it makes me so sad when I see the amount of time the people who haven't even served in the army and how long they've got. But I'm just going, 2-3 months to get myself up into a position where I would know I would be working in sync properly and be fitness capable to be doing my job to 100%, right? But equally, you could give me 4 weeks and send me back in, and then you would just be learning as you went along, right? And there's that little bit that goes to it. There are so many things. So let's just say, as a if we're talking about someone who's patrolling and using your weapons, and especially in this environment, you need to be really very familiar with the weapons you're using and all the other bits and pieces that go with it. I mean, it's how long is a piece of string? Everyone wants more training, but I guess at a minimum I'd want 4 weeks.
Yeah, so they're currently training guys with like a week, less than a week if it's the guy Prigozhin is just stealing from the prisons and sending them to the front. There's also the question of what are they going to train them on and with what weapons are they going to use, because their ability to make more weapons is significantly limited. The estimations we have of how much they're able to produce artillery is down to I've heard really low numbers, like all the way down to maybe even 50K a month. I have no sources on that, so I'm trying to get sources on that. If somebody does have sources, how much artillery in open space they're able to produce, I would love to read that. I do not have a source, but we do have good estimates from the military guys that they're using 1 million shells a month. That I believe, because obviously they can more or less tabulate how much stuff is going boom, especially with all that NASA HIMARS. I mean, firms data they release, that we can see in the open source. So I'm assuming that the 1 million shells a month data is pretty good. But if it is down below the 100K mark, then they are only going to have so many more months of artillery left. Clearly, they're running low. They just lost a whole lot of tanks and motorized kit to the Ukrainians as they pioneered the brand new 21st century tactic of dropping all of your equipment and running for the hills, and or surrendering all your equipment for a sandwich. These are two new battle tactics, not in any Russian or NATO memo I've ever heard. So what are they going to fight with is going to be a problem, and Russian industry cannot make a whole bunch of stuff, especially anything that is past the industrial semiconductor level of technology. So that's going to be a problem for them. Clearly, their Air Force doesn't seem to have well-trained pilots or something. It's not really working, and much of our military analysts can't really explain perfectly, other than it's probably a pilot problem, but it might be a parts and supplies problem. A couple different possibilities, but it's not working either way. So either way, one would guess that they will probably not receive the amount of training one would expect. They don't have a bunch of extra officers hanging around to lead these men. In fact, a bunch of their officers and men just got killed, especially their experienced ones, in the first few months of fighting in Ukraine. So I don't understand military matters perfectly. I am our finance analyst, and I can understand business and how that works. But I can tell you that from a business and logistics standpoint, they do not seem well suited to acquire the amount of war material needed, and the way in which they train people for the new jobs at hand seems to be pretty crappy. Let's go to David, who I know is a military man. Raber, if he wants to comment on exactly this, would be next.
Thank you very much.
Raber's next, generally after that. Raber, sorry, David.
Yeah, sorry. So I was talking about what I would want and what I would see. The thing is if you look at the Russian problem, that's very different, right? So they would want, you want the same. However, their problem is what they did is they removed everyone out of their training establishments and sent them to the front. So most of them are dead, right, or incapacitated or next to useless. So the Russian problem is very, very different. Forget about just can they get the equipment to them? Who's going to train them? They don't have any of these experienced people to train them because they just don't exist anymore. And this goes through for everything. They've got the problem with their pilots, the same with their helicopter pilots. They took out their instructors to go and fly combat missions, and they've just been killed. right? So training up people like helicopter pilots, which takes years, right? That's not happening. The people in the field, anyone with experience is pretty much already in the field now and probably dead. Their problems are factors higher than that of the Ukrainian forces, and all from acts of utter stupidity. The reason why you have experienced trainers is because what you want is to give the people the best training, right? If you're taking out your training staff out of your training battalions or training regiments and the rest of it, then who's going to train the people who will inevitably need to be trained? And this is the stupidity of everything that they do. There is no forethought in anything that I've ever really seen, right? They might go, here you are, here's a solution, right? No one thinks through what that solution's going to be, the unintended consequences, or in actual fact, the intended consequences, because anyone with a very, very small amount of grey matter would be able to work out that if you get rid of all your instructors, there is no one to teach. Yeah, and I'd be interested to hear what Raven's got to say as well.
Okay, so here are my thoughts on it. I think so. You probably won't have anybody reporting for a couple of weeks. These are people in the reserves. They've got to have time to get their affairs in order. So in that time, Russia's probably going to be looking for convalescent officers, people with armor or leg, no longer fit for combat, but maybe they can teach. They're going to probably be your cadre. Your first wave of this first wave of call-ups is probably going to be reserve officers and people who are NCOs, because you've got to have a command structure. Then you start bringing in your actual people, your enlisted. And this first wave is Russia's best cream that they've got in their reserves. It's probably a third to a half of their total pool of semi-trained people in the last decade. And so we won't see anybody probably reach the front for even before, say, a month and a half at the earliest, and that's if they rush the training based on the way they treated the 3rd Army Corps. But right now, all they have for instructors are the ones that were attached to the 3rd Army Corps and any convalescing officers. So there are my thoughts on it. This is not going to be a fast process. We're not going to see anybody show up before the end of October.
Yeah. How far do you think the Ukrainian armed forces can get by then, Raver, just before we move on? I'm really curious. Maybe David wants to opine on that too.
I'm hoping they can liberate Kherson and get close to and put Severodonetsk back under threat, because that'll put a big kink in Russian plans, simply because it'll make the war unfreezable. And then one other thing I forgot on my point is Russia is huge. So even in 2 weeks, when these reservists start showing up at their local commissariat, they then have to be transported vast distances, collected into units, and then the whole formation of units process can even begin, unless they just want to stick warm bodies into combat units, which is actually what I think they're going to do. And then my thread on today has a whole dealing with being wet and cold and know you're going to die in the spring.
And I didn't hear your question. I was busy eating finance. I do apologize.
Yeah, no, the question was how far. So Raver said the earliest they could be trained appropriately would be late October. I have stated that my expectation was that they wouldn't be trained that long. But if they were, if they somehow found the stuff to train them on and actually train people appropriately, how far do you think the Ukrainian armed forces could get by that period of time, which would be the end of October?
Oh, that's a good question. So I would I would not answer that question because I would be it would be pie in the sky from me. I think there's so many variables. I'd really want someone who knew what they were talking about on those bits. If only John or Yehuda were up, that would be a really useful thing. I agree with you though. I believe they'll put these people in really quickly. I think they're in a huge rush. I don't think they'll give these people a month. I think what they'll do is they'll give them some equipment and maybe a week and chuck them in.
Hey, finance, I said they'll arrive at the end of October, not be trained. If they were going to be trained, it'd be spring.
Thank you, Raver and David. I believe that finance has dropped down. I'm now up as co-host. Everybody can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. So we'll go to Rusty next, just briefly on Raver and David's point. You know, there's a lot of different opinions circulating as to what exactly will be done with these troops. I know CJ has some thoughts. I'm unsure myself. I'm still trying to parse who exactly they're trying to mobilize here, because to my understanding, and I talked about this a little bit last night, is that there's really, in theory, mobilization opens up the deployment of three possible components of the Russian military, specifically their active duty, the current set of active duty conscripts. So, in principle, under Russian law, every male aged 18 to 27 has to complete 1 year of mandatory military service. In actual practice, a lot of people, draft dodging and they get deferments and they're able to get out of it through various means. But what they do is they have biannual, so twice yearly conscription cycle. So every 6 months, they will intake, a new class of conscripts, if you will. They'll be in active duty for a year, and then they'll be released from military service. And essentially what happens is after that, conscripts, once released, as well as all contracts, they all get put into what's known in Russian parlance as the mobilization human resource. I'm just going to call it their inactive reserve for simplicity's sake. And this is supposed to represent the pool of manpower that can be mobilized in wartime, in theory. Again, under kind of the proceduralism of Russian law, they cannot be involuntarily deployed under peacetime circumstances outside of the territory of the Russian Federation. And so beyond that, a more recent creation of the past 10 to 15 years has been the what the Russians call the mobilization human reserve, or what I'll call their active reserve, again, for simplicity's sake. This is composed of volunteers from the inactive reserve, and they sign contracts, I think, with usually like 3-year contracts, I think. And I believe that they can potentially be deployed more freely in peacetime, without some of these procedural limitations. It's not clear to me who exactly they intend to deploy. I read the text of the decree issued by Putin, and its wording seems to be relatively broad, to say the least. It just references, conscription of the population. I'm pulling up the exact language right now. Specifically, it references, quote, to carry out, the translations from Dmitry, War Translated, quote, to carry out the draft of citizens of the Russian Federation for military service for mobilization in the armed forces of the Russian Federation, blah, 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 blah. And apparently they're going to classify all these new all these new conscripts, I'm stumbling over my words, all these new conscripts as contract soldiers, contractniki, I presumably to get around some of these procedural limitations. I know CJ had referenced a 5K number to me. I'm not sure if that's in reference to their active reserve, because they also have this component called BARS, which is what is it? Special Combat Army Reserves. I'm not sure if that's separate as well. So the situation is very strange. I think that they'll probably try to get those 5,000 into theater to plug some of their manpower shortages as quickly as they can. And this additional 300,000, whether or not they try to pull that from the current conscript class, or if they're trying to pull in new people from their inactive reserve, it's unclear to me. Either way, I think it's probably going to be a little bit more time, maybe November, December at the absolute maximum earliest with no training, because they have to actually summon all of these people. They have to get them onto trains. They have to move them around. That in and of itself takes time, before they even get to the rail lines. And if there's no further comments on that, we can go to Rusty.
So I actually have a further comment in a way. So I just for fun's sake, I checked the Trans-Siberian rail line, and if you're traveling from Vladivostok to Moscow, it takes 7 to 6 days with yeah, that's if you don't stop along the way, it's 7 to 6 days. But if it's more, it can be 14 up to the double, up to 2 weeks just to travel the distance if you stop along the way. So, but yeah, so it could take a lot of time to get Russian soldiers from the east down to Ukraine. But I actually think, if I'm to guess, I actually think they'll call up the previous contract soldiers. So as I understand it, the Russians have 2 ways of recruiting soldiers. It's conscripts that they call up twice a year. So the Institute for Study of War says that yesterday said that Russia's semi-annual conscription cycle usually generates around 130,000 conscripts twice per year. The next cycle runs from October to December. So 1st of October, another 130,000 conscripts will be called up. But that's conscripts, right? They can't send conscripts outside of Russia unless it's wartime. But they have the other way of calling up people, and that's making contract soldiers. And the contract soldiers that have fulfilled their duties before the Ukraine conflict, I believe that's the group that they are trying to get back immediately. The guys that were contract soldiers but fulfilled their duties. And I would imagine, following this conflict, I would imagine they were to send them almost directly to the front line because of the critical situation, at least a lot of them. And I would also imagine that goes along with the previous things Russia's done, like they started sending the officers that were supposed to train new soldiers to the front line instead of sending guys trained by those officers to the front line. So in my view, they're just scrapping the barrel because they're sending the guys that are supposed to train and make good new soldiers to the front line. So I'm really enthusiastic about this whole prospect because they're just destroying for themselves. They're kind of shooting themselves in the foot here, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, that's kind of one of there's so many fundamental issues which make this, deployment of, if they were to try and deploy all of these 300,000 or however many people they want to mobilize, to theater, there's so many fundamental problems that would prevent that, number from ever being anywhere close to actually, physically realized. Obviously there's, the availability of, equipment to actually equip them with, and then, kind of more poignantly in this case, as you pointed out, there's nobody to train them because all of the officers and NCOs, I mean, Russian army training is bad at the best of times. It's really bad, even for their, peacetime contract Niki is still quite bad, and particularly over the past 10 years as corruption has steadily spiraled and gotten ever worse. But all of the officers and NCOs that would normally exist to train these conscripts in the event of a mobilization, they're either currently at the front or they've already been killed. So there are remarkably few people available to train these new conscripts. There's also a lack of places to train them. I believe General Hertling pointed out in the thread that he posted about an hour or two ago that there's only one site for basic training in Russia in general. There is one site. So all 300,000, or again, whatever number they choose to try and mobilize, they're all going to have to find out how to do this all at one singular training location because they don't have any others. I mean, the United States, we have dozens of basic, we have many basic training areas, to support training 150,000 troops, over a given span of time. So that's just not going to be workable for them, not to mention the logistics of getting them from wherever they are, in Russia to theater and sustaining them in theater with, food, fuel, water, ammunition, spare parts, etc., medical equipment, the list goes on. And, even setting aside the logistical components themselves, there's also the issue of, throughput logistics exists. And, even if you have the availability of, of shells, of fuel, of spare parts, etc., do you actually have the trucks to be able to transport it from wherever it's being offloaded, from the rail lines to where the frontline troops are? Do you actually have enough trucks to do that? And the answer is, in Russia's case, almost certainly no. This is also going to likely strip personnel from critical civilian and as well as military, industrial sectors. So this is going to, I suspect this will likely dramatically harm their economy as a whole, as well as military, the production of military materials in the long run. They're shooting themselves in the foot here to a very large extent, and they are doing it because it's an act of desperation, as best we can tell.
Could I follow up with a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Please follow up the comment. Also, real quick, as co-host, I am not glitched out, so I can bring people back up and down. However, we just glitched out our good friend Canberra, so if you can hear me, please request back up. We will try to get you back in here.
So the HIMAR o'clock, the HIMARs, they can work double time now in my mind, because Russia operates on a push logistics system. They push equipment to warehouses and then deliver it from there, picked up by the different units, instead of the NATO model. As I understand, the NATO model sends equipment directly to the units instead of from warehouses to the units, while the Russian system is stocking up close to the front line before sending it out, and they maybe has overstocked their logistic hubs, and now potentially they're doubling the amount of troops at the front line, or even tripling it. I don't know, I would imagine the Russians maybe have between 100 to 140,000 soldiers at the front lines now, and if they go from that to, say, 300,000, doubling it, or tripling it if it's 100,000, that would mean that they would need way more supplies. And HIMARS, they would have a field day if they still can continue the way they're doing, because it doesn't seem like the Russians are adapting really well. And if Ukraine gets ATACMS as well, and are able to strike far behind the front line, taking out railway hubs, taking out ground lines of communications, this could go really bad for Russia really quickly. because they should, in my mind, they should have mobilized their army when this conflict went sour after they retreated from Kiev, or even before that. And the fact that they waited 6 months, took heavy attrition before considering a partial mobilization. This I'm really happy for Ukraine now. Right now, it's sad that they have to fight on, but I never believed that Putin would give up. And the fact that he waited so long before calling up the third wave, in my mind, because the second wave to me was the guys that didn't go to wasn't in the army, but were in the training boot camps, and that they got sent. Like the big wave that's coming now, when this wave is spent, the next wave again, who's gonna train them? And yeah, the skill level, it's plummeting day by day for the Russians, and the Ukrainians are getting troops trained by UK, with Denmark, Norway, and all the other countries that are in UK training guys there. And the fact that they are way better than the Russians. So I'm really excited today. When I woke up, I was hoping for a Russian retreat, but this is the second best, I guess.
Well, I can see you've been listening to our military analysts here on the space, who have that's actually a decent understanding for what for me, as someone who is not a military analyst on the space, as I say all the time, how I understand the likelihood of this to go for the Russians, which is to say not well. Unfortunately, it has to be said, besides meaning a lot of Russians will die, it probably does mean the war goes longer, because waves of humans coming at you, even if it's with bolt action rifles, which might be all they have left to fight with, may well result in yet more Ukrainian casualties, which is pretty awful. And yes, attic camps would be great, because that would actually prevent them from getting to the front, because they wouldn't have the rail lines to transit on. So hopefully our government gets it together and sends them, so we here at the Attic Camps Brand Cigarette Company we can make lots of jokes about how things keep smoking in Russia. But in seriousness, no, you're absolutely right. We hope that happens. John, give the order of hands, because I don't know it in my resetting.
I'm a little bit unclear, but I think it is Nina, Nick, Canberra, and then Latin, and then Shaggy.
And I will say that if your hand is not up, you are ripe for being popped down. It is nothing personal, but we have 5 or 6, 7 requests. We have a bunch of requests, and we have a full space. So if we remove you, please don't take it personally. If your hand is not up, you're welcome to come back up later. If you're up now, just a heads up to everyone. So hand up if you want to talk. Otherwise, be prepared that we may have to put you down to make space. All right, Nina, I believe you're called next by John, who is the now new eternal keeper of the space and hands list.
Thank you, Finance, and thank you, John. I just read something like quite interesting on Helsingin Sanomat, that like, what do you call, like, people who study, they will not be sent to the war, and they are in relief in Moscow that they don't need to go to the war. And Helsingin Sanomat interviewed people in the street, and half of them were for this mobilization, yeah, and about 20 didn't want to discuss it at all, and so those who study in university or some high school, they don't need to go to the war, and so they were just very happy that they support the war, but they don't want to go to the war in Moscow.
I mean, that's a reasonable point. You know, it's highly likely that even amongst those, the Russian population that lives in Moscow, St. Petersburg, etc. Kind of the core major Russian cities. Even those that support the war, I doubt that they're willing to go die for it. So this sets up a interesting political dynamic in Russia going forward. There's a lot of hands up, so Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw on Twitter a tweet from a website called Air Live, which appears to be some kind of airline industry information site with 200,000 followers, saying that Russia has told the airlines not to sell tickets to men aged between 18 and 65. Now, we saw this morning reports that everyone in Russia, all the men particularly, ran to the internet, ran to their travel agent to buy a ticket out. If this is true, what I find interesting is that it's being done by telling the airlines not to sell the ticket. On day one of the full-scale invasion, Zelensky declared martial law and banned any, I think it was 18 to 60 male, banned them just simply from leaving the country. The government says you can't leave the country, whereas this appears to be being done by telling the airlines not to sell them a ticket, which seems to me to be an entirely different category of intervention. I wonder what we would think about that if it's confirmed.
I haven't seen, so I'd seen some reports that military-aged males aged 18 to whatever, 60, whatever the upper bound was, being turned away at some border crossings. That's what I've been told by some people, that there were some rumors, if you will, going around about that. I have yet to see any official decree published in Russian circles, or any legislation from the Duma, stating that military-aged males can leave the country. So if it is occurring, it doesn't seem to have I'm not sure it's been publicly announced by the Russian government yet, at least.
No, I think it's interesting. It's the sort of thing that you could do by one phone call to your buddy, the head, or your buddies, the head of the airlines, all of whom presumably have slightly wobbly office windows, to say you need to implement this policy now, but we're not actually going to take the PR hit of declaring that and up to age 65. I'm 61. I really don't think I can help my country very much. So I thought it was interesting that if they would go down that way, but not actually, this doesn't feel, the whole thing feels like punches have been pulled. It feels like there was a compromise in terms of we'll exclude the students and we'll exclude this and we'll exclude that. It really doesn't feel like full on what would you say, escalation. I don't know.
So one thing to note in that regard is that ignore the content of Putin's speech and Shoigu's remarks after it. They mean nothing. Look at the actual text of the decree. It's general mobilization. It's everybody. The wording of the decree is such that anybody and everybody can be conscripted.
Thanks for that.
So with that, let us go to, I believe, Canberra, and then Shaggy, and then Jim, and then Giannis.
Well, just a quick answer to Rusty's question. Firstly, the reason there was the big jump in deaths and equipment losses for Russia was that the Ukrainians hit a major base at Svatov, which is the major sort of crossroads, and there's a river crossing, and it's a rail hub in the Luhansk Oblast. It's basically very close to where the new defensive line that Russia is setting up. So at the moment, there's quite a gap between the where the Ukrainians are positioned and the new Russian defensive line, where they're trying to dig in, and there's this town which has been a major base, and they kept, it's been known for quite a while as a major base. And anyway, Ukraine hit it today, and the general staff of the armed forces reported that they
killed 70% of the personnel who were at that base, and then there was a second base over at Novo Arid, I think it's called, also in Luhansk. So coming up to the line behind the Severodonetsk, and a bunch of people were killed there too. And that's so, and that one, that second one, there's a footage of the explosion. Novo Idea in the Luhansk region. So at Kremlin Trolls has footage of the explosion at that base. And then I've also tweeted out, I've done a demographic sort of ready reckoner on the male age population that's subject to conscription, which I put in my tweet, and I've, initially it was just up to age 40 because I didn't think that they'd conscript anybody over 40. But given that the conscription age goes up to 60 at least, we think, I've done the entire demography. So just so people wonder, if they're wondering why I've put 15 to 19-year-olds at sort of in the middle of the table, I believe what they're most likely to do is target people aged 20 to 24 initially, or people in their 20s. Now, if they were to target, so we've been hearing this number that they've got 2 million reserves. Really, when you do a conscription drive, you're going to target people in their 20s. And if they target all the male people in their 20s to get to 2 million, they would have to conscript 58% of that demographic. Now, if they in their early 20s, if they go for all the people in their 20s, they have to target 26% of that demographic, or 1 in 4 people. If they target people in their 30s, and the problem that they risk if they do that is they're starting to target professionals and that sort of thing, people who've got skill qualifications, and they're going to be taking them out of their economy. Well, they can get their conscription rate down to about 15% of the population. And if they go up to 40, they have to conscript about 10% of their population. So you can see what they can do is they can spread the pain across their population at if they go for older and older age groups, but of course that will make the people that they conscript far less effective, and also probably less responsive, as they realise that their likelihood of dying is much greater than what the government is telling them. And the people that tend to be conscripted are people in their under 25, and the reason for that is because their frontal lobes haven't fully developed, so they tend to be higher on the risk-taking scale. That's why armies target those people. They target them for 2 reasons. One is because they tend to be more have greater tendency to take risk, and the second reason is they're more easily able to be formed into a uniform group. Once you get older, you get more ornery and you become more difficult to command, particularly where you've got younger commanders. So, I frankly think it's very unlikely that they're going to get large numbers of conscripts in the 45 plus age group. So just in terms of debate, so that people understand there's just not unlimited personnel in that nation, particularly given their restriction around women participating in their armed forces and things like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kimbra. And, the thing to keep in mind that is, these numbers, we have to treat them as theoretical upper bounds. I cannot stress that enough. We give the Russians vastly, we would be giving the Russians enormously too much credit if we think they could actually, mobilize to a meaningful extent anywhere close to that larger percentage of their population. I mean, they just really don't have the capacity to do that. They might be able to get, a couple tens of thousands, maybe trained to some standard and get them deployed. But they really, for a number of reasons, they do not have the capacity to effectively make use of, whatever manpower number that, they can scrounge up. And, again, that's an upper bound because you're going to have people who are going to, they're going to have people who are going to injure themselves to get out of military service. You're going to people that are going to flee the country. You're going to people that find, other ways to evade conscription, etc. I mean, just as a point of context, the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, for Ukraine right now are, I believe they've mobilized in excess of, as of a couple months ago, the number that I saw was 1.1 million people in uniform, and that's around, taking the pre-war population of Ukraine, about 44 million. 1.1 million is 2.5% of their population, and Ukraine has the ability to mobilize a much larger percentage of its population than the Russians do, and if they're only sitting at 2.5%, then I'm skeptical of Russia's ability to magically do better, or even anywhere near comparable to that. If you have anything you want to add to that, Canberra, go ahead, and then after that we will go to Shaggy.
Well, I believe one of the all-time high enlistment rates was actually in Australia during World War One, where they managed to get 38.7% of the male population between the ages of 18 and 44 mobilised. Now, I don't think Russia's going to be able to do that. Firstly, because the world's a lot different, more different a place, in terms of how society works. There's a lot more information. Everybody believed that they were going to win that war in World War One, and they were getting really bad information, really restricted information. But there's no way that they're going to get something like, it's virtually an impossibility to get something like 30% of the population in their 20s. These are just unheard of numbers since the end of World War One, basically. That was the last time we saw entire populations enrolling themselves in war. These days, the available population pool is normally between about 3 and 8% of an active male population. So the impossibility is basically outlined in the table when that's a background statistic.
Yeah, exactly. Again, just those data points, and then I'll hand it over to Shaggy. I believe during the Second World War, in terms of percentage of at least the male population mobilized, I believe the United Kingdom came out with the highest percentage. I think it was 25% of their male population was mobilized. So if we assume approximately equal number of men and women in the population, that's about 12.5% of the total population. In the U.S., we mobilized about 10% of our total population. Russians can't manage a number anywhere appreciably near that. So mobilization is really kind of a procedural remnant of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had the capacity for massive total mobilization. Russia does not. And that just the plain and simple way of putting it. Shaggy, please go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the training of these newly to be mobilised troops and the location of their training and the proximity to the battlefield, much like NATO countries supporting Ukraine are training Ukrainian troops, surely they could be trained in Belarus on Belarusian Russian equipment. Isn't that the elephant in the room that nobody's talked about yet? That I've not heard anyway. Why couldn't they be trained in Belarus?
So, Russia. Okay, so within Russia itself, my understanding is that they only have one location, one installation to carry out basic personnel training. I believe, where is pulling up right now? It's in they have one basic training site, Lubinsk in southern Russia, and that's it. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what the training facilities in Belarus look like for the Belarusian armed forces. I imagine that they probably are not very many, probably only one or two, much like Russia, and their quality is probably questionable, enormously questionable. So I'm not sure how meaningful that would actually be.
Okay. How many troops do the Belarusians have? The Belarusians trained in their not very many training facilities, because what I understood was they had quite a large-ish relative to their size army. So if they've managed to train them, surely they can cope with a few Russians, especially if the Russians are going to be spread out between maybe a Russian training facility and a Belarusian training facility. My point is, kind of NATO are using the allies. Well, I know the Russians say allies, but I prefer the Ukrainians having the allies and the Russians being the Axis ones. But yeah, spread the training around and spread the training materials around as well. The Belarusians have probably got training materials as well to train them on. So I was just bringing up Belarus because I haven't heard Belarus mentioned when it comes to the training and everything of these possibly mobilized troops. I'll drop down.
I mean, Belarus is currently bankrupt, so it's not like they're going to be providing funds.
No, that would actually be a win-win for them as well. But obviously, they're not going to train them for free. So Lukashenko will be like, "Yeah, I'll train your troops for you for X number of dollars."
Lukashenko. So Lukashenko's a jerk. So please do not take what I'm about to say as a defense of him in any way, shape, or form. The people of Belarus tried to get better, deserve better. I hope they get better. That said, Lukashenko wants to remain a dictator, and he's done everything he can, as best he can, to stay out of this war, despite being a partial vassal state of Russia and Vladimir Putin. So he's been bankrupt. He said, sorry, we can't help you. Their military has not directly gotten involved, but there will be no attack from Belarus. Their military is in shambles. Now, the Siloviki there are like 130 or 150,000 strong. That's the police and intelligence services. They're doing fine in all this, but their actual military and ability to project power is limited. So yes, Russia's going to use the train lines there. They're going to be able to use it as a platform to do bad things with their own troops there. But expecting Belarus to help if they're not forced to is a bad assumption, only because Lukashenko wants everything he can to keep Russian troops out of his country, because he's going to want to try to go back independent to survive. My guess is he's going to want to go back independent to make sure that he stays out of whatever instability Russia falls into, because he wants to remain a horrific dictator of his own country. And clearly, there might be some significant risk of window falling for those in power in Russia coming up kind of soon. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, but he's already used. They've already used Belarus as a staging post to fire missiles. They've already used Belarus as a staging post to.
But again, that's still another thing, right? Like Lukashenko does things in defense, like, oh look, we don't have any facilities that are any good. Oh, see, we sold it off. They suck. Like to him, that's a valid defense, right? Like it seems insane, but like he literally declared bankruptcy and keeps his military weak, so they couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. So I hear you, but I'm just pointing out that it's very possible that like Belarus just isn't a solid option for that because they don't have the facilities, and he's not going to bend over backwards to make it work, because the last thing he wants is a ton of Russian troops training on his territory if something bad happens in Russia, because that's a huge liability for him as well, right? That's a projection of power problem in the wrong direction to his thing. So I hear you. I just think that there's reasons to think that Lukashenko wouldn't be on board with that, regardless of what he says publicly.
I would also point out that the Belarusian military, it's about 45,000 in terms of total personnel. It's pathetic. They're all basically all conscripts that are trained to horrifically low standards. I would be overjoyed if the Russians train their troops to Belarusian standards. One of the reasons why Belarus has not gotten directly involved is because of the fact that the Ukrainian army would tear them to shreds in a frighteningly short period of time. It's just not comparable. So I don't think that there is any value to be added by training in Belarus, or using whatever facilities they have or whatever trainers they have, because the quality of it is so horrifically bad. And there's a lot of hands up. So let's
Okay,
go
that
ahead
makes
and,
more sense. Thanks.
So no problem. So let's go to Jim, Giannis, and then I believe it was Dinjon, David, and then finally Auntie.
Hey guys, thank you, John. And to the previous speaker, yeah, I lived in Belarus for a while. I've still got a lot of friends there. There's zero interest in helping Russia on the street level, and even Lukashenko has changed his tune. Right? They call him Tatakan, which is cockroach, and we all know what cockroaches are good at, right? Scuttling around, surviving everything up to and including nuclear holocaust. Right? He's a nasty piece of work, and he ain't stupid. He might have invaded back in February if it looked like it was going in Russia's direction, but not now, and certainly not going to be training highly unmotivated, undisciplined Russian troops on his territory, because that's what happened in 1917. The defeated troops returning from the Western Front for Russia caused the October Revolution, or whichever one it was. I get mixed up. So yeah, he's not going to. Regarding the mobilization in general, it's got some discipline and morale, as we've been discussing. The big difference, well, other than the fact that Ukrainians got a bigger army, it's got a more motivated army, no matter what Russia mobilizes, right? I mean, let's look at some of the more public figures who've signed up to fight, who wants to fight. All of the heavyweight champions of the world, the boxing champions, both brothers, Vitaly and Vladimir. These are rich men. With one of them is the mayor of Kiev. He didn't have to fight. They both signed up, got a machine gun. Boombox lead singer, young guy. I forget his name for now. I think it's Andriy Klunik. Again, worth millions. He could be on, doing concerts in Miami. Yeah, but he signed up to fight with the rifle to defend his country. Morale is very high, right? Whereas Russia, give me one Russian propagandist, celebrity, he's gone to fight for Russia. Doesn't happen, hasn't happened. Nothing will change, and they're going to lose this. As Jacqueline, a famous Ukrainian singer, would say, "Welcome to Ukraine. Bring it." Thanks, guys.
John, you're the master of the order of the hands, so you're up.
Oh, sorry, was I muted? Thank you very much, Jim. Giannis, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I see a lot of people cycling up and down and having the poor audio quality in space. I have gathered the fresh list of reasons and possible solutions how have best experience with Twitter space. If you are interested, I can just run through the list. So, okay, first of all, what we already know, it's call and notification. Then if you are speaker or even listener, you are dropped. So it works on the cellular and Wi-Fi network. And to solve that, please set notifications to no sound of just like vibration notification. So the second most common reason for audio experience is a network change. So if you are on space and you are like on the way and switching from like 3G to 4G, etc., you will lose audio. And there is two solutions for this: either to lock to one network type, especially if you are a speaker. It's very important. And if you are driving, the best and safest option is to stop while take a pause and while talking. Then third cause is VPN. It turned out that several VPN applications interfere with Twitter space audio. So if you are having some issues, please turn off this VPN network. Fourth reason is general app glitch is happening time to time, and the only option is to restart. And also, please check either you have latest Twitter version updated on your phone, so App Store or Google Play. Then for the speakers. Some of speakers reported that the sound disappeared or became very poor after switching to speaker. So especially on Android phones, please check either Bluetooth have permission. So sorry, not Bluetooth, but Twitter application have permission.
Giannis,
Yeah.
do you appreciate
Yeah.
that? Yes, we understand. The biggest thing that people can do here, hands down, is just making sure they're updated on their Twitter and their phone. And yes, you are correct. Anything that makes you have generally slow and bad internet will be problematic, especially if you come up as a suite as a speaker. But a lot of these glitches are on the Twitter side, and the best way to deal with them is you just have to restart Twitter, especially if you are already updated on your Twitter and your app. So that's about it. But no, we appreciate it. Do you have anything else directly on Ukraine? I'm being driven nuts by the tech too, so I do appreciate you trying to help with the space. I do have a Ukraine-based point though, besides on the horrific tech of Twitter that our volunteers here could fix if Twitter would let us.
No, sorry. Okay.
No, all good. No, I mean, you made many great comments in the past. I was hoping you had it. I will move us back to the grand poobah speaker of all of the hands, John Ridge. Also, for anyone out there, if you need any dating advice, just PM John. He's also our dating. We don't discuss that in this space, not required. But if you have any curiosity, John Ridge is the youngest member of the co-host family, is our dating expert. He's excellent at it. If you need a little help, just send him a PM. He'll be happy to help you out. Back to you, John, with the order of the hands.
Thank you, Finance. Appreciate that compliment. Let's go to Dinjon, David, and then Auntie.
Yeah, thank you, John. I just want to do some small updates from Sweden, and that is a good indicator of what might come. So today there was an emergency meeting of the Defense Committee in the Parliament, and one of the MPs were asked. Well, he was in an interview afterwards, or before. I'm not sure actually if it was after or before, but anyway, he said that we need to send more. And we might be able to spare archers. And I know the focus has been on archers, but we also have those CV90. So yeah, I think this move from Putin has stirred the hornet's nest around Europe. So these are the signs I can see in Sweden, which is good.
Well, we appreciate the update on the situation in Finland. I'd seen reports of cars backing up at the border, but I wasn't sure how accurate those reports were. There seemed to be a lot of noise flying around surrounding that.
What was that for me, John?
Yeah, if there was anything you wanted to add to that, we had kind of on the back end been discussing that.
Yeah, maybe Ante or someone Finnish can do it. But I'm actually looking at Google Maps now, and it is quite. There's a lot of red lines along the border crossings, so on the Russian side, so traffic jam.
Well, they're fleeing the sinking ship, it would seem.
Absolutely.
All right, David, mic is all yours, my friend.
Thank you very much. Anyway, listen, a change of subject, really, and it's a bit of a pet hate of mine, pet peeve, whatever you want to call it. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's coming out now in the normal media. Really, very, very much irritates me. See it in the BBC, see it in the big press when they insist on calling Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, etc., separatist states or breakaway states, right? These things are not separatist. They're not breakaway. They have been illegally occupied by the Russians, right? That's it. No such thing as a separatist. No such thing as breakaway. And in this space, because it was noted, it was mentioned a little bit earlier where someone called it a breakaway state. It's not a breakaway state. It's been illegally occupied by Russia. That's it. pet peeve of mine, and I think I'm going to start just calling it out every time I hear it, because I think the only way to do this is to remind people what they're saying whenever we see it. So if anyone else sees it and they're seeing it in their tweets from the media, no doubt we'll be seeing it more on the BBC. The FT did it the other day. NBC did it. I mean, I'm pretty much, you can guarantee Reuters will be doing it, but just call them out. Call them out every single time. Remind them, right? Because every time they do it, all they're doing is putting it into someone's mind that it's okay to invade a country and bomb them and kill them when we know it's not. Just pet peeve of mine.
Right there with you, David. That's always driven me up a wall since day one. The notion of separatists or secessionists or breakaway sentiments, if you will, within any of the occupied territories, prior to that have been occupied since 2014, prior to February 24th of this year. It's a total fiction. It's a complete invention of Russian information and disinformation campaigns, product of their hybrid warfare schemes. It's total nonsense, totally made up. There have never been separatists in Donbass to a statistically meaningful extent. I'm sure you can find, some random group of ethnic Russians in this small town of 5,000 people that think, that would love to join Russia. But it's on the order of, a minuscule percentage of the population. It's tiny. It's totally meaningless and inconsequential. So it's a total information warfare fabrication.
Exactly, and people like Piotr should know better than using these things. Everything's about language, and as we know, we need to be careful with how we use our language.
100% agree. Language matters. Otherwise, the Russians would not attempt to manipulate us with information warfare that exploit, the meaning of language. So, that fact, is self-evident, as you rightly point out.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I would like to. Oh yeah, on a piece of language, notably, it is Ukraine, not the Ukraine. The Ukraine is the way the Russians like to call it. It removes their agency a bit. I would also like to note that if you'd like to turn this around, you could also refer to it as the Russia. The Russia, smaller brother, younger brother of excellent Ukraine. So I just would like to remind everybody it's the Russia. Given that the Russia was founded by the city council of Kyiv when they founded the city of Muscovy, notably Moscow. Moscow doesn't exist anymore because the founding charter of Moscow was given to them by the city of Kyiv when the Kievan Rus gave it to them. And during this war, they decided that they were going to revoke that. So the city council of Kyiv has revoked the founding charter of Moscow, so it's not technically a city anymore. So in other words, the Russia does not really technically have the capital city. Sorry, guys, your stuff doesn't exist anymore historically. Too bad. With that, I actually know the hands now since there's only two of them, and I can follow this order. So, Antti, you're up, sir.
Before Antti
Thank you.
jumps in there, I just want to mention, start calling them the Duchy of Moskva, because apparently it drives the Russians insane.
Sure, I'm fine with that. So I just wanted to point out that there is apparently, according to newspaper information, there is Russians in total have about 100,000 visas at this moment, and longest running of them will be current for up to five years. So it's not just about not granting new visas. It's also about canceling the visas that exist, and but it shouldn't be just about tourist visas, because there is statistics that on this week's Monday and Tuesday, about 6,500 Russians arrived in Finland, and about a third of those had tourist visas. So the majority of Russians entered with another kind of visa. So there is there is also information suggesting that there is quite a lot of traffic heading towards the Finnish border as we speak, and there's video from the Finnish border that there are already quite long lines of cars there. So and that there is, I'm happy to report that there is much more pressure on the Finnish government to do something about it, even from within the parties currently in government, such as the SDP. So hopefully they will do something quickly. And there is also this initiative for legislation regarding this, and there is a threshold of 50,000 signatures, and it has already passed 40,000. And yesterday alone, there were 10,000 more signatures. So if this keeps up, I would estimate that the 50,000 threshold is, if it's not surpassed today, it will be tomorrow. So that is even though the legislative route takes a bit of time, but even if that doesn't pan out, this is another way of putting pressure. And when the Finnish government is put under pressure, there is already signs that the Finnish government has pressed for a EU-wide tourist visa action that would be included in EU scale, or rather EU level sanctions. So there's momentum here that the Finnish public and Finnish luminaries, shall we say, are putting pressure on the Finnish government, and the Finnish government is also trying to apply pressure at the EU level. So hopefully all this pressure will actually amount to something. I did want to earlier on also comment on the Russian mobilization thing, but I think that's already been quite well done to death. I probably the hosts agree. Or would you like some more commentary on that?
Yeah, no, we agree. Currently, I'd like everybody to note that it's very less, but in 30 minutes or so, we have a special guest, Marian Zablotsky. He's the former head of the SBU in Ukraine. So that is an absolutely fantastic person to be having. He is a member of the Ukrainian parliament, previously director of the Atlas Network in the Ukrainian Economic Freedoms Department. Oh, I may have the wrong guy. Oh, sorry, that's tomorrow's guest. In 30 minutes, we have the former head of the SBU in Ukraine will be joining us. There we go. Correct name. Valentin Levichenko, previous director of the Ukrainian SBU after the 2014 invasion. We're really looking forward to that. I'll actually be dropping down as co-host for that, unless due to technical difficulties, I must stay on. But really looking forward to this interview. Please share and retweet the space and tell everybody that in about 29 minutes, we're going to have a former head of the SBU after 2014 on our space to give an interview, talk to us, and answer a few questions from our audience. I will be enjoying this mostly as a listener because military intelligence is so far outside my field of expertise. At best, I will come up with a nice question or two. But no, really looking forward to that. And then we're going to go to Hadar, who had his hand up and it came down. So I assume he came up and wanted to ask a question. So we go to Hadar and then back to Antti. Hadar, I assume you wanted to say something? Hadar, going once. Mic check.
5 by 5.
All right, Hadar going twice. Hadar, are you with us? Sir, Hadar Sold, you're welcome back up. All right. Hadar, you're welcome back up. If you can hear us now, you seem not to be able to. We called you. Going back to Andy or Battle News, if I have something to say about our new guest in 30 minutes, I'm super excited about hearing this guy. Not often you have a former head of an intelligence agency on your show.
Haven't we had like 3 on already?
That would be not often. We run 24/7.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it does even out over time.
That's Pekka Toveri, who we had this week. This fine gentleman, and who else? That's 2. He's going to be our second. I'm unaware of a third intelligence officer of this level of seniority that we've had.
Oh, I'd have to go through the guest list again because I'm sure there's at least 2 more. But the guest list is almost overwhelming when you look at it. There's a lot of there's so much stuff that Ghost is working on the back end to try to get the audio up to Spotify. Which if you look up MriyaReport with no spaces. Spotify, we do have a Spotify account. So if you enjoyed the speaker that we had in yesterday, the Finnish general, it's already up there. So go ahead, and it's free. So go ahead and give her a listen.
All right, everyone, go give that a listen. We're going to go to Daniel, who just hopped up, and we're going to go back to Auntie. Daniel, nice to see you, our Romanian friend.
Hi, Finance. Imagine I waiting 20 minutes and I imagine why didn't call me, because I drop again from the speaker and no hand. So I want to resurrect the zombie. That mobilization of the small door. I like how military guys talk very clear, very easy to understand the processes. Like reading General Hertling was illuminating for me. But I want to add you something which maybe eludes you, not because you are American, just because Eastern autocracy, system of massive lying and total obedience will make you not see some phenomena. I will take a break in time, and I remember some interview with some Russian intellectual, and probably was May, June, something like that. Maybe earlier, because in the talk was about demonstrations in big cities, which occurred for a small time before the law make everybody who opened their mouth about Voina to go to prison. So that guy said something very interesting then, and is stamped on my brain. He said, first, putting the test, the younglings, the people under 40, because they don't vote him. They are usually too cosmopolite, too westernized, too un-Russians. And this idea of distaste for the young people from the big cities make me wonder when the time will come for them, because I saw them defiant. All the life is good, all the things like that. In this morning, I saw images in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, in other big cities, like in Donetsk and Luhansk. Militiamen going on the streets and just took the young boys and put them away. Just forced conscription, what I saw only in Lugansk and Donetsk. Also, some contributors, if I remember well, our Swedish friend, he said his Moscow acquaintance confirmed this issue. It's not just what I saw in small videos on Telegram and Twitter. And what I want to explain to you is something very useful. even Putin or Shoigu they don't have any military experience. They are just bureaucrats, just former communists, former apparatchiks. They have no idea about military, and probably they have some disdain about military. But this don't stop them to interfere massively in military. In this campaign, they just draw the lines, go there, attack there, put the generals to change the tactics, the strategy, phase 1, phase 2, go to Kiev, go to Donetsk, things like that. And probably the order was very simple. I want all these young boys to go to the front to die for the country, and from the upper echelon to the downside, everybody will do like in China, obedience. They will execute the order. Even it's irrational because, don't have the trainers, don't have the officers with experience to train them. They just draft. Politically, to take young boys from the streets, from Moscow and St. Petersburg is suicide. And believe me, every Russian will agree with me. To take young boys from Moscow and St. Petersburg is like, you want a revolution to happen faster than you imagine. And secondly, let's put it a bit in perspective. It's not so important how many bodies they will say the planet, okay, we force conscripted, recruited, how do you want to say, mobilize 300,000. If this is the number Shoigu put it in the air. But will be the reports, because everybody will inflate the number because he doesn't want to be dismissed or face some repercussions. So it will be like the voluntary BTGs from the provinces, from the oblasts. Every oblast must get a voluntary battalion, and everybody agrees. Are many, many oblasts, autonomous republics in the Russian Federation. Did you hear about 50 voluntary BTGs? Never happened. Same will be with this mobilization. And I don't think it's anything close to military. I saw Michael Kaufman launching and saying nothing about this in a long thread. It's just politics. Politics to survive, to people like Strelkov and other nationalists. Some weeks ago, I said to you, is the only thing which look like an opposition to politics of the Kremlin are these fucking fascists. And at this moment, some stupid boys like Orgonzo win against Putin, forcing his hand, announcing a mobilization, which is totally unpopular, just to save his ass. It's just a political stunt. And I think we maybe look better at this side, political side, less than military, where I don't think we will see any concrete push, inflating numbers about mobilization. Just is my point of view, but I think it's a bit pertinent.
Yeah, no, I look, I'm here. Look, I go with a really simple view of the one thing I do understand is, finance, business, I can understand logistics a bit. And when the military guys tell me that they are firing 1 million shells a month and they're not making anywhere near that, possibly under 100K a month. And, we see what they're bringing to the battlefield when they lose entire battalions to the Ukrainians in the brand new drop everything and run strategy that they have. I'm going to go with, what are these guys going to fire after they're press ganged into the military and sent to the front? Like, don't you need arms to fire with your low trained Russian troops? So yeah, no, I feel you. I am expecting that unfortunately some Ukrainians will not. We're going to be injured and or worse via this. But I do not. Every military expert we have heard here expects that this is not going to be a huge change in their effectiveness of troop levels. They don't have the kind of officers and NCOs it takes to integrate new troops, from everything I'm told by all the military experts we have. Auntie, thank you for waiting. Welcome up, JJ, Smart, and Fella. Auntie.
Thank you. So I just wanted to. This has comes with a bit of a delay, but yesterday when there was new information coming all the time of what was going on with Putin's speech, I got some very good backing from Lai Sniper, so I wanted to just to give thanks to him. I'm not sure if he's listening or not, but thank you for helping with the information gathering. So I just wanted to give kudos to the awesome community we have here. Thank you.
Yeah, Live Sniper is a excellent and appreciated member of the community, and I can understand why you'd want to thank him. Fella and JJ, I assume you came up for reasons more than just our excellent guest in 15 minutes or so. If you'd like to speak, please hit the heart button, go all the way to the right, you can raise your hand, and we can call you in order. Try to go in order here, otherwise we all talk over each other, and while that is perfectly excellent for my family gatherings, it is not so perfect when we all try to talk over each other in a Twitter space. Paul, welcome up. Please make sure to mute your mic when you get up here, otherwise we can't talk. And again, hit the heart button, go all the way to the right, and you will be able to raise your hand and ask a question. All right, all that being said, Daniel, since you're in Romania, which gives us a different perspective on the world than, well, I'm currently in the Baltics, but you know, than my US friends or our you know, some of our European friends down in Romania, and I'm assuming you might be able to understand the view in Moldova a bit. Are people taking this man on the street level? Is this mobilization by Putin seen as a massive threat? Is this seen as desperation? Is this seen as even worth paying attention to? Can I get a sort of a short view on what the view is there from Romania?
I cannot speak for my people. I'm not very Romanian. I can say I know the pulse. What I can say very easy is we don't like Russians. And we don't like Russians is not something like, we are similar to Finnish, to Baltics, to Polish. We don't like them at all. And we were scared of them a lot because, you know, history, invasions, occupations, rape, we understand. That's why we are very close to Ukrainians. I can speculate, just speculate, because I cannot represent millions of Romanians. We don't give a crap. And I will say that because the most things happened from last year autumn, so 1 year ago, until now, was 3 increases, huge increases in public opinion of trust. One was NATO, second was European Union, and third, United States of America. In Romania, is only one institution which is trust very much before this war, the army. And this is not unusual. We have some luck. We have American bases. We have some interceptors in Devaselu. We have Air Force base in Câmpia Turzii and another one in Constanța. We cannot be scared so easy. Imagine we have what Ukraine is proud now, the MLRS systems on wheels with ATACMS. And if Putin start threatening, because they threatened us 3 or 4 days ago, because we are evil and sending soldiers and help and money and ammunition and weapons. We don't look at them. We are not scared of them. I see this because I'm a border town to Ukraine and Moldova. And today I saw another truck who missed our way to the border and crossed the city with his semi-truck with a big cargo behind. I see every day Ukrainian cars. I see ladies in hypermarkets speaking Ukrainian. And for us, it's something like, you know, they are our friends, our neighbors. And Russians be damned. I don't think any Russian want to come here like they tried to go in Finland. And also we care a lot about Moldova. And we want Moldova to escape that bad omen, which are Russian troops on their territory. And if Putin say will nuke, sorry, he said this past 1 year many times. He said this.
Yeah,
10
like,
years
that just
ago.
means it's a day ending in Y. Like, I don't even like discussing Putin saying that because he says it so often. Like, I don't mean to be rude now, but like, he says this so often that it's not even worth repeating here as like a discussion news source, because it's like, is it a day ending in Y? Then Putin said he's going to do something. Like, you know, I think to finish early in the war, like the government even made a comment that if they you know received some you know a euro every time Putin violated their airspace and threatened to nuke something, that they'd be the wealthiest nation in the world. So yeah, I'd say that says it all. So I'm there. I appreciate it, but Putin threatened something. Yay! It's another day. But no, I appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you for your point. Do you want to bring it home, or can I go to other speakers?
Please let others. Thank you.
You got it. All right, let's go, Martin, then Paul.
Hello, Finance. How are you, and everyone else in Canada, the United States, and around the world? Slava Ukraini. I just listened to the really wonderful, I thought, speech by President Biden at the United Nations General Assembly. And I took a few notes, but I suspect I was sending some updates as he was speaking to John. I think he stepped down now, right, from MriyaReport. So I'm just wondering, will there be a discussion on that coming up? Because it was important.
Coming up, the most important discussion we have right now is actually our friend here who just arrived early. Thank you, Mr. Nalyevidchenko.
Okay.
A guest at 7. So we have a guest coming up.
Great.
Former head of the Ukrainian intelligence services. So look forward to that. I may wind up hosting if we can't get some other people here. Joe should be coming up soon, which will be excellent. Looking forward to having Joe be here to help run that. So we have a nice military presence. We're going to bring NTF. So we have another Finnish veteran here for you. I'd like to say hello a little bit early to, sorry if I can't pronounce your name perfectly, Valentin Nalyevidchenko. Valentine, are you with us, sir? All right. Well, we work on Valentine's technical situation. Yehuda's coming up. Fella, please ask your question.
Hi there. Sorry about the delay. Valentin, dobry den. How are you? You're going to have to unmute your mic. Press the mic button. It should be purple and not red. Val, you there? Maybe someone can send me a message. Jason, if you could, that'd be great. Sorry, Joseph isn't available. Thomas, and we've got myself, Yehuda, Finance, will be co-hosting. And I'll do a mic check.
I thought we had Joseph here. Sorry, no Joseph. All right, Yehuda, thanks for coming up. Even better. Canadian military man. And all right, looks like it's me and you. Can you text
private citizen?
Valentine?
Okay. We'll get Valentin. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but if you can you communicate by raising a hand or something? Proof of life. Are we working here? And here we go. And while we, perhaps some of our guests there, Jason, or friends at Kiev Post, if you could help Val navigate the mic button, that'd be awesome. And if you don't mind waiting out, we're gonna introduce our guest. We'll get to some questions later. Thanks for being back at the MriyaReport on the 21st of September, and it is 7 p.m., almost 7 p.m. Kiev local time. We've got Valentin Nalvachenko, and he is a current parliamentary representative in Ukraine, and his past job was the head of the SBU for Ukraine from 2014 to 2019. If I don't get my numbers wrong, and we're gonna have a discussion about what's going on today in Ukraine, what his analysis is, his impressions of the Ukrainian resistance so far, where he thinks this will go in the future, and possibly the implications of Mr. Putin's partial mobilization. So I want to thank him for coming up. We're trying to get him sorted out, finance and Jason and the people on the back team there who can get him squared away, and so we can bash on. Thanks so much for listening to MriyaReport. As you know, we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over 7 months. We want to speak truth to power and share Ukraine's experiences primarily through Ukrainian voices, augmented with expert opinions of analysts around the world. And on that note, I hope we still can get them. Okay. Finance, can you hear my mic?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Sadly, we do not appear to have comms currently with our guest. At least I don't. So I'm trying to find someone who does.
Okay. We've got Axel's coming on here. We've got
Gentlemen, good evening. Dobry wieczór in Tallinn.
We're here. We're just waiting for Val. Axel.
Yeah, I'm here. Do you hear
me?
me?
Now we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Valentin. How are you?
I'm back. I'm fine. Thank you so much.
All right.
Sounds is good. Yeah, thank you.
Val, did you hear my intro of you and
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you heard what we do here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard everything.
Okay,
yeah,
excellent.
I was in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Well, it's great to have you and glad to have your mic there. I don't know what happened. Sometimes it doesn't work.
It's okay now.
It's because we use Russian Wi-Fi, so it doesn't really work well. It's a joke.
Me not.
Just kidding. We definitely don't.
Yeah.
They can't produce Wi-Fi. No. Anyways, welcome. Did I get your
good news?
Yeah. Did I get your service at the SBU right? 2014 to 2019. Was that correct?
I served twice as a head of SBU. First, it was 2007 till Yanukovych, 2010, and second time after the Revolution of Dignity, 2014, 2015.
Nice. Okay, great.
And now I'm as a member of the of Ukrainian Parliament.
Okay, that's excellent. So I got the dates wrong. Sorry, I stand corrected. And thank you so much for taking the time to be here. As you know, it's an important
Thank
space
you for invitation.
A lot of people. We've reached over 100 million people through various means and impressions. I'm not exactly sure what that all means. I'm not an internet guru, but it's important. And we've had some of your ambassadors on, as you know. Now we've had head of the Ukrainian railways, fire chief from Kharkiv, and all sorts of everyday Ukrainians. And so it's a pleasure and an honor to have you here because I think you have a lot of insight into what's going on. For people who are unaware of SBU, can you just tell our audience what the SBU is and what it does in Ukraine?
Thank you. That's my pleasure, my honor. Thanks, Jason and everybody who helped me to join you guys. And let me share with you what Parliament of Ukraine knows and does and is doing in these circumstances. First, on these Russian sham referendums, we call them sham referendums for quite obvious reasons. Since 2014, you mentioned my period of being second time head of SBU. For me, it's quite familiar. Russian agenda and Russian, let's say, tools, how they try to use such sham referendums in Luhansk, Donetsk cities, and now plan to do the same Luhansk, Donetsk, and Kherson city, just to hide what actually they really do and what are really their real plans as imperialistic state, as imperialistic government, as imperialistic crazy Putin, what he is doing since 24th of February this year. So briefly, what we know is that behind these sham referendums is the only one reason: to keep those temporarily occupied territories, to keep them occupied. And that is, by the way, the reason why finally today Putin this morning in Russia announced the partial mobilization. Guys, for us, for all, let's make it clear: in those Lugansk, Donetsk, and other temporarily occupied territories, this is not a mobilization. That is impression. Impression. So forcible mobilization with no similarities to like ordinary or classical military mobilization. Is impressment. Now I found the word. This is a real impressment when they force young people under the occupation to join their troops without any training, without even munition, and whatever is necessary for regular army in any other country. That is why they actually try to make those sham referendums a little bit earlier this September, starting 23rd, I think, in 2 or 3 days in Kherson, and then till 27th of this month, 27th of September, somewhere in Luhansk and Donetsk. So that is the occupation, and plan of Putin is to keep those territories occupied, showing for Russians, for Russian citizens, okay, through these TV propaganda channels, Russian TV propaganda, to show for Russian citizens that this is kind of Russian democracy, referendums were carried out, and now it's kind of justification for Russian troops to keep them there to protect what? To protect Russian territories as they would like, and definitely will start to say since 23rd of September this year.
Excellent. So obviously we hear a lot about what the Russians plan to do.
Mm-hmm. It seems that Yehuda is going through a patch. Yehuda, we can't hear your question. Wait 1 sec and then restate the question, please. You have a bad connection.
Yeah. I'm just
better now.
So
it seems
we are
Yehuda's
missing.
getting off.
Yeah.
Well, can I perhaps ask a question
Yes,
while
please.
waiting?
Shoot.
So for context for our audience,
I have
we do, you know, Russia wants to conduct these.
I apologize. Now, this is a tragically Twitterish and the connection issue. I think Yehuda will be with us. Jason, you wanted to have a quick question in between. Why don't you?
Sure. Valentine, I'm glad to see you. Hope you're well.
Glad to hear, my friend. Yeah.
Long time no talk. So I was going
long time no see. Yeah.
Long time no see. This is true. So I'll see you soon, though, in Kiev. Just a quick question. So when you were leading the SBU in 2014, when Russia's initial invasion began, maybe you could talk about that a little bit, how it was leading up to that, what they saw, what the Americans said. What was the situation before the invasion of 2014? And just because it's a very interesting historical note in contrast to the invasion of 2022, maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. So 2014, when first stage of Russian invasion began, it was February, I think, March 2014. They started in Crimea, and same time simultaneously in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. How they started? They started with FSB and GRU, Special Services of Russia. They've activated their agents, their people in those Ukrainian territories, while a lot of Ukrainians were at the Maidan at the Revolution of Dignity, participating like me and others. Russia really started with their special services, but very actively using and let's say getting into this process local authorities. And why Lugansk and Donetsk? Because of party of regions, because this political force and party used to be the ally or even I would say asset of Russian special services for many years, through financing, through influence, through other tools being used by Kremlin. So it was kind of their absolutely guided administrations, even Ukrainian local authorities, again after under the Yanukovych as a president. And President Yanukovych himself, ex-President Yanukovych himself, as we all know, turned to be a Russian instrument in Ukraine as well. So comparing to what is happening now in Ukraine, since 24th of February, Putin started real military invasion. And for us all, let's mention Kherson, how now Russian special service working in brackets and what they are doing in Kherson, temporarily occupied by Russian army. They've opened several jails, but not classical, let's say, or any ordinary penitentiary station or any something like jail. They've opened KGB and NKVD style of jails with no electricity, with the electrocution, using electricity for torturing people, and started questioning, interviewing, and torturing civilians in Kherson as a preparatory instrument for their sham referendum. Jason and everybody, this is how it looks like now in 2022 in Ukraine, in Kherson. And by frightening, by using tortures, by torturing civilians in Kherson, they are spreading these fears in Kherson and among local civilians before the referendum, and saying clearly, look, if you will not support the occupational administration, if you will not be loyal to us, so you'll be dying like those people whom you know, who used to be your neighbors yesterday, but today they are under, let's say, illegal and very criminal interviewing, and again being kept in absolutely inhuman conditions in those illegal jails. This is one example, one instrument how Russia is frightening local Ukrainians, and what is really behind these sham referendums. And of course, for us all, Putin never mentioned this. They'll never tell anybody what is going on in reality in those temporarily occupied Ukrainian cities and towns. This is the difference, Jason. Yeah, one more difference, just briefly to mention. That is my job and my colleagues in 2014. Russia tried to justify their invasion by downing Malaysia and Boeing. You remember this terrorist act, and Russia brought into Ukraine illegally into temporarily occupied territory of Donetsk region Russian Buk M1 missile system and used it against passenger jet, and it was used by Russia, or they tried to use this terrorist act as a kind of justification. Okay, see, this is the terrorist act committed by Ukrainians. That's why we are now occupying Donetsk and Lugansk region. But we successfully investigated this terrorist act, and now in Hague, I'm happy to say that this is on the final court hearings where clearly International Court in Hague stated who is responsible and who is guilty in this terroristic crime.
Thank you for that, Val. I just want to give context to the audience for a couple of points real quickly. So the reason why the Russians are doing the referenda, and just if you want to, we'll do rapid, like yes or no, just to get the audience up to speed.
Okay.
The reason why the Russians want to do referenda is they want to declare that Russian territory, and they want to declare any attack on Russian territory to be a step up the escalation ladder. Correct?
Correct. Both.
Yeah. So to the audience, the reason why they're so eager to do these sham, like these bogus, they're not referenda. It doesn't matter what the result is.
Absolutely.
It was
This is nothing to do with referendums. Nothing to do with democracy.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised the numbers aren't 110% of agreed, right? The Russians just make things up. But the reason why they're doing it is they want to say to the West, if you think Ukraine is going to attack Russian territory, we're going to up the ante and we're going to go even more. It's just a scam. It's a scare tactic. Is that a fair assessment, Val?
Yes, absolutely. This is Putin's scare tactics.
100%. Now, question, because people have asked, and you're the person to ask. I got to be honest with you. You're definitely the person to ask. A lot of people, especially military, who've come up under this space, when they talk about the first week of the war, the second part of this invasion, obviously 2014 being the first. When they talk about February, the last weeks of February, early weeks of March, they talked about what a garbage, just how horrible, and what the exact opposite of military professionalism. And a lot of people said that they suspected that the Russians, like Putin, was given misinformation that the Ukrainians would welcome them, and they didn't really come in on a strong military posture. They said that there were collaborators that were paid off, probably, or that the money that was that the bribe people was not spent properly, and that's why they had the fake assessments. What's your take on that, if you could, in a bit?
Yeah, I confirm. At the beginning of this war, of this invasion, definitely Kremlin and Putin himself were given absolutely non-adequate information from FSB and their agents, from Medvedchuk and his party, and other pro-Russian parties and politicians, and not only politicians in Ukraine. That's true.
So wouldn't that make those guys, in big trouble back in Russia? Wouldn't the Kremlin be saying, "Wait a minute, we gave you all this money to bribe everyone, and none of it's happened"? I mean, are those people gone? Are they out the window, so to speak, and literally and figuratively?
Yeah, at least in March and maybe in April, we heard a lot of information, me, myself, not only official, but as well as from other sources, that in FSB, the fifth service of FSB, Russian Special Service, got a lot of troubles, and some generals were, let's say, not under the arrest, but were detained, and they used to be under their investigation and anti-corruption investigation as well. Because as a budget, approximately, they spent up to $5 billion for this anti-Ukrainian activity before the invasion. And they had spent for media, for political parties, for their dachas, for their luxury buildings, even yachts. So that's how it was.
how delusional is Putin and the rest of the higher ups there if they actually thought, even with that, the bribe money, they thought Ukrainians writ large would just welcome them in? Like they really thought that, eh?
That's how Putin is these days and these years even. He believes in what he would want to believe. And FSB, and not only FSB, everybody who is close to him simply provide him with such information. You want to believe that it's okay to take Kyiv over within 3 days? Okay, you get this information. I think this is any autocracy, any dictatorship, sooner or later ends with only one dictator, and only such information can be given. That's what happened to Putin and his regime as well.
Okay, let's switch gears a bit. I'm curious, when it comes to the obvious genocide that the Russians are conducting. I mean, it's clear. We know that whatever is in Russian control right now, when Ukrainians retake all of that land, they're going to find more mass graves. What do you think that we get a lot of criticism? We have people criticize media, Western media. What do you think? Could there be more done to highlight this genocide? And obviously, it should make people, if they're not supporting Ukraine enough now, they would. Do you think there's more that the West, or we even here in this space, that can do to highlight that? Or do you think it's the most important thing right now, or do you think it's something that needs to be dealt with later? What could be done more to highlight the genocide that's going on, in your opinion?
To highlight the genocide, to make public each and every crime against humanity committed by Russian troops, by Russian whoever they are, occupators here in Ukraine. They've started in Bucha, Irpin. You heard what happened in Izum, Kharkiv region. We gonna know, all of us, soon about Mariupol, mass graves and shootings and killings there and tortures. So this is genocide, definitely, large scale at the territory where Russian troops happened to be or to stay. And what definitely should be done, as a member of parliament, I'm sure that international court and international prosecutors, let's help them to do their jobs, to collect evidence of crimes against humanity and genocide. And in the parliament, I and my colleagues, parliamentarians, we are voted to simply fight for international court and international prosecutors to work at the Ukrainian land, to say collect and to carry out all procedural and other things necessary for the tribunal, for the international court on Russian regime and Putin himself and his military commander.
Nice. And Jason got a question, but just real quick. You're not in Zelensky's party, are you?
No, I'm not.
But
I'm in Batkivshina party, but now it doesn't matter.
That was my question. My point I wanted to make for the audience: how are Ukrainians of all political stripes who didn't vote for Zelensky? How are they? What's your impression? How are you rallying around him for the cause of Ukraine?
Me myself, I voted for Zelensky because presidential elections were before the parliament elections. Now I am in Batkivshina faction. But what is now in Ukrainian parliament, we are all together united. No difference what faction is it, in all and every issue on national security and defense.
Amazing.
And what I'm telling you and our let's say colleagues, this is what is being supported by 100% of the Ukrainian parliament.
No, that's amazing. If you could retweet the space, let everyone know we're speaking with Valentin, and he's a parliamentarian, former SBU head. It's important to get the message out. Valentin, a lot of detractors. Would it surprise you if I told you we get a lot of Russian trolls and people who hate Ukraine? Okay, you're not surprised,
I'm very
right?
favorite at my FB page, please.
I love it.
Hundreds, thousands every day. They are still love me.
They're busy.
That's very mutual.
Yeah. Let me ask you that. They come in and say, oh, the Ukrainian parliament, they've banned everyone and no one can speak. And we've said, no, the Ukrainian government and people in parliament have all rallied behind the president. And what do you say to those people who try to make it look like Zelensky is a neo-Nazi?
No, that's not true. I'm representative of opposition before the war, but when the enemy attacks your country, there is no opposition anymore. We are really united, there's no doubt. And let's say not only Ukraine, for those who from Russia would like to follow us, they can see within 10 hours after the Putin's order or decree on mobilization, partial mobilization as they call it, the whole United Nations General Assembly is united against Putin and against this war. So anti-Putin coalition currently is holding a meeting, General Assembly, where? In New York City. This is wow. This happened first time after Hitler, I think. Anti-Hitler coalition. That's how
Amazing.
the world and Ukraine is united against the aggression.
So we're talking a lot about one of the propaganda points, and because in your job you obviously had to deal with propaganda. Obviously, hosting this space with all of our moderators. We have 35 moderators from around the world, all doing this for free. We're all supporting Ukraine. I unfortunately get a lot of anti-Semitism. I'm Jewish, obviously, and I get comments about eating babies and pedophiles and neo-Nazism. How does it feel that your president is a Jewish neo-Nazi?
One more thing for you to know today, now, this day, this night in Ukraine, 4,000 Hasids, Jewish people in Uman, celebrating Rosh Hashanah. I think this is the new year, or staying here with us, even despite the war. 4,000 all around the world, from the United States, from Israel, from Russia, even.
Yeah,
That's
it's there's a sacred pilgrimage site in Uman. And usually tens of thousands go each year, but I guess it's a little shorter this year.
It's still
but how silly
many.
is it? You're a former head of the SBU. You've seen more things than most people will ever see in their lifetime. How ridiculous is it when you see Lavrov get on Italian TV and make a story? I mean, are Russians, I know it sounds mean to say, are they this ignorant? They really going to buy a story from the foreign minister that says that Ukraine is run by neo-Nazis and they have a neo-Nazi Jewish president? When he was called out on it, he said, well, Jews are the worst neo-Nazis. Is it beyond the pale? Does Lavrov even believe this stuff? Is this just a joke? How do you look at this?
This is Russian propaganda and a lot of money from gas and oil trade. And believe me, the only way to cut it down and stop this fake news and this Russian propaganda is not to pay so much for their gas and oil, and not to let Gazprom finance all the not only corruption of Russian leadership, but also special services, special operations, special influence operations, and many bribed, corrupt politicians all around the world, in Europe as well. So the only way to cut it down, not to let them earn so huge money in Europe, in the United States, and other countries, and then to use this money against these countries, against their democracies, against Ukraine, sending more and more the Russian troops against us.
Excellent. So you would say, in a nutshell, the propaganda is it doesn't, it's going to keep coming. The only way to really cut it off is, the West needs to make a unified stance, follow through with it, to cut off all Russian energy sources, correct?
Money, yeah. The question of money. To huge resources and huge amounts of money, that's actually opened the way and doors for Russia Today, for any other Russian news financed by, again, Gazprom or Russian government on this energy money. I think those sanctions and changes in energy policy all around the world will definitely limit possibilities for Russia to carry out such hostile propaganda to undermine societies in Europe, in other countries, and Ukraine as well.
Thank you for that. I do have a bunch of questions. I want to switch gears again, if you don't mind. These are questions also we've gotten from the crowd over time. Look, so from a military perspective, yes, the Russians have a lot. And in the military, it's said that there's a particular quality to quantity. Sometimes it doesn't matter how bad they are. If you have a ton of them, it might just be a problem. However, we've seen the Russians underwhelm the world. I think the mask is off. You know, countries that thought that Russian machinery and doctrine was the best have obviously had to rethink things, and they've obviously thought to themselves, "This is not true." Here's an interesting question that you obviously can't. You know, if you can answer it. Great. One part of power is also, you know, intelligence and FSBs and all those things. Is the FSB similar in the sense that are their capabilities degraded like the military has been? Have after the Soviet Union ended, obviously things changed. Is the Russian ability to conduct intelligence abroad, is that the same as it used to be? Because I personally think when people said, "Oh, the Russians didn't shut off the electricity grids and they didn't do this like they did in 2014 where they're playing havoc with Ukrainian systems and infrastructure," and I said, "Oh, I'm sure they tried, but I have a feeling the SBU and the technical services that defend this, the cyber security that defends Ukraine, was just better." Is that fair to say that, you know, FSB is not what it used to be? Is it still, you know, or is it not? And is the SBU just better?
Now FSB is limited, of course, and it's nothing to say, even to compare what it used to be before the invasion, and especially at Yanukovych time, when they really acquired a lot of possibilities and agents in Ukraine. Of one example, which is not a secret anymore, in 2013, Russian FSB worked in Ukrainian SBU, Security Service of Ukraine, Cyber Defense Department, by their own staff. So they brought Russian officers, and Yanukovych let them work in SBU again, Cyber Defense Department. So can you imagine the losses? I can tell you that they've stolen all data on military personnel of Ukraine, of Ukrainian army, Ukrainian special services, and about everybody. So that was really a disaster. Now it's nothing to compare what is situation now. SBU is much stronger, especially when Zelensky finally fired the previous head of SBU. And what is even more positive thing happened is that our army, our territorial defense battalions, our police, and our cyber services really now are capable and much more better equipped with the international assistance, by the way. There's nothing. There's not a secret, but that the United States, United Kingdom, Poland provided and still providing a lot of technical assistance for us to be more capable in cyber defense. And cyber defense and cyber war in Ukraine, we definitely win. Definitely.
So they did try. They did
yeah.
try, right, Val? They did try.
Yeah, they are trying every day and every night, but they are now absolutely like for them it's impossible to get any let's say visible result. We are not now much stronger.
So February 23, the Russians must have tried a huge kind of action against Ukraine just before the invasion, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you guys fought off, because I know that you increased cyber in a ridiculous fashion in the yeah. So that's amazing, because a lot of people were saying, you know, the detractors and the Putinists, oh, if he wanted to, he could have done this. He didn't want to hurt Ukraine, and that's nonsense. He just couldn't. Do you think they're freaking out in Russia, wondering what happened? What happened to all of our capabilities? They must be shocked.
Shocked, of course, yeah, but again, I don't know who is telling that Putin or his army is not trying to devastate and to destroy infrastructure in Ukraine. From the very first night of this war, they've hit it by missiles, Kiev region, and other facilities around the capital. They still every night launching and hitting by missiles Nikopol, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, and our cities Kharkiv, by the way, Mykolaiv, and what we see latest during especially September, they started intentionally and knowingly attack by missiles dumps and other hydro facilities in Ukrainian cities. They try to cause two things: first, the blackout, and the panic among civilians. There is clearly like terrorist, let's say, tactics now, what Russian army is doing in Ukraine.
Amazing. Jason wanted to jump in. Jason?
Valentin, I think it's actually perhaps a very illustrative story. If you could tell them when you came to SBU the second time, how you removed all of the Russian agents, how you removed all the communist background, and your lust, your desire to take out all of these elements of Russia. How that process was, and what happened in the course of that.
Yeah, that was really like absolutely dark days and nights after the Revolution of Dignity. When we entered the main premises of SBU, it was empty. No one deputy, no staff, like simply fled out of country, some of them. And 90% of SBU staff I have changed, for various reasons, but the main reason because of links to Russia and to Russian special services. That was and is a tragedy for our national security, but it is this is true. What actually happened. And one more thing to mention, that it was unfortunately the same time when Russia started invasion. So Putin and Russia knew what they did. And they picked up the time of invasion, absolutely like understanding what is the real situation with the Ukrainian special forces, special services, with the Ukrainian army. It was awful situation, like absolutely destroyed and zero capabilities, starting with the stuff. So, but within several months, we in 2014 got a lot of young people in. I've invited a lot of Ukrainian patriots. We have stopped and I've abolished all these USSR and communists even traditions inside the service. Ukrainian language brought back as well, and many other things. We definitely unilaterally denounced all the agreements with FSB and other Russian services. Can you imagine that Ukrainian special services had, during Yanukovych time and Kuchma as well, several thousands of mutual agreements with the Russian special services on cooperation, on vacation, on whatever others, let's say, issues. But now it's definitely another situation.
So you would say, Val, that since 2014, since the Revolution of Dignity, when Ukrainians stood up from all walks of life and said enough's enough, you saw a seismic shift, and you were one of the leaders there, especially at the SBU, a seismic shift across the country of Ukraine declaring its independence almost all over again, and the processes and the procedures became independent. Would you characterize the last 8 years as Ukraine's coming of age? I mean, this is, you guys have fought for it, you've built it, you've changed, and it's remarkable. I want to say, from an outsider's perspective, it's remarkable that after 80 years or hundreds of years of Russian domination, in 8 years, what Ukraine has been able to do it's nothing short of a miracle. What do you think about that statement?
And absolutely correct. This is really what we are going through, and how our lives changed since the Revolution of Dignity. That's true. Within 8 years, Ukrainian nation, or Ukraine as a nation, is absolutely a different country. One thing, plus it's absolutely European country and European nation. Definitely, this is the huge and the biggest difference now between Ukraine and Russia. what they have and what is happening in Ukraine.
Sometimes people complain and say, but there's still corruption, especially some very strange fringe US senators. There's corruption in Ukraine. And we point out that this was the history brought in by Russian colonialism. This was the type of governance that the Russians instilled, kleptocracies and feudalism and serfdom.
I agree.
And the fact that there's still some is not a surprise. It's going to get a lot better, I suspect, after the war as well. But I mean, the difference between corruption in, say, 2011, 2013 versus today in Ukraine is you can't even compare anymore. Isn't that true?
That's true. That's true. Plus, one more thing: we know what to do now and further. Even during the war, we got very powerful and independent anti-corruptional court. This is good news. It works independently. And the only one thing we still lack of is the effective and decisive head of anti-corruptional bureau, so investigative body and operative body. That's still what we did not get at the appropriate level. But I think as soon as anti-corruptional bureau will start normal and effective work, it'll be absolutely different situation with the fighting corruption, especially among public servants in the government. So fighting embezzlement and other very dangerous corruption in any society, and is in Ukraine as well. And I think even during the war, it is even more important to fight corruption and to get the NABU, Anti-Corruption Bureau, very operational and very with the results for the Supreme Anti-Corruptional Court. And my point of view is to get even court hearings publicly as many as we can, to show for Ukrainians, first of all, that finally in our country corruption and corrupt officials are responsible and being brought to justice.
So there's too much Ukrainian blood that's been spilled for any Ukrainian after this war to tolerate corruption, I would assume.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think, is it fair 100%. To say that?
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's going through a patch. He's coming back. Yehuda?
Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I was going to ask if you can hear me there, Val. That would it be fair to say that the SBU? Would it be fair to say that the SBU and actually, you know what, Jason, go ahead. I've got a weak connection. Go ahead, Jason, for now.
Sure, Valentin. I was just going to ask you. You were formerly a diplomat of Ukraine in Washington D.C. and I think it was Sweden was the embassy representing the Nordic states, and also the ambassador to Belarus. Now, when you look back in those three places, how have relations with Belarus, as well as with Europe, as well as with the United States, how's it changed over the past year, the past 9 months? And also, you were born in Zaporizhia. How do you see the situation today in Zaporizhia?
Oh, thank you for this question. Actually, about Belarus, I know Lukashenko personally. I knew him as an ambassador in 2006, I think. Yeah, 2006. I was Orange ambassador and the youngest, I think, in Minsk, but KGB of Belarus stood day and night in front of my apartment, keeping an eye on me. But what is happening now is much drama. What happened under Lukashenko when Belarus is formally and de facto is the co-aggressor against us, against Ukraine. It was absolutely unimaginable, but it happened. And the only man responsible for what happened is Lukashenko. So as a former ambassador to Minsk, to Belarus, I know Belarusian people, Lukashenko did a lot of damage for our bilateral relations and for both nations, Belarusian and Ukrainian as well. And it will not pass away, and it will not, let's say, end soon. My understanding is that finally there is no anymore president of Belarus. The only ruler of Belarus is Putin, and the troops of and all the facilities of military facilities of Belarus is under the control of the Russian army, and they are, let's say, they are bombing and hitting and launching missiles from Belarus on our heads, as well as from Caspian or Black Sea. So this is hostile territory for Ukraine, with equipped with Russian most dangerous missile systems, troops, aviation, so air jets, war jets, and many other stuff Russia brought into Belarus. And that is why Belarus now is dangerous for European countries and for Lithuania as a neighbor as well. About Zaporizhia briefly, yeah, I was born in Zaporizhia, and Zaporizhian, biggest in Europe nuclear power plant, is under attacks almost every day and night. Russia refused to remove troops and armored vehicles from this nuclear power plant. That was as well unimaginable, but now it's happening when at the biggest nuclear power station are staying Russian armored vehicles and military personnel. MAGATE, so this nuclear watchdog experts visited nuclear power station. But my understanding is that we need more international efforts and pressure on Putin, at least to get around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant demilitarized zone area, free of any military personnel, weapons, and any military vehicles. This is what should be done urgently to avoid nuclear catastrophe. Again, 6 blocks at Zaporizhia power station, the biggest in Europe, nuclear power.
Incredible. Val, just to circle back to that question, and sorry, I'm driving in the country. For those engaged in corruption and grifting and scamming and all that jazz, is it fair to say that the SBU and Ukrainian authorities are taking down names and numbers, and they'll get back to them when they can? Is that fair to say?
Not SB. If we're talking about corruption, this is NABU and Anti-Corruptional Bureau. Yeah, that's another entity created in 2015.
Yeah.
So that's why I have mentioned that we still don't feel very effective the work of this bureau, but we need to upgrade, to reinforce this bureau to be more productive, more efficient, more bringing more results, and
100%.
let's say to the court, not for the statistics, for numbers. What it's nothing to do. By the way, this absolutely it's nothing to do. By the way, this absolutely one national efforts in Ukraine, where that it's absolute unprecedented support and assistance we are now receiving from the United States, FBI, from United Kingdom, money laundering structures, anti-money laundering structures from Europe, Europol, any police. So this is a unique situation for Ukrainian anti-corruptional bodies to first use this international support, and the second one to train their staff up to European international standards, being capable to fight corruption and find out whatever shell company where those assets and stolen money can be found and get back to Ukraine, to the budget.
And it's fair to say, because we get questions from people who uncover scams. You know, there are people trying to defraud Ukraine in this glorious fight for freedom. But it's fair to say that you'll catch them eventually, right? If you're not going to get them now, you'll find out who they are, and one day they're going to have to face justice. Is that a fair
Yes,
comment?
that's true.
Good.
That's true. To bring them to justice, that's the main purpose.
Big or small, because a lot of people here, there are people that have donated millions of dollars. Like we've been here for 7 months, and they want to know. They want to know that Ukraine, when they uncover any of the scams some people pulled, that you're going to go after them, because that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the right thing to do as soon as possible, urgently. We have voted today in the parliament to create the parliamentary investigative commission on humanitarian aid. By the way, in Zaporizhia region, where some corrupt officials from local administration simply stolen thousands of tons of humanitarian aid. It's an awful story. It should be investigated, and we'll make it public.
Yeah, no, we've encountered problems with people who try to grift and hand out their own PayPals to get money and stuff. So we actually, here at the report, none of the hosts ever ask for money or give any way to send money, because what we do is we have one organization called MriyaAid.org, and you might know it has a lot of people who are very close to Ukraine, and they speak with your staff on the ground, with your hospital staff. They send stuff directly to units. But you do have these fly-by-night groups that claim to do stuff, and a lot of the listeners get upset because they think you're being hoodwinked in some cases. But I said to them, no need to freak out, no need to be upset, because Ukrainians aren't stupid. They'll find out, and eventually whoever did anything illegal or wrong, they'll face justice, either in Ukraine or in another country, right?
I agree, right.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, listen, we're gonna go to Axel, but there is a question. You mentioned Lukashenko, and I love to pick people like I like to pick the brains of people like you, because you have that experience. And I wonder if Lukashenko isn't a clown. He might be pretending to be like a clown, or pretending to be.
The internal situation in Belarus. The only, the only possibility for Lukashenko to stay in power is to play any role, even those you mentioned, but to keep himself in power.
But that
Of course,
using
Russian
yourself?
money and support.
But embarrassing, that's the part that confuses me. It's such a shameless and obvious attempt to kiss up to Putin that actually makes Putin happy to see Lukashenko embarrass himself on his national TV and say that. It just seems so bizarre and so kiss the ring. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, that's why I've answered. There is no shame. No, there is no any whatever dimension of bizarre or not bizarre behavior. The only reason or ground for Lukashenko's behavior is to survive. as a politician, as a ruler of Belarus.
It's
He'll do
incredible.
anything for that.
I'm just surprised that Putin's staff wouldn't say, "Oh, stop it, Lukashenko." Now we know you're just faking it because it's just so silly.
They tried to do so several years ago. I remember as a diplomat, professional diplomat, the advisors of Putin started to, how to say, to first of all to name and to call Lukashenko as he is, as a clone, and started to not let Putin so frequently even meet and speak to Lukashenko. Even on Russian TV channels, they started to broadcast more parodies on Lukashenko, very negative news and other things. But suddenly it was stopped. The only explanation that Lukashenko somehow, I think, found the way to call again to Putin and to promise all USSR, whatever agenda, United States, or not state, but United, how they call it, Союзная держава, that's the USSR, that's United, USSR again, to become as a republic, and the Putin changed his mind, and again, Putin and Lukashenko are allies. So this is not the first time, and I think not the last time.
Amazing. All right, Axel, and then we're gonna have Lena and Verlaine come up. Go ahead, Axel.
Sure. Okay. Once again, Valentin, thank you very much for spending your time with us. I mean,
Thank
it's
you.
precious and it's important. We all have been following the massive amount of sifting through the networks by, in this instance, the current say security services, and trying to find out who is treasonous and who's not. But then some examples stand out. What do you make of this? Specifically, when people were wondering as to how Kherson Oblast and Kherson City were handed over so easily, the name Andriy Naumov came up, and he was evidently found in Serbia with a little bit too much cash and a few more shiny diamonds. But he's not the only one in that oblast. We understand from recent days that even in the state penitentiary system, certain agents have been placed. How do you rate what happened in that oblast? And how did it contribute?
In Kherson Oblast,
In Kherson, yeah.
In
Because
Kherson.
Naumov was the, if I understand this correctly, he was once the security service chief for the SBU in the Kherson region.
Naumov, as far as I know, is used to be the internal security department head in SBU. So this is the central office in Kiev. It's even worse situation with Naumov, and Zelensky and the previous head of SBU nominated him, and gave him a rank of general. So that's a crazy story. I don't know what's 400%
he was elevated
behind.
Yeah, he was
the
elevated to
internal
brigadier general.
security, excuse me, if you allow me, the internal security in SBU, in security service, this is the most sensitive and the most important department because it is responsible for internal integrity, internal investigations, any against the SBU officers. That's why name Naumov and what you mentioned for me even more serious sense. And I know that now Naumov is in Russia somewhere, and this is very much alarming situation for, I think, for Mr. Zelensky, for Ukrainian president, and for others who are now in the government, not to do it anymore, not to appoint such people to the most sensitive, the most serious positions in SBU. In Kherson, what happened? In Kherson region, regional office of SBU and the head of this regional office really took over the city and betrayed it as well. So that's why, by the way, Kherson was so easily was taken by Russian troops and Russian agents. So far, I know that Kharkiv, Kherson, and 2 other field offices heads they have betrayed Ukraine. Kharkiv office head is detained and arrested. so far. About other people, I don't have any sort of reliable information. As a member of parliament, I simply don't have access now to such information.
Valentin, tell us, like, for the audience. I think I know the answer, and I think the answer is money. But is that the reason why they did? Let's be honest. Let's call it out, because these people can't possibly think life under Putin is better or nice. It's just they're promised money, isn't it?
You know, I think not only money. It happened something more serious. If we talk about Kherson, Kharkiv offices, Naumov, yes, Naumov is absolutely corrupt former prosecutor related to contraband, and he kept being involved in such corrupt schemes even in the SBU. This is according to our media. Even it's not a secret. We are a democratic state. We know from YouTube more than from any secret reports of the government. But seriously about Kherson and Kharkiv, and not only, I think it's a big mistake in human resources policy of Ukrainian government and the leadership of SBU. It's for me, it's hard even to explain. What I remember, we have studied about 2014, and me myself, what I did. For me, it's unimaginable to appoint such people to become a head of field offices, especially in South and East Ukraine, knowing that Russia is going to invade. And this is something very bad story. But what I think is what should be done is proper investigation, especially on this Kharkiv field SBU office head, who is currently detained and arrested, and then to see in the court and to make hearings public, to, let's say, to get more information why and what happened.
Very good point. Yehuda, if I may, just as a follow-up to what you just said, and I think I highly appreciate the clarity with which you formulated this, that the administration evidently has been suffering from finding good and right people, which is, of course, given the fact that the Russian Federation has been so suppressive in trying to infiltrate Ukraine, it must have been hard. I grant that, and I'm not criticizing it. I'm just highlighting that if the current administration obviously had to now file charges of treason against 651, only counting 19th of August data, that is substantial, but it shows what kind of effort Russia had undertaken in order to destabilize Ukraine. And one could only wish that President Zelensky has the same luck as Abraham Lincoln had in firing his generals, because he did fire quite a number of them until finally settling on ground. So sometimes you just have to cycle through them.
I agree.
So there's a question that's been asked again. I know you can't say certain things. I'm sure you're still under confidentiality from your previous position, but we get it asked a lot. Those mysterious fires throughout Russia in the first few months and other stuff. Let's say it's not Ukraine. Who is it, and why?
You mean mysterious fires on what?
In Russia, in the beginning of the. All of the, either accidents, or seems to be a lot of fires and explosions in key places, recruiting offices and cyber labs. I'd love to think it's the SBU, or some Sergei Bondarenchenko, 007. But I'm sure you wouldn't tell us if you knew.
I can tell you and share with you what is really available. Information that it's not a secret that Russia absolutely is not a stable country, and many open fires, especially in their voenkomаты, how they call it, military, whatever, centers for mobilization,
recruitment center.
They were thrown. Recruitment centers were under fire after the cocktails of Molotov being thrown by Russian citizens, by young Russian people who did not and don't want to be recruited and to go to die in a war they don't understand and don't want. That's one explanation. The other explanation that Russian infrastructure is very vulnerable and not protected. This is the several open fires occurred to their oil depots and some other facilities. That's definitely a Russian problem. And I hope so some military facilities and military storages were destroyed by our forces. That's what I can share so far.
Okay, no, that's good. A lot of people were thinking it's, special forces. I highly doubt Ukrainian special forces would be in the far east of Russia burning down a recruitment center. I think it would make more sense that it's an angry Russian. Excellent. So listen, there's a bunch of questions. If you want to answer yes, no, no comment. I'll add in a few jokes in there too. Will Ukraine win this war?
Where Ukraine in this war, we are at the turning point. This is for sure after the counter offense in Kharkiv Oblast, in Kharkiv region. Plus international community, anti-Putin coalition, again and again, bringing more and more turning points, and we'll keep pushing. That's for sure.
So you believe in total victory eventually at some point, right?
Absolutely, we'll keep pushing.
Putin's threats, scare tactics or real?
Scare tactics.
Excellent. When it comes to your take on propaganda and disinformation, do you feel that is it something that you think that you can't combat, or do you think that you're winning the war on the disinformation side, especially when it comes to the Russians?
We are winning this war, but we means Ukraine and anti-Putin coalition, plus NGO society, plus many other participants. So we are much stronger.
Amazing. We get a lot of criticism, believe it or not, of different guests we have because people don't like things they write in newspapers. Jason's one of them. Is Jason a Russian spy? I get that a lot, just by people who don't like a nuanced position.
This one more Russian propaganda. I know Mr. Smart personally. He is a great American and great friend of Ukraine. From, by the way, civic society. This is what Russian spies and agents simply cannot do and don't understand even what does it mean.
I find that there are some people that'll say, because I don't like everything that person writes or says, they must be a Russian troll. That's just not true. I said this only verifies, this only proves the openness of Ukrainian society.
Yeah,
yes, is it not?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Actually, I'm going to ask you something. We had Ilya Ponomarev on, and a lot of Ukrainians were really interested to hear what he had to say. Some people don't like him. Some people like him. Some people look at him as an opportunist. Maybe he's waiting for Putin to go so he can go back to Russia. Regardless of why he feels what he feels or what he believes, we said we're going to give him the space to speak because we want to hear what he has to say. We want to hear his meetings with Lavrov. We want to hear, his understanding of Putin. Why would someone be, isn't it, the strength again of Ukrainian civil society is to have these dissenting views. Do you think it's problematic for people like us to have chatted to Ilya, for example?
No, I don't see any problem. Even if you ask me, I several times participated at Ilya Ponomarev YouTube channel. They call it February morning, Утро февраля. And they do a great job. They are working in Russian language, and mostly I understand for Russian audience. And me and other guests, we are presenting in Russian language truth for Russians about this war. Only for this one YouTube channel, I can say thank you to Ilya Ponomarev, and he and his colleagues and partners. They are doing a great job as NGOs and as independent media.
So it's important as well, even under an invasion, that Ukraine showcases to the world its ability.
Yes, Yes, and for Russia as well. Agree with me. That's very important for Russian people to get information not only from Russia Today or whatever government TV channel under the control of FSB. Let's talk to them directly and bring them the truth as well.
It's funny. One of the Ukrainians asked Ilya, "What's your message today? How can we talk? What can we do to help Russians who are against us understand and give them news?" And Ilya actually said nothing. For those ones that are deep in that hole, there's nothing you can do. All you can do is help support the Russians who are already against Putin. What do you think of that statement?
At least to start with it, but I'm not. I don't think it's everything is so hopeless in Russia. Sooner or later, believe me, the truth from Ukraine, from this war, will break the ice and will break the wall of lies built by Putin and Russian special services.
Do you think it'll be the same as in 1991, that the Soviet Union collapsed and people just looked around and realized they were living a lie? Do you think that'll happen with the Russian Federation?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So listen, we got a bunch of questions up. Thank you so much. I hope you don't mind I pepper you with some questions.
And if you don't mind, let's sum up on some stage. I have to as well to be back.
No worries. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? 10? What do you have?
No, let's take 5 minutes more. Then
5 minutes. Listen, first of all, I want to thank you so very much for being here. We're going to go to Leonard,
Thank you.
and then
Appreciate
one
your
more
time.
question. No, thank you, Val. Go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you, Yehuda. And thank you also, Valentin. You've given us a remarkable insight here into what's unfolding in Ukraine, and specifically regarding the kabuki theater that Putin has engaged in starting yesterday and today. But and I have 10 questions I could ask you, but I'm just going to make it short because of time. And this relates to Crimea. I just would ask you quickly for your prediction as to how rightful status as a 100% part of Ukraine, and I note all of the support, extremely high level of support that has been voiced from the British Prime Minister on down, Canadian Prime Minister, etc., through the Crimea Council. So just a very brief assessment of that, sir, and thank you greatly for your comments.
All right, thanks, Leonard.
Thank you so much. I think that our counter offenses, especially, of course, I'm talking about Ukrainian army in east, in the south. This is the first stage. The second stage, and I think we can talk about Crimea from this perspective. The second stage with the international diplomatic efforts, and of course, with the military success of Ukraine army, we can talk about the return of Crimea back to Ukraine with the special status and much changes in the Crimean Tatars situation and rights in Ukraine, and that's where and how Crimea will be back to Ukraine.
Thank you for that. All right, so we've got one more speaker. We have Lena. She is a Ukrainian activist and a professional in America and a friend of our show. We're going to give her a quick question. That's it. The panel is closed, and we will go to Lena. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Glory to Ukraine, Олена.
Героям слава. Дуже дякую за те, що ви тут на цьому спейсі. Yehuda, thank you so much for supporting the space and for running it 24/7 for such a long time. And Valentin, I really appreciate it. It's such a pleasure to hear you and have you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the question I have is, you mentioned that scare tactics from side of Russia. What would you say to a person who hesitates to leverage a full support to the Ukrainian cause, citing fear of the Third World War?
You will never win the war with the fears. You can stop the aggression and win the war by fighting. And Ukraine and our soldiers, we don't ask any additional troops or anything. The only thing need is strong and long-stand support so far from anti-Putin coalition. And I'm talking about training. I'm talking about modern weapons, which all together by efforts of our army really changed the situation at the front. And again, the turning point in this war already happened in Kharkiv region. So we'll keep going forward, and with the international support and efforts, we'll definitely win. This is the only plan we have. Plan A, no plan B.
Thank you for that. Valentin, I want to let you know that you have all of our support here in this space. You have,
Thanks so
there
much.
have been tens of millions of people have tuned in and been affected by what we share. And our goal is to speak truth to power, to have Ukrainian voices and Ukrainian leaders such as yourself. We're not intimidated by these fear tactics. We see only a fraction of what you get over. We get trolls and harassments and death threats. But you guys you're really on the forefront of humanity. The world changed on the 24th of February forever. And I suspect in the end, it'll be for the best. I suspect a Russia that doesn't invade countries under the threat of a nuclear holocaust, neutered and hopefully changed for the best, for the better, is good for all of humanity. But I want to let you know that you're amongst friends here. And if you ever have any moments that you want to jump in, you don't need an invitation. Come in anytime. We're MriyaReport. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we're glad to have you, and we want to thank you. We know that you guys are fighting on the ground, and you're measuring victory in liters of Ukrainian blood. And we want you to know that that doesn't go unnoticed. You have our support, our love, and our admiration. So on behalf of all of the volunteers at MriyaReport and MriyaAid, an organization that supports you guys directly, I want to thank you and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much. Glory to Ukraine's hero.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the
Thank you,
time,
brother.
and thank you for everything. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Everyone, thank you. Unfortunately, we did have questions from certain people that were coming up. I know a lot of people were trying to get up. Unfortunately, it's not the time when we've curated in advance. So for next time, send in your messages and questions, and we can ask Val and other guests as well. We do want to thank him again. That is a rare opportunity to have a parliamentarian from Ukraine under attack, genocide being committed by Russians, constant cyber attacks, constant attempts to exterminate Ukraine as a nation, as a people. And they're coming on and they're sharing their experiences with us here. A remarkable event in the history of modern warfare and just history in general, that people like us, average, ordinary people, can do the extraordinary just by being here. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in and listening, and thank you for the questions. I am going to bring up everyone else that did want to come up. I apologize. It can be distracting when people are trying to raise their hand and we're trying to curate the call. Thanks again, everyone. Jason, thank you for bringing him. A special thank you to Kiev Post and Jason for digging through his Rolodex and finding speakers for which we can really pick their brains. And I, for one, think that was one of the finest chats we've had. Jason, any comments? Lena, Alex, David.
It was Valentin. We appreciate your time. I hope you have a great night. Take care, Valentin. Talk to you soon.
Right. What did you think of the chat?
It was fantastic. It was.
Yeah, and we learned that you're not a spy, Jason. So that's a good thing, at least.
Yeah, I was worried about that, but I'm glad that's been verified at this point.
All right, Lena. Interesting points. It's nice to try to get into a top spy master's brain. No.
It was awesome. Thank you so much. It was fascinating. I'm driving from DC right now, from the Ukrainian summit that took place there, and tuned in to spend some time with people I like. And sure enough, you have a wonderful speaker. Thank you.
No worries, our pleasure. We want to keep doing that, and we will keep doing it day in, day out. Adrian, oh boy, Adrian, what do you think?
Thank you.
Was there someone before me? I can wait.
You can go. You got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yehuda. Thank you for the guest. It was an interesting talk. As you know, last week I did have my issues with the other guest, and I wasn't the only one. I believe that several Ukrainians told me, and I think some came up and said that they didn't appreciate that we had a Russian on, even if he was there. But you know, he's a Russian former politician, and we established here very often on the space how former politicians in Russia get in power. You can't get in power unless you are a tool of the system, essentially. I don't want to do personal attacks. I don't want to do anything strange. As a
No, you don't have to.
as a loyal listener of this show, I don't think Jason is a spy. I think that's a ridiculous claim. But I think there are legitimate claims. I think there are legitimate claims in calling him out for his nuclear fear mongering. He recently hosted a space where he said Putin will nuke Ukraine, and he shut down other speakers who tried to call him out. Yet today we spoke for 3 hours why that is a ridiculous system. So I would like to ask Jason. Jason, will Putin nuke Ukraine? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know where he is, but yeah, no, I actually do get questions asking me if he's a spy, really. So that's what I was referring to. I wasn't referring. And yeah, I don't want to get personal, but I'd love for I don't think Jason thinks that. I'm not sure the space you're referring to. I think I was told about it. Is it important to talk about what the Russians are saying? Sure. It doesn't necessarily. I personally don't believe the Russians would nuke anything. I don't think there couldn't be anything good come of it, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how that would win a war for Putin. If anything, it would just hasten his demise. So that's my take on it. But I'm more than happy to listen to whoever has a take on it. And where is he, Adrian? Is he off?
No, Adrian is here.
Okay.
No,
I
I'm
think we
here.
lost.
No, I get it. I mean, it's open to discussion on anything. I'm just contradicted because I trust many people on this space, many experts on this space, and you guys know I love you. But you know, as a listener and just as a speaker, it just feels weird that you bring someone on who made these statements. That's it. That's my only comment. That's my only comment.
Fair enough. Well, then say that. I mean, I'll tell you, Jason brought Valentin because they're friends, and he did it for a Kiev Post article. So I really think we need to get off this. Jason is a Russian talking point guy. I mean, if he's a journalist asking questions, you don't have to like his articles. I don't like everything Axel thinks. I mean, he actually brought him to the show, Adrian. Does that make more sense now?
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Well,
So what am I
good.
saying?
We had a good guest, and I'm not involved in the moderation of the space. That's all I can comment.
Yeah, I guess I should say, Jason, the next time you get someone really important to come on, can you not come on because people think bad of you? I can't do that. That's not polite, right? So, Jason has a guest he wants to bring on. I'm going to say, yes, please. Valentin? Oh, sure. He can come anytime, right? That's just me. I think we need to take the good with the bad there, if that's the case. It's nothing personal. We're not trying to, it's no agenda by having this or that person. We obviously want the best speakers we can get for the space, Adrian, and I hope that goes okay with you. I'm sorry that you're upset about it, to be honest with you.
You know me, Yehuda. I'm a friend of the space, so
I know.
For me, but you say truth to power, right? So it's important for friends of the space to point out things that sometimes they're not comfortable with. But that's my opinion.
Yeah. Listen, I when Jason and I first started chat, every point he made, I would disagree with, and I told him. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't speak because I don't like what he's saying, right? That's kind of the exact opposite of what even Ukraine is fighting for: freedom, democracy. You might, you have a right to be afraid of nuclear war. It doesn't mean it's true. Maybe that's something. I'm not going to speak for him because I don't know. But let's go to some other hands and stick around, please. Who is next, Axel? Piotr,
exactly. He was waiting for a little while.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is good timing. Hi, everybody. Some of you might not like hearing me speak, but I resonate with what's just been talked about. One hell of a morning I've had. Apparently now I'm a Russian spy or some Russian apologist. I've been labelled the same as Jason, which is hilarious. If you know anything about him, he works for the Kiev Post, which is a Ukrainian publication. And much like myself, I think I might just use this opportunity to clear my name a little bit, because yes, I have Russian heritage. I am half Russian. My father is Russian, but it does not mean in any way, shape, or form, and I want to make this emphatically clear, that I am some apologist. One can be from the nation, but it does not in any way, shape, or form support the regime, support the war, or push a narrative that somehow tries to justify this as some legitimate war based on genuine pretexts. I live in the United States. I work in the World Bank as an analyst, of which I spent my entire summer writing or contributing to a very, very broad report on how to reconstruct Ukraine. I've hosted a podcast for the past 4 months, which I've interviewed people from academics.
Well, let's not get. You don't have to defend yourself here.
I'll land with this, Yehuda. But basically, I interviewed a member of the Ukrainian parliament last week, which I wouldn't be able to do if I was a Russian populist or something. So I want to make it very clear for everybody: if you have a problem, please come and talk to me about it. I want to be able to engage with people and openly explain. But that's all. The guest was great. I did have a question on whether or not he thought, Putin would, because there's a government in exile in Belarus, and I was curious to hear his thoughts about what the response from the Russian mobilization would be for a post-Putin government. That was all I wanted to ask. Thanks a lot. Sorry for that tirade.
You're welcome. All right, let's try to circle back to Val. We want to talk about the conversation. We're definitely. I hope there are no Russian spies. You're not allowed in this room. How's that? Okay. I've said it once and the last time. Alex, let's go to you, my friend.
Thanks, Yehuda, and lively conversation, phenomenal guests, and I think this is the important point as to why MriyaReport exists. It exists to bring voices from Ukraine. It exists to bring high quality voices, and it exists to bring people that are interested in Ukraine's position and the Ukrainian position on this war and its outcome and its effects of its people. And I think that the really awesome thing is that we all will have differing views. We will slice and dice things differently. There's going to be debates. There's going to be disagreements. There's going to be plenty of people who feel that the nuclear risk is real. There's going to be plenty of people who feel that that's just fear mongering. And there's going to be, it's a spectrum of analysis and spectrum of opinions. And I think the real truth is, and this is sometimes hard to accept, and we just don't know, right? The only thing we actually just don't know. We don't know what the decision-making capability is for this, midget that sits in a bunker. We don't, we can take some really educated guesses. We can take a look at how everything else is decided. We can take a look at all the other patterns of behavior. But until, you have this Mike Tyson quote, which is, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? And so we actually don't know, right? And because we don't know, we are always have to proceed and tread with caution. And I think this is important in any of these things. Does caution mean preventing support and stopping arming Ukraine? Absolutely not, right? The Ukrainians have proven day in and day out that they are able to adopt new technologies, they're able to maintain it, they're able to move this forward and turn this around into victory. And so supporting Ukraine is the most righteous and most morally correct thing we need to do. And we have a duty, us being in sort of relative peace and safety in the West, we have a duty those Ukrainians who are fighting on the front lines, to actually support them in their plight, and use our voices, and use our community, and use the power of our language, and our audience here, and our community, to push our government to do the right thing, and that is to support Ukraine and answer her calls. Now, what I want to say is, another huge thanks to the full community here, because we're approaching nearly 80%, and 79% of the Fury drive. That's our big campaign that we've been running for the past 4 weeks. It's $100,000 for 8 military grade drones. These are These are not consumer level drones. These drones are extremely useful, extremely capable to fly and see and pick out interesting square and rectangle boxes that are hiding in bushes, and potentially are a danger, represent a danger to our friends in Ukraine. And I just wanted to give a huge shout out and huge thanks that we're nearly there. We're nearly done with the fundraise, and so we're going to be very excited to share photos of those deliveries coming soon. Thank you
And
again.
when you say we, Alex, you mean MriyaAid.org. You're talking about the fundraising drive for some very nifty drones that do some very special things to help Ukrainians survive and save themselves from a genocidal terror.
Correct, Yehuda, and thank you so much for pointing that out. Yes, the MriyaAid. If you guys head over to my profile, it's the pinned post, and sort of I every few days or so I post updates on our progress, and huge thanks, and very grateful for everyone here for the opportunity to sort of work alongside MriyaReport in order to get this finished.
Thank you for that. So if you can retweet this space, MriyaReport, let people know we're here. Also, if you can bring people, if you are in the position to, not everyone is, and we know that. So outside of retweeting the space, if you could let people know that MriyaAid is in need, and if you are able to donate, that would be great. I want to thank you very much for that as well. MriyaAid.org is a 100% volunteer organization. People like Alex and Mel and everyone there, they spend their own money to be involved. There are no admin costs. I've seen some notes posted or screenshot and sent to me. Oh, they must have administrative costs. I'm sure you could ask Alex's wife. There are no pizza parties, and there are no administrative costs covered by the organization. It's all pro bono from everyone. Kind of like how we are here at MriyaReport. When we needed a new phone, members chipped in so there could be a host phone in another continent. That's all paid for by us. We will never ask you for money for it. We don't care. It's our gift. It's the least we feel we can do for Ukraine. And we're blessed to have some members of our moderator team who have been successful in life financially, and they've been able to offset those costs by donating it just to the group. We're not even a company. MriyaReport's just a group of volunteers. We don't have a company name because we don't collect money. We don't care. We direct people to people who can do that really well, and that's MriyaAid and other of our other friends too, at Ripley's Heroes and Malcolm Nance and all sorts of people that come here to share the news. So thank you for that. And we're gonna go to lunchtime. I was hoping maybe Rosalie and Alex, if you can stay on and help. Just let's do a debrief. Let's talk about Valentin. Let's ask, were the questions? Did we miss any important questions? I'm curious to hear people's opinion on it. It helps us moderate and ask better questions next time. I know there were a lot of simple questions that I wanted to ask. I want to say, are Ukrainian spies in Russia doing something? One of the questions I didn't ask was, can Ukraine shut down Russian electrical grids to fight fire with fire? I didn't want to ask him that because he is, still, for those who missed it, he is the former spy master for Ukraine. Kind of a big deal. And it was, I didn't want to put him on a spot where he felt uncomfortable. But at any rate, let's go to lunchtime, and I'd love to hear if you could moderate there, Rosalie, and whoever, Axel, or whoever. Go ahead, lunchtime.
I was just about to move to lunchtime. Hello there.
Oh, great. Hello. First of all, I just wanted to say, excellent interview, fascinating. The caliber of guests that you guys have been getting is only going up, really. In terms of trickier questions, I mean, obviously you're constrained by, like, there would be no point asking if there were covert operations happening in Russia, for example, because it would compromise both the existence of such operations and and his sworn confidentiality. So obviously there are limits as to how juicy these conversations can get. But I thought it was particularly fascinating to hear how he had to clear house, during an invasion, effectively. I can't imagine the stress. I can't imagine the pressure he was under. Really impressive guy, really impressive speaker. As to the sort of the hullabaloo about the guy that introduced him to you, JJ, I think, ultimately, you have to sort of look at what's for the greater good. And if sort of overlooking past bad behavior, if he's turned a page, sort of thing, and it seems to be the case.